Hello,
Good
Paul.
morning.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
How you
James.
doing?
How you doing? Good. How are
I see
you?
you're sporting a very funky side fade hedgehog almost haircut.
Yeah. It's a little
Very
poofy
nice.
right now. Usually it's a little bit more slicked back, but thank you.
Yeah, yeah. No worries. Sorry about the coughing. I've just come from a very sad event, unfortunately. A longtime friend of mine lost his daughter from a brain
Oh my
tumor, and I
gosh.
was attending the funeral. I've just come back from the funeral. And an
I'm
incredibly
sorry.
emotional experience for me, actually. Surprisingly so. It's probably because I have my own children. I know him very well, and I know the fight that little Morgie went through over 13 years of terrible pain and suffering. So, yeah, sad day
Yeah.
for me. But there is some good news, and let's brighten things up a bit. Behind me, I've got a big box which just arrived shortly before the show. Paulie, your background's very blinky. Maybe the back end can fix that. And in this
Yeah, I
box
think we need
is
to do
my
that.
satellite dish from Starlink. So we're going to give that a go and see how that works. I'm pretty excited about
Wow.
that. I'll also be traveling, taking it to other countries and trying it out in different countries too. So maybe we'll just have some better access to places in Africa now that the internet is available around the world. Yeah. So,
Wow. Oh, yeah, that would
and
be
kind of
awesome.
ties in with the theme of today's trading, I think, Paul. Have you seen anything
Yeah.
exciting on the futures markets? A few of the names moved up, of course, and metals again. What are you looking at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment right now, I mean the indices are relatively flat of sorts, nothing too much going on, just trading within value of their own of their previous trading sessions. Gold, I saw the retracement this in the overnight, relatively speaking, basing out at around 40.25, and now back into yesterday's regular trading hour session value area. So, nothing too much to be quite honest. I'm kind of just taking an even keel approach to all of the commodities and whatnot today. We can go through the levels and stuff whenever. Any news? Have you seen any news
Yeah.
overnight that's been anything to note
No.
by chance?
Let's have a look at my
Uh,
charts. We can go through the news quickly, see what's been
yeah.
going on. There could have been actually. Had a busy morning, so I haven't really managed to catch up with what's going on. We had the Japanese 5-year bond auction and 6-month bill auction. A little bit of news out of Australia. Not an awful lot though. And this morning, balance of trade from Germany. Bit of stuff out of Japan, machine tool orders, South African production, European Union. But what's interesting is what's coming up or should be coming up, which we don't probably won't get. I don't know. Maybe you've got some more gen on that as well, Paulie. But jobless claims should be coming up in about 25 minutes. I don't think we're going to get that. Maybe we
No.
will. I don't know. Maybe things have changed. And then we've got Fed speaks again, Bowman, and a few others. Barr back again for the third day in a row. Bowman twice today. And then we got the Fed balance sheet, which is going to be super interesting, but that's much later on, around the close of play, much later actually, beyond that. So not a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we'll get any of these numbers anyway. So we'll find out in
Yeah.
about half an hour, I suppose. So
Yeah. I don't
futures, just
think
going back
so,
to the
but
futures charts, perhaps I can, yeah.
something
Oh,
really
you think it's
interesting
all
though. We do
still,
have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 8:30 a.m. I did see that. That's like a medium impact event. 8:30 a.m. Fed Chair Powell be speaking. So 25 minutes.
okay,
Yeah.
let's have a look at that. Um, yeah, okay, there we go. Fed Chair Powell. Yeah. All right. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that too, because that'll be during our session. So let's have a look at the Nasdaq. So yesterday moving up. So no change to my position. I'm long from the green arrow down there, and we're up at the high. Big day up yesterday, 1.3%, and a bit of a messy intraday setup, but only for a little period. Let's go to the 5-minute chart, see what happened. For those of you trading this on the five, and if we look at what happened yesterday, just basically a big rally, but starting off a little slow in the day actually, and a bit of whipsaw, and then straight really after the bell, we started moving up and didn't look back. One or two little pullbacks that you could have got in on if you were trading the 20 period moving average on the 5-minute chart on the futures here on the Nasdaq on the 5-minute chart. You could have traded the bounce off the 5-minute 20 period moving average multiple times if you were trying to get in on the long yesterday. And now we've come back down just not a little bit, not much really, just consolidating in. Notice the Bollinger Band squeeze, which I always like to see on the 5-minute chart. And look how the Bollinger Band behaves. And whenever we get a drop in volatility and you're looking for that next breakout, look for these Bollinger Band squeezes like we see over here, over there, a little bit over there, and so on and so on. And when they don't happen all that often, but when they do, we normally get a big breakout, often preceded by a fake out. So, sometimes this is one of the best plays. And Paul, you might be able to comment more on this, but the volatility breakout, fake out breakout is quite a good play. So, in other words, the under over breakdown breakout that comes out of a period of low volatility with a Bollinger Band squeeze. Now, look where we are now. We're pretty tight on the Bollinger Bands like we were yesterday. Almost rinse and repeat in terms of that squeeze, and we're probably going to see a breakout. Every time we get a squeeze, we normally get a breakout. It might just be like yesterday, a fake out, or the day before, a fake out to the downside, and then we power up. That's happened 3 days in a row so far, and perhaps it's just rinse and repeat. But I don't trade the 5-minute charts. Paulie does. Probably trades the 3-minute charts, or 2 minutes, or 1 minute. On the day chart, it just looks bullish. Yesterday closed with a shaven head candle, and I would expect that we would retrace to halfway down through yesterday's candle, which will wrong tool, which will take us to. Let's get rid of that. Sorry, they look pretty similar actually. The trading and the drawing tools. So if we take a move, a Fibonacci retracement from the bottom of yesterday's candle to the top where we closed, we could even move up to where we are, the high if we want to. Let's do that for more accuracy. And then we need to come back down to at least 50% or 38. That would take us down to 25,000 round, actually, the breakout level, which is perfect. And that's the play I would be looking for on the Nasdaq today. Down to 25 round. That's the 50% retracement. And it's also the previous sort of top zone area of the previous 2 days before yesterday's breakout. So that's the sort of play I'll be looking for on the Nasdaq today, down to about 25, maybe 25,200. Bearing in mind that where are we now? We're actually at 25,000. So rather, 25,020, just above the 25 level, or 25 and 50, somewhere around there, maybe just below 25,000. Don't try and get 25,000 precisely. So that's what I think. And then, going across to the rest of it, S&P looks pretty similar. Shaven head candle, big bullish candle, also about 1% yesterday. German 30, a new trade alert. I think we may have actually spoken about this yesterday, but I've taken a new position here too on the German 30, simply on the breakout. I think we did talk about that yesterday. And pretty simple play, really. Just a breakout, flat top breakout. So we're long on the German 30, and that one might turn out to be a good one if we see the euro rolling down a little bit further. Now, when the euro drops down, as it looks like it's trying to, we should see a surge upwards in European and perhaps British equities and indices. You can see the euro has broken out of its channel and down below the 100-period moving average. I should be short on this, and I might get short shortly. Excuse the dad joke. But I'm allowed to do dad jokes because I'm a dad and a grandpa, so I can do that. That's one of the benefits. One of the only benefits of being a grandfather or a dad. There aren't many, I promise you that. You better have a fat pocketbook too. So considering that we're looking for euro weakness, the euro's broken down against the dollar. It's also broken down against the Aussie dollar, and we're short on this one. We should be short on the other one rather. I think this one will move down. The euro dollar will move down faster. Euro US dollar will move down faster than the euro Aussie dollar. But we chose the one that's not going to move very fast for some odd reason. So we are short on this, and I'm looking simply for a move down to the 200-day moving average. Doesn't look very far, but we got short at 1.7, call it 1.77, just below, and we'll get out at about 1.75, 1.7450. So yeah, probably 250 pips in that, but more likely we'll get down to this previous swing low just below the 200-period moving average, and that would be about 400 pips. So I think that could be a good trade. I wouldn't mind getting short on the euro against the US dollar at the same time. But bear in mind, I would then be short on the euro against two currencies, doubling up my risk, even though they're different, the Aussie dollar and the American dollar. Although they're different, by adding a short euro against the US dollar, I am actually adding extra euro risk. So I'll have to consider that carefully. Having said that, I've only got a small position on the euro Aussie short. So that's currencies. Nothing else. I'm pretty not really much interested in any of this stuff. But if we get a breakout on the Aussie through here, I'll be looking for this play. We've talked about this multiple times already. We haven't had the breakout. In fact, we've languished underneath this trend line for about 2 weeks now, and below the 20-period moving average. And we're curling down. So maybe the Aussie hasn't got the beans in it that we thought it might have because of the commodities surge, particularly metals and other metals like uranium and lithium and so on, which provide energy, but also softs and grains, which we see coming out of Australia, some of it. And these have all been pretty, weak, not good, not strong. We've been trying to be long on commodities. Everyone was promising a commodity super cycle about 5 years ago. And then a year after that, about 4 years ago, another commodity super cycle, and so on and so on. And here we are today. And all of these are trading right down at the bottom still, 5 years later. I've been trying to get long multiple times. We've been okay, but we're just not getting off the ground. We're long on corn, for example, just not getting out of there. Long on cotton. This had some go up a few days ago, gapped up nicely on the rollover, but collapsed back down again. I do like this still. It's just a matter of time. But how long can we hold on to a non-productive asset when there are other things that are
Yeah.
moving like Bitcoin and gold and silver and platinum and oil and nat gas and the US 30 and the whatever, when all of that's making money for me with a certain amount of money that I have available for that, this is not making me any money, and I could use the money allocated to this asset much better elsewhere. So why am I holding on to this?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm slightly in profit. But if this does take off, if this does get going, it's going to go fast and hard, and I don't want to miss out on it. We did do that on another asset, and I think there was the Aussie dollar, a very similar chart. And we were long and long and long all the way from the bottom. Where's that chart now? And it was sort of just drifting along, angling up. I'll show it to you actually. And eventually I just got bored and got out before the Aussie started to move. And I don't want the same thing to happen on that instrument. So there's the Aussie. I was long all the
Yeah.
way from, after the spike. And I held that for months and months and months. And I've given up on this one now. So I'm going to play the breakout rather than holding the very, very boring Australian dollar long. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
so let's not talk more about that. I lived in Australia for quite a long
Yeah.
time, and I know where this is, how this trades, and I have traded it for decades. And it's a bit slow, but when it gets going, a little bit like that cotton chart that we looked at, it should go quite fast.
Right.
So yeah, some of these grains and softs have got to get going. They just haven't done so. And I think it's one of the reasons why the Aussie dollar hasn't really done as much as it could have done. Here's wheat, for example. Wheat's been stuck down here ever since the Ukraine war began. And we saw wheat prices, surge up into these sorts of levels. And all the routes and supply routes, logistics around the Black Sea, Odessa, all the ports and the wars and the fighting and the bombing and the missiles doesn't seem to have any impact on the price of wheat at all. In fact, it's dribbling down. But once again, like cotton and some of these other commodities, I think it's only a matter of time. We have a falling wedge here on wheat. It's right at the sort of historical lows, as far back as you want to go. And it looks like it also wants to break out, but it may have to take another week, month, year. I don't know. It's just a very, very boring process. So be careful where you allocate your assets. These are all probably good trade ideas, but do you really want to be tying up your money for all that time when you could be using it better elsewhere?
Right.
This is sugar, another one of these horrible floppy softs and grain commodities, just languishing down there. And you can see I've got loads of long positions on, some of them in profit, most of them not. Most of them not. And I think, once we get this breaking out, I think there's a good future for sugar, particularly if we see oil prices rise. One of the reasons why the sugar price is down a bit because it's a substitute for oil, and not down a bit, sorry, poked up a bit. So they have a bit of an inverse relationship, the oil price and the sugar price. Strangely, you may not even know about that. I'm sure you do, Paul, because you're a smart guy. But sugar produces fuel for that cars can run on and other instruments, other mechanized devices, and sometimes it's used as a substitute for petroleum. So the petrol price or the gasoline price or the oil price has an effect on sugar price too. That's
Yeah.
also quite down. And as you see, the oil price is also not getting off the ground. And I'm going to hand it right back to you now, Paulie, but I do want to just finish off with the natural gas trade. And I walked into my group this morning, and I said, God was looking down when Morgie's funeral took place, because as the sort of last eulogy was pronounced, this actually literally bounced out of its support zone that I have drawn here at the 38%. I'm not a religious man, I'm not a superstitious man, but I think it's a quite a lovely story. And my, you
Yeah.
know, yeah, I mean, it's all part of life, isn't it? We're humans and we talk about things that are important to us as well, not just the charts. So we've come down to the 38%. I didn't think we'd get that far. We did break that previous low on natural gas over here in the center of the page, and we got down a little bit low. And I was deciding this morning whether to hedge my position. It's only a very small position, and I've got plenty of opportunity to add much more size. But I haven't done anything so far. I'm just long with a small size from these two green arrows, just a little bit above us. So, should I be hedging it? Should I be adding some more? I don't really know. And so what I'm going to do is to wait to see what happens on this 4-hour chart at this level. We have a doji reversal off the support line, and this candle that we're busy trading in right now as we speak is busy trying to at least get through the 50 and the 20-period moving averages. If we can do that and close above there, we'll be more than halfway up through the decline again, back where we started, where we got long, and I think we'll then have a chance of reattacking that channel top. All I think that has actually happened here is that I know we've double topped it, not quite, but the highs aren't precisely the same, but it's a double top. And people are saying, well, that's the top in natural gas, and we're going down from now on. I don't believe that's the case. I think natural gas has got a general bid underneath it overall, and that this is a correction down to the 38% retracement, and that the next move will be a re-attack on the channel line. Well, I'm hoping for that at least. I don't know if that's going to happen,
Yeah.
but I'm certainly hoping so. But when we look on the day chart, it doesn't look too bad. Just a bit of a retracement. Yes, it's an engulfing candle, not great, but it was bound to react to the channel top, the order block, and that previous resistance level just under the very key $375 level. So yeah, in summary, I'm still
Yeah.
long from 277, and we're now trading at 320, 332, having hedged, unhedged, rehedged, etc., all at this price. And basically, those original positions from the bottom are just back on. So in fact, I could delete those two green arrows at the top there if that's confusing, these two green arrows, because these are not new positions. They're just adding that original position back on. So the trade is from down at the bottom there, sort of halfway through the previous contract. We're now into the next contract. And that's all the
Yeah.
energies and stuff. And we haven't, got a lot to cover still, Paul, in
Yeah.
metals and stocks and so on. So I think I should hand it over to you. I also want to talk about the rand. There's some interesting developments on that too. If you're trading the ZAR against the dollar, and we can talk about the VIX and maybe even the treasuries if we get a chance. I know we won't. We probably
Yeah.
won't, but we'll try. Um,
We'll
so,
try. We'll
and while you're
try.
setting up your charts there, Paulie, I'll just say hello to everyone in the chat. Daniel, Martin, always fantastic to see you. Moderator Mike, hard at work. Fantastic, thanks. Mod Mike. Tejas, the philosophers in the house. Emily Trading, and loads of other people. So welcome to everyone,
Yeah.
and welcome to the show. And Paulie, let's see what you've got to say about some of these exciting
Yeah.
instruments we're trading.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll just quickly touch on the natural gas that you were talking about. I'll just go through the intraday levels really quickly. Value area low, what I'm looking at right now in the morning session here, we are touching value area low from yesterday, 3.317-ish, and we're finding a little bit of support here. So going into the regular trading hour session, just keep an eye out for that level, which actually is also previous day's low, essentially. So finding a little bit of support here. If we can hold support over the next, let's say, 45 minutes or so, maybe we could see a rotation back up into our through value here. Maybe to point of control would be your target to the upside in the intraday of 3.364. So that's just something to look at really quickly in natural gas. I'll quickly touch on crude oil here, look at the charts for crude oil while we're talking about energies. So in the overnight session, we essentially we dipped back into the $61.50 to $62 per barrel support band that we've been having over the last 3 months or so, that we actually cracked below, but then came back above recently. We have been relatively slightly bullish in the intraday recently, but I will say that as of this morning, we are finding some support again at the previous day's low, relatively speaking, at 62.11 here. And we're trying to break through into yesterday's value area. So 62.37 is that value area low. Heading into the regular trading hour session here, if we do open within value, I'm pretty much going to be hands off. I don't have too much of a bias at this price level. If I were looking for a trade at the moment, possibly if we rotated through value and were super bullish and broke out of the value area high level of 62.80, I'd look for a retest of that level as support to maybe get long just on the intraday to catch a little bit of a long trade. But aside from that, I don't have too much of a pathing scenario for crude at the moment. It's kind of in an interesting area, and the crude oil inventories that came out yesterday didn't really do much to it to the downside, even though there was a greater supply than expected. So a little confusing on crude here. So I'm mostly going to keep away for today. If we want to move over to, maybe we can go through the indices really quickly here for the next like 10 minutes. I can kind of wrap up what's happening here on the indices. So on the ES, I want to start off with the ES here. We are currently, as of right now, we are in the previous day's range. We're consolidating essentially 10 points or so below the all-time highs. Technically, all-time highs were made in the overnight session. Let me get my little yellow blob out here. All right. So all-time highs were made in the overnight session technically. So if we're looking for all-time highs made in the regular trading hour session, you're looking at roughly 68.0350 technically, which is currently right where we are trading, like a couple points right below that. But anyway, upside target 68.1225 would be the all-time high that would be looking to retest in the regular trading hour session if possible. But like I said, we are opening within the value range of yesterday, so we need to just keep an eye. We are closer to the top of that value range, so that's relatively bullish. But big consolidation pattern here over the last, let's say, 8 hours or 10 hours or so. So just keep an eye out for the first 15 minutes, see if we can't break above 68.03 quarter, consolidate a little bit to then make a run at the all-time high in the regular trading hour session. If not, if we show a little bit of rejection at this previous or this all-time high from the regular trading hour session of 68.03-ish, look for a possible intraday short going to point of control of 67.98 to possibly value area low of 67.89. That could be a possible pathway that we see here, where we just have a little bit of a rotation downwards to 67.89, and then maybe we could find some support to then get long again to the upside and rotate back through value. So that's for the ES. The Nasdaq, I think, looks pretty similar, if I must say. Yeah, we are, again, right now we are trading right at the top of the value area range, value area high being roughly 25,326. So again, relatively bullish here. All-time highs that were made in the overnight are a whopping 25,394 essentially. So we are a decent 70 points or so away from that level. Again, same pathing scenario I think that we're looking for here at the moment. If anything, we just want to see more consolidation above that 60 or 25,323 level, which would be value area high, to then maybe make a run at the all-time highs in the regular trading session. If not, we'd be looking for the rotation through value. Point of control would be 25,267. Value area low would be 25,171. So if we were to rotate downwards, we'd be looking at those levels to then maybe get long if we can find some support at 25,171 or in that rough area to then turn back up here. Because again, generally speaking, it's hard not to be bullish at this point, given the price action, especially from what we've seen yesterday. There was a ton of buying yesterday. So the deltas were very large, very, very bullish yesterday. So we will keep an eye on that. The
Yeah.
weakest one of the indices was definitely the Dow yesterday. We were definitely weaker in the Dow. This one is just interesting in the sense of how relatively weak it was. I mean, right now in the overnight, we are trading. We're trading closer to the value area low, so we're trading in the low end of the value range of yesterday in this overnight session here. Still, though, this is okay. We could be looking for a long here. I mean, it's not the greatest setup compared to. It's not the greatest, or not setup, I should say. It's not the greatest looking in terms of like bullishness compared to the ES or the Nasdaq, but it could provide a better setup for a trade more immediately off the open, possibly, because right now we are trading closer to the value area low and we are essentially showing support throughout the overnight here. The last, I don't know, you could say about 5 hours or 6 hours or so, we've shown a lot of support right above value area low. So this kind of support here, if we can hold this support going into the opening bell, we could see an immediate long opportunity to then rotate through value to the upside. Maybe make up some of that lost ground from yesterday in the Dow. So I would be looking at that on the opening bell there, looking at a support off of 46,850 for a rotation through 46,900 essentially, which is around point of control. Value area high is at the flat 47,000 level. So if we were able to rotate through point of control up to the previous day's value area high, 47,000 would be your target to the upside. So yeah, pretty good. I think pretty good levels here on the Dow to possibly get into an immediate trade, but we will definitely check back on that in literally 1 hour's time. It is 8:28 a.m., so we're 1 hour away from the open. Essentially, I will be keeping a close eye on the Dow this morning. And would we like to transition into maybe some metals? You want me to go over my metals charts real quick, and then we can shift over to you, James, to also look at metals?
Let's have a look at your. Sure, let's have a look. Yeah. While you're doing that, Paulie, we're in 1 minute. We've got the news or non-news coming up. Let's find out what's 36 seconds. We should be getting jobs data. I don't think we're going to, but I've got it waiting. And welcome to everyone in the chat once again. Martin, Daniel, MD, and Ray. Nice to see you too. It's great to see you. Martin, good point on the Bollinger Bands. That they are the 200 period Bollinger Bands set at two standard deviations. We'll have another look at that on another chart just now. But it's a very useful tool, the Bollinger Band squeeze and then rapid expansion for getting out of breakout trades. All sorts of things. But I don't think we've got any. Well, let's wait and see. I don't know whose charts are on the screen right now. I think it's yours, Paulie. Time has just ticked over and there is no data. So. But we do have Fed Bowman coming up in 5 minutes from now to start his speech. And he spoke a bit yesterday and the day before, and the market's moved. So let's see what he's got to say. We'll wait for that.
Yeah. Definitely. Powell should also be speaking right about now. I don't know where he is even speaking, if I'm being honest. I saw that yesterday on the docket, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Might have to figure that out at some point in the next hour, where he was speaking and what he's saying, what's coming out of that brain.
He's busy speaking right as we speak. Perhaps we can get some gen from the team at the back end to find out what's going on with Powell, because this could be quite an important thing. He doesn't normally speak randomly in the middle of nowhere. So let's keep an eye on that as you go through the rest of your charts there.
Yeah, definitely. Gold. So on the gold chart here on the overnight, kind of interesting. We've in the overnight here, we've retraced a decent bit of that move that we had yesterday, or from the previous, let's just say 24 to 36 hours or so, where we had that large move up to make the new all-time high at 40.80 essentially on the futures. Yesterday, we essentially consolidated most of the day downwards in the 40.65 area. That was point of control actually of yesterday's range. And in the overnight, we kind of dipped pretty nicely here. We made a little bit of a double bottom closer to 40.25 in the overnight on some good volume. Some pretty good volume traded between, we will say it was 8 p.m. Eastern to about 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So a lot of volume, especially especially between 9 and 10 and 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Lots of volume there. Double bottomed. When then we came right back up into the value range from the previous regular trading hour session. Right now, we're trading basically right at point of control. We found a little once we broke into value, which was the value area low was 4,055 ish. As soon as we broke into that early this morning, we found a little bit of support, broke back below to then find support at the previous day's low, to then break back into value and find more support here at 40.55. So this 40.55 level is definitely a level that I'm keeping an eye on going into the next half an hour to an hour or so, as a potential area to get long, if the structure provides and the order flow provides the confirmation to do so. And if we are getting long here, we're looking again through for a rotation up towards 40.72, that value area high of the previous day. And with the way that gold moves, I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a bullish move with that rotation. There would obviously be some sort of possibility to break out of yesterday's value range. All-time highs are not too far away in terms of price. We're only $21 per ounce away, which is not much, not very far, which is hilarious to say in gold at this point, because it can just move. Gold can move $20 an ounce in 3 minutes, depending on what headlines come out and whatnot. So yeah, I'd be looking for possibly some support off of the 40.55, 40.56 area to maybe rotate through the range to 40.72 or so. That's my look on gold at the moment. And those are the levels. Everybody can jot them down if you'd like. I will now take a look.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, and I'll take a look at silver.
While you're transitioning there, Paul, there's just a report coming out from Reuters Business a few seconds ago. Make of this what you want. With AI stock valuations soaring and gold at record highs, this is from the IMF and the Bank of England, warning of a possible correction. And State Street, isn't that where you used to work, Paulie? State Street, Global Advisors, Ataf, maybe he's a mate of yours. Were you there? Or you're at Jane Street or State Street? Were you?
No, a different very large bank. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're all the same. So State Street and Alaf Qassam doesn't agree with him. He thinks that we're going to the moon. So that's from Reuters. Yeah. So already we're seeing the pundits having complete disagreements as to whether we're in an AI boom that's going to carry on forever or we're about to collapse.
Right. Yeah. I have been seeing some articles a lot about like an AI bust, people getting more worried about an AI bust, but I don't know. I'm just going to look at the charts and I'm going to continue to, I'm not even going to indulge the, the articles too much anymore. I mean, we'll just continue to make some money off these charts or try to make some money off these charts. Right. So we'll take the sentiment as it is for a little bit and just continue looking at these value areas, what I love to do for the intraday. So, on the silver here, on the silver charts here, I do have somewhat of an interesting divergence between silver and gold, in the sense of gold is more so finding support at its value area low from yesterday, whereas silver is finding its way out of its value area to the upside. So silver is looking a little bit more bullish right now. We are currently trading, we opened in silver not too long ago, like 10 minutes ago or so, the regular trading hour session, and we are migrating up to value area high of 48.93. If we break out of here, previous day's high of 49.19 is not far away. I would like to see a breakout, a comeback to retest here at 48.93 to then get long if we're looking to continue the long move, if the order flow provides the confirmation there and we can see some good structure. That would be really good structure to break out, come back, retest, to then get long and break through previous days high even more so. But yeah,
Yeah.
point of control from yesterday, which is what we kind of bounced off of. In the overnight, we showed some resistance at point of control. Funny enough, at about 2 a.m. Eastern, we showed resistance at 48.57, came back down, then retested that point of control area to then try to rotate through value. Couldn't. We mean reverted back to point of control. It showed as support. And now going into the regular trading hour session, we have a test of value area high. So relatively bullish here. I'd be looking for the long above value area high if we can find some support there. Yeah, and that's really the wrap up on gold and silver. I don't know. Do you want to look at gold and silver first, James, or at all, and then we
Sure,
can maybe
sure.
look at platinum, or do you want me to look at platinum first, real quick?
Let's switch across just for a change of scenery. Um,
Yeah,
Not that your scenery is not beautiful. It's lovely scenery, but
yeah, yeah.
let's have a look at the metals, just for a change. Right, so I am now essentially in no positions except for one more losing position. Let's start with that one. That's copper. I shorted copper yesterday, and once again, folks, this is a very tiny position. It's a 10% size position. I'm not buying the whole bag here. And I think I'm actually going to switch this position in any event. But let me just show you what's going on in copper. We have not got to the all-time highs yet, but we're not too far off. But we are through the high from May 2024. Let's not the all-time high. That was the. I don't know if I got enough space on this chart. I don't. Anyway, let's forget about the all-time high because that's just slightly above where we are. But we've got this triple top underneath that spike that was created by. It's a fake move, that spike. Basically, it's a tariff move and then the unwind of that move. So we can ignore it completely. In fact, we're just bouncing off the trend line and moving up towards that resistance level. And if you ignore that spiky, messy bit at the top there, what it does look like actually is just a regular ascending triangle. And we're about to break out through the ascending triangle. I do have the idea, though, that we may have to spend a little bit more time inside the triangle because this has been very sort of steep and dramatic. And I'd rather see a move back down to the moving averages, at least, and potentially the channel bottom, but probably halfway will do. And then a bit of movement around here, maybe even a quick dip down there and back out again, something like that. So that's sort of what I'm looking for on copper. I'm not willing to buy it at this level because I think this triple top might create some problems. But I'm probably wrong on this one, and I think we're probably moving higher, as you can see. Although we're not above that level over there yet, we're pretty close to it. We're not above that level. So yeah, I think I'm probably wrong on this one, but I'm going to wait for this day to close. And if we close above that horizontal black line, I will definitely hedge the trade. It's a very tiny position. It's almost insignificant. I would have built on this position if it had moved in my favor and started moving down. I would have added more size onto the trade and built that short position up. But because we've broken higher, I'm not obviously not going to do that, but I'm also not going to add any short positions on as we break. I'm not going to dollar cost average in. I'm going to hold this short trade, consider hedging it, and maybe even get long, depending on the price action around here today and for the rest of this week. It is possible that we may have to actually just keep moving up, up to that previous high and just keep moving. That's the tariff high. I don't regard that as a real move though. So it's basically it's a low volume spike. It's of little consequence to me. The real resistance is where we've just broken through. So yeah, I'm not too worried about getting along here if it looks good. I'm not worried about the resistance up above us because I don't think that's a real move. And I think the real breakout level is exactly where we are. Now, notice that the previous breakout on copper, that little spike there, we have not surpassed yet. So we have not even got above there, but we have got above that one. So yeah, I'll probably get long on copper, but I'm going to wait to see how today plays out. And maybe this will just collapse right back down again below the line today, and we might be correct on the trade. I don't know. So we'll have to wait to see. Now, on all of the others, on silver, copper, and silver, gold, and platinum, I don't have any positions. We talked about this yesterday. I took a short on silver, and I took a short on platinum. I got stopped out of both of them. They were also very tiny positions, no damage done. But what I do want to now play, and I think this is the way it's going to go, the way I like to play, if we are going to short the the uptrend on metals, not only precious metals, but this sort of quadruple here, I think it starts with copper and then silver and then platinum and then gold. I think that's the way we sort of phase out or swing out of the sector into a different sector. In my opinion, that might be Bitcoin, other crypto investments. But as we swing out or rotate out of a sector, it's normally the weakest one that goes first. That would be copper, and then platinum, and then silver, and then gold. So if you are going to start shorting metals, like I have, start with copper, and then look at silver, and then platinum, and then gold. Gold is looking pretty strong, bouncing off that bottom. Let's have a quick look. Bouncing out of that horizontal line with the trees at bottom. It's definitely bullish, and one should be looking to buy dips on gold, maybe down to about 4,020. I like the 80s and the 20s, and I like the bottom of those two candle bodies right there. That'd be a good place. It's probably about a 50% pullback too. So that looks like a good level at 40.20 to get long on gold if you're thinking to the long side. But I'm actually thinking to leave that one alone for the moment and look at silver. We've got a good structure on silver that we can sell into or buy into. Now, let's draw a couple of paths here, and I'm going to trade one of these paths. I don't know which yet, because I don't know which path is going to form, but it's either going to be the breakdown through the trend line, the 20 and the 50 period moving average here on this 4-hour chart. It's a 4-hour, not a day chart. And then the retracement back to the trend line, and then the continuation down to the next gradient trend line, somewhere down there. That could take us down to 45 from 48, 50, well 50 now, yeah. 50. So that's a 10% move down. And we could even get much further. We could get down to the 200 period moving average down here, or down to the third angle trend line, something like that. I think that's a bit optimistic though, and I'd like to aim for that line, and the 200 period moving average will curl up as we head towards that direction. So I think we'll have a chance to sell silver if we break the trend line quite easily without fuss and without any confusion. It's a very clean picture. And if we don't get that, the other option will be, let's change that to red. The other option will be a test of the trend line. I hope we do get it. We may not even get a dip down here, but a test of the trend line and a bounce out of it. And that would be the second option for me to trade today or tomorrow or sometime this week. So it's one of the two. But the key to all of this is that we have now got a blob that we can put right there, and we know where we're sort of aiming for into that blob, and that's where the action is going to take place. If we get a little bit of a dip, it could turn into a much bigger dip, or it might just be the opportunity to gather some liquidity for a new bounce, and then a head up towards that previous high at 55 or thereabouts, and probably higher, considering that what we now have is what looks like an ascending triangle. No, sorry, not an ascending triangle. The previous all-time high, which is not on this chart. I need to pull up a different chart, which is miles back. It's just around about this price level. Can't remember the precise level. Yeah. But there we go. So I think we've got two options on silver, a short or a long, and we'll decide when we get to the blob. And we have not got down there yet, so there's nothing to do on all of those. Yeah, and that's what I think. And Paul, what I do like actually about the way we share our charts, I was just thinking about the charts we're on, is that you're looking at the 5 minute, maybe the 1 hour, 15 1 hour charts, yeah, the much shorter term charts. It's really good to see the points of control and the fair value levels, all those levels, I always forget what they are, on your chart, on the shorter term charts, and precisely where the market may turn when you're sort of magnified and zoomed in with a magnifying glass in that zone. When I look at my charts, I'm looking for much broader themes, like say, gold made a tweezer bottom at this level at 4,000 and bounced out, so it becomes support. Now, in your charts, you'll have a lot more detail about where we might trade and more precision on these levels. So I don't want readers or viewers, rather, no one's reading this, to be confused about the two different approaches we have. I'm looking at a much broader view, and Paulie's looking at what he's going to be trading later in the day, because Paul's an active day trader along with the other coaches. And Paul will be looking for setups 5 minutes by 5 minutes by 5 minutes, knowing that he's got 2 or 3 hours to take trades, to make profit from the market, and to get out quickly. I hold my trades for days and sometimes weeks, sometimes even months. And so I'm not looking for the same sort of reaction speed. I'm not 20 5 or 35 or 45 anymore. My reaction speeds slow down a bit. And so I take the slower old man trades, and Paulie and his friends over at the futures group, the A team, take the day trades. So just in case there was any
Yeah.
confusion about that. So
The the
so in
confluence with
general on
longer term
metals, I
charts,
think
the confluence with longer term charts and shorter term traders should always be looking at the longer term charts too. So when you bring up these longer term charts and you're going through your analysis, it's essentially reassuring of the long term analysis that I'll do separately to then understand the confluence with the shorter term time frames, because you should always have multiple time frames working together. So having you go through the longer term time frames gives me more confidence in my shorter term viewpoints and whatnot, and understanding, okay, this is matching up with this is a good trade for today, or this isn't matching up as well, maybe I step away from it. So no, I agree, and I agree with the
yeah,
sentiment.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fantastic. Folks, put your questions up in the chat if you have any while we're rotating through these different sectors, because we may miss something that you really, really need to know, or that you really are interested in. Or even it might be a technical technique or a tool or a setup or a system, something that you don't quite understand or that you want to learn more about, something that you heard somewhere. Paulie would love to teach you all about ICT and Elliott waves, I'm sure, when it's his turn.
No, 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 no,
And
nope,
I certainly won't be.
nope. But Wu
No,
Shan
no.
though did ask about URA. He did ask about. I know you are a uranium guy, so maybe we could look at URA
Yeah,
at some point.
yeah, let's look at that. So I've got uranium on my energies page. I've got uranium, uranium, XLE, which is the energies ETF. If you don't know what to trade when you're trading energies, you could trade the XLE ETF, which is much easier. That's this one here. I'm long on this one, looking for a bounce out of that channel, looking for a move up to there. That's energy in general. But when we're talking about URA, and I trade URA and UEC, the two uranium instruments, and this is URA. I'm short on URA. I've been long. In fact, you can still see my long position, long here. I was very proud of that one. And I held that long all the way up to, I think, the first red arrow, roughly, and then started getting short. In fact, first of all, I hedged it, and then I exited it, and then I shorted it. So I probably got out of the long slightly below there, maybe at the top of these levels, but not far below where we're currently trading. I could have got a bit more, and I should have probably waited for the top of the channel, but I was worried about this big order block that we moved into and a big volume zone. We're now above that, which is it means that we've kind of done a bit of a job on this and managed to get through a bit of traffic there, which is kind of bullish. But we are at the channel top, and it's a fair channel. I mean, it's just it's an upward channel starting at the bottom here where we started to get long. We've touched the top a few times. We've touched the bottom a couple of times. So yeah, it's a reasonable channel, and we're trading right at the top. I think I've got about a 30. I think these are all 10% in size, so I've got about 30% of my allocation of URA in, and I still don't. I haven't. I could have added a lot more on, but I haven't done that because it doesn't look all that convincing to me. Yes, we have a little doji through the channel top. Yeah, we got short there. It's moved down today a wee bit, but there's no real momentum downwards, and we are at the top of that breakout zone, so probably a bit iffy. Let's see what happens. It's incredibly overstretched. I wanted to point out this other chart while we're talking about overstretch and quickly go back to the gold chart. We'll come back to URA in 1 second. This is a gold chart. This is what we talk about when we say overstretched. This is like a tapeworm, right? It's too neat, too straight, in fact, Tiger has a word for it. He calls it the tape measure, and I think it's Tiger. And tape measures eventually, if you roll a metal tape measure out and move it out, and keep that kink in the right sort of spot so it doesn't flop down, you can do that for long enough. But eventually, the kink doesn't hold, and the tape measure flops down. And that's what's going to happen here at some point. This is incredibly overstretched, and it's untenable, and it's out on a limb, literally. That's what out on a limb looks like. And so when we go back to URA, we have a similar sort of picture, and it's one of the reasons why I'm short. Not just because it's a channel top, but we've got this out on the limb situation, right up. It's not as bad as gold. There's a bit of structure to it. Gold's just a ribbon. Yeah, so I think we'll just trade within this channel for some time to come. And I'm looking for a move back down to the 50 or the 20 or even the 100 period moving average down near the bottom of the channel. And we could see a move something like that. We might try and bounce out of here initially. There's the channel center line that we've got to get through, and then maybe down to the bottom. And let's see what happens. I don't really know. I just think that uranium is in demand. It's a slow moving play. We don't just start building. I know they are actually building a lot of nuclear plants in Europe and in China and other places in the East, but it's not like suddenly everyone's buying uranium and that the volume of demand volume is going to get overwhelming overnight. So, and we've seen FOMO plays on this a couple of times already. And if you've been trading this for any long length of time, you may have been involved in this rally. We got long right at the bottom there. We've been doing very well on uranium, actually. It's not a difficult play. It's in demand. There's not a lot of it. It's difficult to get out of the ground, and it lives in the same holes as gold, pretty deep, and it's difficult to get. So it's pretty scarce. And as we use more of it, this is going to keep on going up. And so it's not a difficult play. But when these FOMO rallies occur, like we saw over there, well, twice to some extent, and once or twice over here, we saw a lot of traders getting trapped, and then we see these big sell-offs. So that's likely to happen again. There's too much hype going on Twitter and YouTube and so on, saying that uranium is going to the moon, and maybe even beyond the moon to Uranus, uranium, any of those other big planets out there. So you know what I mean. So and it kind of rhymes as well, doesn't it? So yeah, so I think there's a bit of FOMO here, and I think we could see a bit of a pullback. That would be great. Same with UEC, and I think we're about to be kicked out. Well, not quite yet. Same as UEC, similar pattern. I don't have any plays on this just yet, but I will be getting long, and particularly if we get a dip back down anywhere near this big volume zone where we consolidate for about 3 years. So yeah, that's uranium. I think the demand will continue, but be careful of FOMO and exaggerated claims about uranium and how much is going to be used, because it's really difficult to find and difficult to get hold of. And the rate of nuclear growth is also somewhat related to the amount of uranium that's around. So it doesn't just mean that we can put this huge demand on uranium and that it'll just appear, or the price will just magically keep going up. So it's much more complicated than that. So be careful of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's all on uranium and energies in general. Paul, did you have a look at oil and natural gas? We haven't talked about it. I don't think.
Yeah. I took a look at the charts earlier today. But if you want to, I don't know if you want to go over crude oil, because I went over crude oil and natural gas charts. I know you went over natural gas earlier.
Yeah.
But you didn't go over crude oil. So I don't know if you want to talk about crude oil a bit.
Yeah, pretty much agree with you, Paul. There was a bit of a concern yesterday and last couple of days, particularly yesterday, because it was moving up quite fast. For those of you who are watching it on the intraday charts, let's go and have a look. Yesterday, we saw quite a bid under oil. We moved back down again quite rapidly, but this sharp move up, this took place. That was actually that was this morning. That was during Asia. Yeah. Just a few hours ago. So a sharp move up, but we had a similar thing yesterday too, and it's been quite difficult to trade. There's that big move up from yesterday during Asian trading session, really. Asian session, big move up early this morning at the beginning of the European session, and then a collapse back down again and just moving up. So pretty tricky to trade if you're trading it on an intraday basis. But when you zoom out to the day chart, it's not that difficult. I'm short. I know if you're day trading, or if you've got a funded account, you can't hold trades for days and weeks, and so you have to day trade and get in and out during the day. But if you're a swing trader like I am, I don't really look at intraday moves very much. I look at 4-hour charts and that's it. That's about as deep as I go into it. And so yeah, I mean it looks okay. We just moved up to the 20-period moving average. Today's forming or trying to form something like a tweezer top at that level. Still holding below the 20 on the day chart, and I think my view has not changed. If we move up to the order block or the 20-period moving average, sorry, the 200 or the purple line into these vicinities, I'll definitely be adding more short positions. Each one of these is roughly 10%, so I think I've got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 60% on this trade, which means I've still got 40 left to add if I choose to do so. But I'll only do that probably if we, get a bit of a small rally from where we are currently trading. Barring that, I think we're going to move down. I'm still aiming for the bottom of the channel by the end of the year, and that should take us below $50 by December, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So pretty dull trading, really. Not a lot going on there last week or so.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I did quickly find the Fed Chair Powell speech thing wasn't really a speech of any sort. It was just introducing Fed Bowman basically heading this community bank conference. So he just did a short little video in lieu of him being there and just saying, like, thank you to everybody and whatnot, and introducing Bowman to be speaking at this community bank conference. So nothing out of Powell that would shake anything.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's a relief, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Here's an interesting one. Yeah. Here's an interesting one for those who are interested in exotic trades. This is the dollar, South African rand. That's where I live, in South Africa. And I've been trading this currency pair since 1996. Now, I'll tell you a couple of interesting points about this. I don't know if this chart even goes back that far. Let's try a different chart. No, hang on. I want USD ZAR. Let's quickly look at this. Let's try this chart here. So I want to show you, going back to that period when I started trading, where the rand was against the US dollar. So let's take 1995, and the price was 5 rands to the US dollar. Yeah. And now we carry on along here, and we see how the rand has completely collapsed. In other words, the dollar has rallied against the rand, and we're right at all-time lows for the rand, and made a double top at that high at around about 20, just below 20. Double top there, and since then we've moved down. I'm of the opinion that the rand should be much, much weaker than it is because of political problems going on in this country and their relationship with the US and sanctions that are being imposed by the US upon this country for political reasons, and South Africa's relationship with various declared terrorist countries. And considering all of that headwind, this chart should be moving up much faster, but it's moving down. I did discover, and I wasn't paying enough attention to it, that South Africa is benefiting from oil discovery off the coast of Namibia. And because Namibia's currency is pegged to the South African rand, we're talking a massive oil discovery. I don't know all the details. I'm busy looking into it. And I'm a bit slow on the news, but massive oil discovery pegged to the rand, and the rand is getting strength. And I think we've got to finish off, folks.
Wow.
So just an interesting thing to finish off with, and I thought you might find that useful. So if you are, buying this chart, be a little bit careful. We're at critical support right now at 17 rands to the dollar. So
yeah.
All right, Paulie, we got to go.
Awesome.
And folks, we got to go. Thanks for the session. It's great. We'll see you tomorrow again.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Good morning,
righty.
everybody. Good afternoon, Sam.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, Daryl.
Good
How you
morning,
doing?
guys.
How
Good
are-
afternoon, Sam.
How are you all?
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
we're alive and well. We're alive and well. Another day, another shutdown.
Another day, another dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Something.
Well, we'll see what
quick to
happens.
mention. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Something quick to mention here, real quick on the. I did mention it just on the pre-market buzz, but Fed Bowman, or we mentioned it. Fed Bowman was speaking at the community bank conference. Fed Chairman Powell just had a short little 5-minute video to introduce Bowman essentially, and nothing crazy. So don't worry about that medium impact event that was at 8:30 a.m. with Fed Powell. Nothing really happened there. And then aside from that, we just have some headlines coming out of the UK with PM Starmer talking about wanting to press on with other trade deals, and China's not on the list for a trade deal, stuff like that. So nothing super crazy or anything, but yeah, we'll just keep an eye out on the headlines here. It's Japan's kind of coming into the spotlight a little bit with their new prime minister. Takaichi was making some comments earlier, so yeah, we'll just keep it. We'll keep an eye out. So
Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I think some of the tariff trade we're going to start to get a little more information about where things are leading. Right, the closer we get to the end of the year. I mean, the whole Starmer thing. That's Trump just went over and spent a few days in the UK with him in London, and they just solidified their relationship. UK and US are they're bonded strong. So he's just trying to keep everyone from going over towards buying Russia oil like India is doing. And, they're just trying to keep things moving. But I'm with you, Paul. It's nothing new that we haven't heard. It's just more of I think because we have no real data right now, we have no other news. It's making news, right? That's what we got to
do.
That's it.
Yeah.
Let's make the news. Let's do something to make the news.
Right.
What can we do?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Daryl, I want you to
so
do it. I want you to spoof 1,000 contracts repeatedly on the ES. Let's make the news.
I'll just keep. I'll spoof it. I'll move it 2 points higher. I'll just keep moving it up, dragging us up to new all-time highs as we go all day long. It'll just be a major trend. It's like, what was up with this? This thousand contracts kept coming in and out. Oh man, wouldn't that be fun?
That would be.
What else do we have on today? What else do we have? We have not much, really, as far as on the
A very sideways market on the pre-market.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have
nothing at all.
We did make a new all-time high in the ES in the overnight, and then we kind of sold off a little bit, and we just kind of consolidated through. Yep, exactly.
That's it.
And it looked early. I mean, it happened very early. It happened very early in the open, in the Asian session. I thought, well, crap, maybe we're going to keep marching forward, but we didn't. We just kind of consolidated. It stayed within, that upper distribution range on yesterday's profile. And we're still opening up here. We're just maybe inside value area, Paul. I would call it on the ES. I mean, we're maybe breaking out a bit, but we're within yesterday's range. We'll say that comfortably up high.
We're right at value area high. We're trading right outside of it and inside of it. It's just constantly out and in right now. Yep.
Yeah.
On the value area.
Yep, so we'll see.
It's like a fun session. I mean, I just kind of want this government shutdown to end. Let's let the markets, kind of give a bit more. It's just behaving very strangely. I don't like them.
Yeah, I mean, I get a feeling we're going to have a repeat of yesterday, but we may not. We we may not. We may have a sell off,
You
a
know
little
what?
bit of a
It wouldn't
pullback,
surprise me.
profit taking.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't surprise me if we just have a massive down day. Like, I'm basing that on nothing
Nothing
other
would
than the
surprise
fact that nothing would surprise me, because that's not, like, would seem unlikely, but it just wouldn't
me.
surprise me.
Yeah.
Considering, we had this massive sell-off and then all of a sudden we just completely reversed it. I think anything's possible in this market today. I'm just marking out my charts right now. I see nothing. I see absolutely nothing. Let me actually, I could probably go over a few things for the viewers.
Okay.
I was going to say,
That'd be
Sam,
great.
if you want me to, real quick, I can mention something about the ES here. In the overnight,
Sure.
when essentially where we have based out a few times, like we kind of had this support area around 67.96 that we've touched essentially 3 times in the overnight. And point of control from yesterday's session was 67.98. So essentially we've seen support at yesterday's point of control in the overnight multiple times, and then we've stayed above it for the most part and hung out at value area high. So my thought going into the open here is keep an eye on when we do open. If we go back down to touch that 67.96 to 67.98 area, and if sellers can't like push through that more easily, if we can't push through that more easily and we kind of stall out there, that might be an area to possibly get long for a essential retest of the overnight all-time highs. That would be my thought. But if we do easily break through that, then we would be looking to get past the 67.89 area, which is value area low of the previous day's value range, and maybe we can find some consolidation underneath, and then some sort of short play to maybe short down into the 67.75 area.
It looks like Daryl's screen is up, not yours. Adjust clock now. It's like, wait a second, this is not really.
Sense.
Yeah,
that's fine. It's fine.
It's okay. I mean, I was kind of as he was talking, I was kind of moving my screen to kind of follow along what he was saying.
Right.
I noticed it too. But it's okay. It's all good.
Well,
if you want to take over, Paul, by all means, we should switch over to Paul. We should. Yeah,
sure.
There we go.
Sure, let's do it. So this is the area 67.98. This is where we've seen that support in the overnight, and now we're trading up here at value area high 68.03 or so, which is also a regular trading session all-time high essentially. And then the area that I was talking about that we'd want to break through is 67.89 down here. We want to find some consolidation below that. And then if we would be looking at that point for a short down into 67.75 or so, which is where we essentially consolidated in the overnight of the last session before we opened the last session. So right before that, we were consolidating right around 67.70 to 67.75. That's where I'd be looking for a rough short target to the downside there. But yeah. Just a real quick mention. I know, Sam, you can dive into the Nasdaq a little bit possibly here.
Yeah, absolutely. Back end, can you whip up my screen?
Whip it up.
Whip it real good. All right, so I've drawn a volume profile basically from yesterday's massive push up that we had, and I'm just drawing out all the gaps. The first gap has already been tested and we've kind of rejected a bit off it, and we're just consolidating. Do I think this is going to hold? Probably not. I would like to see, ideally, a bit of downward pressure come break through here, maybe retest it, and then we can go down to this area here for a nice short position, and then potentially try and scalp long for a continuation, but at least up again. So I can see a lot of scalps, and then if we break again, we can short it here. If we break through, we can short again, and then we can buy it there. And there's loads of great places where we can scalp it. That would be the ideal situation for me if we actually start pushing down and kind of play between these areas. Because a lot of time, you're going to get consolidation between these areas, just going to do this. And it does this pretty much every day at some point, especially when we have this kind of structure. You just get this, and then eventually it either pushes up or pushes down and breaks. And that's a great scalping opportunity as well. However, very possible that we could open up and we just start shooting up. Which in that case, I would have to do another volume profile as we push up and then wait for gaps to be created, which a little bit of a pullback into one of those areas, and I can long it and do the continuation. That would not be as ideal because you're going to get a lot less opportunity, but that's pretty much all I see with the Nasdaq. Hopefully something happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. For sure. No, for sure. Guys, I am going to have to quickly take, I just have to get off for like a few minutes here. I'll be right back. I didn't message the production crew. I just gotta, I'll be right back though, guys. All right.
All righty. Okay. So,
there we go.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, Sam, it would be good to have a nice sell-off. I hate to say we're overdue because I hate using language like that as a trader, you know, with random markets. It's like, I never want to say I expect or I predict or I want this or that, but it, you know, I mean, God, day after day after day of keeping new all-time highs and just all this money coming into the market. At some point, people are going to just, you know, take some profits. You would think.
Yeah.
You would think, especially with the the looming U.S. shutdown. We're going. What is this, day 10 now? I think tomorrow's Friday. It'll be the end of the week. You know, before we know it, if we don't start to see some traction here, this thing could just go another weekend. Now we're starting to see other services affected. I mean, I'll be the first to admit the U.S. government is overly bloated. There's far too many workers. I'm sure this is similar in the UK. Far too many workers that do nothing and get paid. They just, you know, they don't do anything. They just get paid, and they want all the benefits from the government. So I look from a purely capitalistic standpoint, I support the fact that we're making the government a little more mean and lean. However, when everything starts to stop and nothing's moving at all, it becomes problematic. So, you know,
absolutely.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll fucking see.
Some good potential news is the fact that the cumulative delta on the NQ as of right now, so since since market turned over, is negative 600. It's not the biggest number in the world, but again, this is pre-market. And it is negative. So maybe we might see that negative sell pressure kind of step in the market on the open.
Yeah.
I can't imagine we're going to... I would like to think, logically speaking, if you were one of the bulls yesterday, considering what's going on right now with the, like Daryl said, the government shutdown, etc., no real news is coming out. It's all a bit kind of up in the air.
Right.
I would like to believe that you would take your money out the market and be a bit more cautious, right? You wouldn't kind of, you know, you'd have a bit more caution in this market. So I would be surprised if we just, again, strong buy pressure, everyone buys and it just rallies up like crazy like yesterday. Because logically speaking, to me, that wouldn't make any sense. Now, it doesn't have to be logical. The market can be, can do whatever the hell it wants.
It's not logical.
So,
not logical at all. Jerome Powell spoke and nothing happened again. I mean, this is, you know, it again, it really, like I said this yesterday, I keep saying it like a broken record. It reminds me of 2000 to 2001. It's irrational exuberance, like Alan Greenspan used to say. But the market will do what it wants to do far longer than you can stay solvent, right? If you're trying to fade it and you're getting beat up because you just are demanding that something must happen. And you may be right. You know, all of us may be right in the longer term, but it's the here and the now that we got to worry about. You may be right, but you may not be right today. And if you're getting, you know, your accounts getting eroded, or you're blowing up accounts, or you're getting heavy losses, where it's taking you, you know, you have a 50% loss in an account, it's going to take you 100% of gains to get back. So you may be right, but you're just stubbornly sticking to your guns, and you're just getting beat up. So you don't want to do that. You want to just try to reframe your position and think, okay, what do I need to do for today? Exactly. The reality.
Yeah, the reality is, if trading conditions are not optimal for you, and you are down for the day, walk away. That is what I would say. Walk away.
I agree.
There are times where the market is just responding so well to my strategy, right? And I can really stretch it out, and I can be like, wow, you know, I've had a really good day today.
Yep.
Those days will come, right? And there are days where no matter, it's just, you know, it'll tick me out by like one tick and then go my way. And then I try jump in again, and then, oh no, it reverses. And it just doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, what the hell is going on today? Those are the days that you really got to pay attention, because those are the days that will make a difference to, you know, your long-term success. Those are the days where you need to just get that willpower to say, right, not today. I'm closing the computer. I'm walking away. I'm coming back tomorrow. Because you can lose 50% of your account. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like, oh, that will never happen. Trust me, it will happen. If you can, if it's just one of those days that doesn't work with you, it can happen. You can lose 100% of your account. I can tell you that right now. It is possible.
Yes.
As crazy as it sounds, like
for sure.
we like, oh, we'll never lose. You know, if you got let's just say 50K, like I'm talking cash account here, K, right? To lose 25 grand in one day, if you think that's easily, like it's not even.
It's happened to me many times. No, it's not. It's happened to me. It definitely has happened. I know, that's the thing.
Limit those losses.
Absolutely. And so before, we got about 10 minutes here till the open of the New York session, I just want to give a little shout out to all of our wonderful viewers in the chat that are hanging with us this morning, or this afternoon, wherever you may be. But we got all kinds of guys here. Martin is here. I don't know if Martin's still here, but
Martin Gale, welcome back.
Martin Gale is back. The philosopher's here. Some of these guys may be from the earlier session, but I'd like to see if them hanging around. But Eric Lake is here, of course.
Eric.
And
Eric is here.
Robert Mashiro is here, of course. And again, like and if you haven't subscribed, I'm sure most of you have, but if you can give us a like this morning, that would be great. It goes a long way for our stream and the growth, obviously on YouTube, as you guys all know how it works. And we would greatly appreciate a like. And bring your friends over to the stream. Introduce them.
That's it.
If you like what you're getting here, if you're getting some value out of what we do, it is a party. It's a total party. It's a total.
I also want to point out on the analysis I've just done, the pre-market analysis, notice how I have created a situation regardless of what happens. I haven't said, okay, it's going to do. I said, if it goes down, this is what I'll be looking to do. If it goes up, this is what I'll be looking. Because right now, zero bias. Like I have no bias. I have no clue what's going to happen. No one knows really what's going to happen. There are some days where you're going to have a bit more of an incline based on other things. But like this market today, it's literally, I have no idea. I couldn't, even if you put a gun to my head and said, you must guess, I would have to flip a coin. So you got to kind of like approach your trading day with different scenarios so you don't get completely married to one idea. And then when it does the opposite, you're still married to that idea and say, oh, it has to drop. Because that can really chop you up and pulls back as well.
Yeah, exactly. I always do like if it does this, then what? If it does that, then what? Kind of thing. Like, be just like you said, Sam. Just it can go either way, and you don't want to get too convicted. Yesterday, I switched my bias. I was definitely thinking we were going short early on, but after it was apparent that enough of the selling off had occurred, and I was stopped out, and I'm like, let me reevaluate. And I'm like, oh no, I think we're switching, and I was able to switch. If I didn't switch and I faded that all yesterday, I would have had a horrible day. I would have been crushed. So, it's just what you got to do as a trader, as a day trader anyway. If you're swing trading, it's different. Position trading, it's different.
Paul, I still can't hear you.
Oh, you're muted, Paul.
Might be the back end that's muted.
Or something. Yeah, I think it's them. All right, so we're about 6 minutes out from the open. Let me just check the news and see anything has changed here. Again, probably going to be a slowish day. We'll get some headlines. We may get some tweets. Things may move around. Of course, if we get some positive progress on the U.S. shutdown, then we'll update everybody, and I think the markets will definitely react to that. But as of now, we're just looking at opening up, observing what happens here. We're going to have some short-term T-bill auctions in about, actually when we get off the air. So there's nothing really until we get off the air on this segment. So we'll just wait and see. Wait and see.
Absolutely.
I mean, tomorrow, Friday, we do have Michigan consumer sentiment. I think we're going to get that. I don't know. I think that's a private group that does this. Maybe the University of Michigan. So if that's the case, it's not U.S. government. We should get that number. So that's something to look forward to tomorrow, at least by the end of the week. But until then, all is quiet on the Western Front, as they say.
Indeed. Very true.
All right. Yeah, Japan, man. Takaichi is a busy man right now, this prime minister. Betting on a Bank of Japan rate hike in October. Just Japan's got some issues.
I didn't know how to pronounce his name when I did the news the other day.
Takai.
And his name
I think it's
popped up.
Takai. I know. You're like, you're like the new Japanese prime minister. You just leave it at that. The new Japanese prime minister
kind of mumbled it. And yeah.
That's so funny.
Put me off guard.
Hey, you pulled it off. No one knew any different. Oh, I do have one thing to mention. Here, looking at equities earnings on the day. Couple of big names. Finally, Delta Airlines today. I believe this is ahead. Did they already come out? They may have already released. Delta, let me see. And Pepsi, which already came out. Pepsi came out early. Pepsi came out like 3 hours ago. So, but Delta was supposed to come out also before the open. So I don't know if it did. Obviously, didn't have much of a reaction. But nothing after the close. Nothing's really noteworthy. So again, adding more to the dull day. So I kind of hyped us up for no reason. These are all done. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. What can I say? All right. So, do we got Paul back, or is he still muted?
I think he's still muted, but they'll figure it out. If not, Paul, try leaving and coming back. That sometimes fixes the issue.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Okay, so Just holding this little grinding channel here in the ES as we get ready to open. Just trading just above the 6,800 level that we've been kind of in most of the London session anyway. But tight consolidation, just to reiterate those that are joining us now. The ES and the Nasdaq made new all-time highs in the overnight, and we are pulled back a little bit. We're consolidating, and we're waiting to see how things react to on the open, and probably going to sit and observe for a bit. Not going to front run anything, not going to try to predict or, expect anything to happen like it must happen. We're just going to watch and wait.
I'm still muted.
And don't be afraid to.
There you go.
No, you're back.
We hear you now.
No, I'm back.
We hear you now, Paul.
Awesome.
Yay. All right.
Yep.
Awesome. Something I was going to say really quickly in reference, because I was listening earlier to you guys, and I was listening to Daryl talking about, being, not wanting, don't short the tops, and you can, the market can be like keep going up, and basically you'll be insolvent before the market actually proves you right. Yeah. And I think it was the Big Short where Michael Burry is explaining, like, I might have been the first in my trade or whatever, but I know I'm right. It's just not working out yet. And then the guy's like, it's the same thing. So essentially, what the moral of the story is being right, but with the wrong timing is still being wrong. That's the moral of the story.
That's right. When I was saying that, I was actually thinking of Michael Burry in the movie and his other partner saying, "Give me my damn money back! Give me my money back!" Yeah. He's like, "You gave me full control of the fund."
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. And you're right. You're right. All right, here we go at the open. We're gonna get the bell here. Yep.
Let's get that bell in 15 seconds. See what happens.
Yeah, buyers are coming in already to the
$500 we're going to drop. Who wants some action?
We're going to go both ways.
All right.
We'll do both. We'll go up and down. How's that?
Okay, sell pressure coming in.
Lovely. I love that sound.
Pressure.
That was the NYSE or the Nasdaq sound. Beautiful bell.
Woo.
All right.
A lot of sell pressure.
A lot of sell. Not much of an open swing high yet.
Damage yet.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing too moments. This is probably the weakest open we've seen in a while. It's a very weak open. Yeah. In terms of volume as well. Nothing's even crossed over 100 contracts on a single price level.
Yeah, in terms of volume, I would agree.
Very weak.
Feels like the overnight session is still happening.
It does. Wake up! Come on, New York.
Just
get out of bed.
Yeah, I've got a couple of targets that I look at. When I look at the overnight, I look at the behavior. I obviously have a target of the overnight high, which is the new all-time high at 68.12 quarter. So I got to kind of hold that. Maybe it's 68.12.50. I may be off by a tick. It doesn't really matter.
It's going to be a range day.
But
saying it now. We're ranging.
The Oracle has spoken. He has.
He has.
I love it.
Nah, this is
we got
really
a swing high now.
This is tremendously weak.
It's good strong move to the upside here to retest this all-time high in the ES for sure. For sure. We got liquidity at 68.10. Oh yeah, it's going. Buyers are taking it back up for the retest. The question is, will we get an extension of the all-time high? Should we get there? Only 4 points away.
Oh wow. All right, get this. So the cumulative delta before the open was 399 to the sellers. After the open, it's at 385 to the sellers. It's basically completely flat. This is dead. completely
Wow.
flat. This is the weakest open
Yeah.
volume-wise I've seen in a very long time. It's I think it's going to be a range today. I think it's going to be a very flat day. I'm not expecting
Yeah, this
edge
isn't
of
looking too
moves.
good. Yeah.
Let's see what it does here. Point of control.
But it might still be exciting to the viewers, so stick around. Don't feel like, today's going to be boring. Let's no, this could be very
You never
exciting.
know. You never know what could happen for sure. Just off this open here, it's just seeming dull. I will say, what are you seeing, Daryl?
No, I mean, I almost got in long. I'm holding. I almost got in long off of point of control in the ES. I'm going to trade my cash and my Hola Prime account simultaneously today, kind of like I did yesterday. So I'm going to enter my cash account first. Unfortunately, I'm just got to prioritize. But I'm glad I didn't go in. Oh boy. I think we're going to retest that high. I don't know. Like yesterday, same thing happened. I don't know if we'll get an extension, but we came up, we got close to it, broke out of yesterday's high of day, but we didn't retest the high of the overnight. So we'll see. There we go.
Yeah.
Sellers are coming in.
All right.
Yeah, Tom, I agree. I don't blame you.
Open swing low.
This is hardly the conditions to make a trade. This is a pathetic market. Absolutely pathetic.
We're only 4 minutes in. What are you talking about?
Come on. Look at this. This is pathetic. I could have full ported
some good action.
And barely made $100. Could have full ported and be flat still. That's how weak this market is.
So if we do get down here to 6,800, it'll be interesting to see if we hold in the ES. There was a bunch of liquidity in the book that just got pulled as we kind of came up off the 6802 into 6803. So if we come back down, let's see if that liquidity comes in and acts as some sort of, support for us to trade through. No, it's all right.
Looks like the sellers are
want to go short here,
making a bit of damage, but the volume is next to that. We're at minus 700 cumulative. It's still extremely weak.
Yeah,
we're at
so weak that
we're at
I could move this market with my
100.
cash account. That's how weak it is.
Yeah.
If I enter a trade, I'll be the biggest player in the market.
With Sam's $150 cash account, he's going to move the market. Look at him go.
Yeah. Right.
This is how weak it is.
All right, back up to point of control here. And the VWAP is right on top. Everything's right smack in the middle. Let's look here. I got to start building up my profile now that we're 6 minutes in.
Yeah. Again, I mean, we are right at yesterday's value area high / previous day's high, 6803 quarter, 6803 50. I mean, we're just hovering right around it. So unfortunately, nothing to do at the moment.
I would normally get in long right now, but until we kind of clear, just based on the footprint, I would want to get long right now because there's a lot of trapped sellers. But it's just not moving much. The volume isn't really good enough for me to kind of pull the trigger on this, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, I'm gonna go long potentially. Let me just see if I'm correct here. 100.
That's funny because I'm looking. I'm stalking a short here in the ES. I would not be going long, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're right. It's not a good one. They didn't defend. So there were lots of sellers at the bottom of this candle right here. And they looked like they were trapped, but
Yeah.
they're all right. We've broken past it. So that was where my stop was, just below there.
Yeah, I just think just sit back and let this thing do its thing for a bit. It's a little erratic. The moves we're getting in the ES are, 2 or 3 points, and you can easily get chopped up so badly. So
I'm still seeing it for a long.
just wait.
But I'm not going to do it. I'm not yet because it's not the best. We're not really. The volume's just
we're
not
trading
there
in the middle
to give
here.
me much conviction.
You don't want to.
The biggest I've seen is 180, and 180 just isn't worth it.
Mm-mm.
Ooh,
I'm gonna wait.
I think you guys did mention. I think I heard you guys mentioning the headlines with Japan's Takaichi talking about the declining to comment on the likelihood of a near term.
Oh yeah.
And then you guys talking about not wanting to pronounce her name.
Sam read the news. He's like, meanwhile, the new Japanese Prime Minister has been taken.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm going in for a little long. I think there could be a tiny push up, but I would need to put my stop like here, and then maybe target these highs again or around this area.
Yeah.
My finger on the flatten. I can just see a few trap sellers at the bottom of that candle. I'm expecting a bit of a push up. Maybe I can grab a few points, but if I see much more absorption, then I'm getting out. They're getting absorbed. All right, I'm getting out. All right, tiny little scalp there. $471. Nothing major, but there's no real big moves happening. Yeah, they got around there as expected.
Yeah,
but
not yet.
470 bucks on a scalp, man. That's a good.
I know on
good,
like
I
a
feel
2-second
like
scalp
trade.
Was great.
Yeah, great trade for.
I was going to say that.
Like we're 10 minutes in and we've got terrible volume, and the guy makes almost $500, and he's like, "Yeah, it's small."
I know.
It's like, hey, I love to end the day with I'd be cool with that, today.
The way it sounded, I thought you were going to get out at a loss. You're like, yeah, I got to get out of here. I see it's not moving. And he's like, yeah, I made a quick 471.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
You got to, this is one of those days where I'm not holding for a minute. It doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good. Yeah. It's like one candle move. If I see trap sellers, trap buyers, then I'll go against them for one candle, and that's it. But hopefully, ideally, we get a nice clean break. It's like this play out, this one here. Right? We get a nice clean break. We come back into this area, and then we drop down. That would be nice. So it looks like we are.
Yeah, the only way I'm going to get long in the ES currently is if we get above 6807. We got to get above liquidity, and the point of control is at 05 and everything. So we got to get above there for me to maybe think we're going to retest the all-time high in the overnight. But it's still, it's like a 5-point move to potentially retest, barring that we go and extend the range. But just if I want to see a retest, I'd much rather sit and wait and watch price come up to that and see how we react if we fail off of that, or if we continue to go forward. Otherwise, I'm pretty much leaning on the south side, and I should have gotten in short there. I was really tempted based on how that was going.
I'm expecting something to happen a little bit in this kind of area here. Potentially we get that pullback, we come back into this area, and I can short it.
Yeah, well, we're just dip below 6,800 in ES. We'll see what we do.
what number is that? 254. 254. So there's a slight kind of area between these two blue lines here where I could imagine some buyers might be wanting to get in. But if these sellers are just going to pound right through it, but I would, because it's a very weak area. It's not an area I actually want to buy in. But what I
A lot of
would
volume down here, though.
hope if we come back in, then we can sell it, and I can sell it perfectly in that little area there, right here. This is where I want to sell. So we have a few buyers coming in as expected, but nothing I would really want to trade because there was quite a bit of sell pressure that made that move down. Let's see if we can push up into this kind of back into this area. Then I would be happy to take a short and we can go back down. That's if it
I think
continues,
we're going back down.
because it could just be a
We're
damn
holding
range
here. I think in order for it to go back up, it would have to be a quick reversal, and I think we're pushing through here to the south side. I'm getting it short. I'm in short.
Yeah, this would definitely be kind of this is definitely the area of a make or break in terms of the shorts taking control or not. So I was going to say real quick in terms of an update on some other things. Silver, by the way, in the last 45 minutes or so, we almost reached $50 an ounce. We got to $49.97. And then we took a U-turn, and we're now back to where we essentially started the session on silver, right below $49. So big spike in silver this morning to almost hit the $50 mark. God, crazy.
Retraced
Cool
retraced a little bit of that sell-off from yesterday, you know. Just shows you the strength in these markets. It's crazy. All right, let's get down through this here. Let's go. Better update my position. I am short 3 contracts in the ES for those in the chat.
Okay. So I've drawn a volume profile from the push down just now, and I can see the most immediate gap is this tiny little area here where the sellers might defend. We did get a retracement to it, and it looks like it might, but then it's done a push back down. So that kind of didn't go as high as I wanted. I only spotted that gap just now. I missed it, but it is what it is. But if we consolidate a bit here, I would really want to short in this area here. I want this to play out. That would be great. So it's only a small area. I think it can break that. This is going to be my position for a nice short. But really kind of need it to push back.
All right, let's go. Yes, breakdown. Here we go. Nice, nice. Yes, let's go, baby. Test the overnight low. Let's tag it. All right.
Get rid of that.
We might as well switch over to my screens as I'm trading.
Yeah.
Down leg.
Go for it.
Very nice, Daryl.
Let's see if we get continuation. This orange line is the overnight low down here at 67.94 and a quarter. We came very close to it. Let's see if we get down through it. I got to take profit just outside of it, around 93 or 92 and 3/4, just hanging out. I can move it, obviously. Probably drag and get break even at this point right here based on how we're kind of struggling a bit in case it pops back up and wants to go up to above 6,800. But it's looking good.
I don't know, guys.
Looking good here.
Still haven't broken
good.
Come on.
Gold and silver are dropping like rocks right now. Gold and silver are not looking too good.
Okay. Profit taken. Profit.
I need to load up my...
Yeah, Tom, take it easy. Like you know, don't jump into anything. Just got all day. Just because I'm in a trade doesn't mean everyone has to be in a trade. I'm just trading what I
That's
see.
the rule. If Daryl gets in a trade, you have to get in a trade. That is the rule here.
You have to get opposite. You go opposite of me. Whatever I do, go opposite. You'll do fine.
No.
No,
it's all right for a little bit of consolidation here. Come on. We can consolidate here on the ES, and then we can break through that.
Yeah, I don't mind this action. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't mind it staying here, just as long as it just kind of continues to just fall down a bit. All right.
Yep.
All right. Came up, got me out, basically scratched me out. I was just inside of break even. Okay.
I don't know. This area is holding quite well. I think I
was just really tight. I went into break even early,
out.
but it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Let's look at the profile.
It would be nice if it pushed up, 25,293 around that kind of area. Get a nice little push up to there, and then drop down. Continue. That would be lovely. Come on, NQ. Let's make that happen. Do your thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's early, but you can already see we've got a kind of low volume node and a double distribution of sorts. So
here we go.
If we can hold above,
that's it,
going back up here. But if we can hold this, it'll be cool.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Boy,
all right, back in that area. Load up the chart.
So see, it came up here. Let's see if it holds.
Don't move. Bro,
let's see if it holds up. Let's see if we go back.
It's not loading. This damn piece. This is it. All right. Okay. Come on. All right. We're in that area. If I can see a short potentially, because this could range, and this is what I worry about. It's the only things would stop me from shorting is if I believe we're in a range. That can happen. All right. Let's have a look. We're back in that area. Right. Time to look at the footprint. I've got my finger on the sell button just in case. Nothing yet. There's still buyers. It's all buyers. Come on, sellers. Let's see some sell pressure come in. Wow, these buyers there's no sellers. Okay. I'm not gonna fall yet. This could be.
All right, almost came up to mid and VWAP in the ES, which is sitting right around 6801, 6802. Didn't quite come all the way up, and it doesn't have to come all the way up. We talk about this all the time. It could just come to kind of a rough area.
All right.
If you're holding for like an exact tick. All right, good.
I have jumped in short. I got a bit of a crap. I got a bit of a crap entry, but just because I could see 200, 300 sellers just came in, but
laggy.
They are weak as hell. These sellers.
Way to go, Eric!
A lot of sellers
Eric
came
rakes it in.
Jumped in. I don't like it. If I'm honest, I don't like the fact that we're above those sellers right this second, which is not nice. So I might have to, unless sellers come in right now, I'm going to have to get out. There's no two ways about it. No, I'm going to have to get out on this. Yeah, I'm out. All right, so pretty much flat already. Those sellers got trapped very quickly.
Dow is, like the Nasdaq's looking good, good to the upside, but the Dow is, if you were short the Dow there, Sam, my goodness, that would have been 50 points in a matter of a minute and a half. That's interesting that the Nasdaq was able to hold up there and the Dow just decided to flush. Interesting.
I think range day, by the looks of it, it looks like a range. Oh, those are some sellers that came in. Oh, those are sellers that are coming in. Let's see. Make any progress.
Tom, if you're holding your short, you're looking good, buddy. There you go, Tom.
I'm short. Short as well. I'm out. Okay, I made like $1,000 on that trade. So again, this is the thing, right? Like I got out because of that massive move. I'm not gonna allow it to potentially whip up. My screen wasn't up. Okay. But back end, if you quickly go to me.
Yeah, and I'm also out of a position, production crew. If you guys want to adjust the screen, I've
Right.
been out of a
So
position for a while.
as I said before, I was looking to short when we get into this area. Now, the Nasdaq being a bit key here, did dip up a little bit high, so I did get out. I got into a short here when sellers came in, but they didn't really do much damage. And then again, they got in, and it was very quick, right? So although I exited, I didn't get my stop hit, but I exited at a loss just because I saw in that moment it's not going to happen. The next candle after,
Right.
as soon as those sellers came in, I was ready to jump in again. But so never marry a trade. If you're a scalper, you can't marry a trade. You've got to be happy to get rid of it in that moment. You can always jump in 10 seconds later sometimes, and then the trade happens. This is a perfect example of a trade not working out because I got in maybe a minute too early, got out, cut my losses, and then jumped in at the right time. And then we had this lovely big candle, made back the money, plus more. Everything's good. So, yeah. But whether we now continue down, so this still kind of played out. This line thing here, which I drew, as we break out of here, we come back into the other side, retest, kind of played out. Whether we get to the bottom here, to this area, this area here, that would be great because that will be my next area to potentially buy the market for a quick scalp. And then just play it through as it just bounces between these areas like the bouncy ball. That's all you're doing, right? It bounces between these areas. You just want to kind of catch the reaction, not the full move, just the reaction as a scalper. Oh, it's just me. Okay, it's the giveaway. That's when I was like, I thought my computer died.
You can guess what
where'd everyone go?
People gone in. Oh, there we go. You're all back. Your audio was gone. So
I think
I was
like, yeah, I think it
Hola,
muted
mi
us
amigo,
both,
Spad.
me
Hola,
and
mi
Daryl.
I kept talking. I'm like,
Sam's on an island by himself.
Spad is bad. Spad is back. Welcome
Literally.
back. Hey, Spad, what time's that 350 algo today? I'll be ready. I'll be waiting for it. Got to write it down. Was it 350 algo? 350 algo. You should change your name to 350 algo, Spad. Then I know it's you for sure.
Dude, that would be the best. That would be the best.
If anyone wants to take over the screen, because my computer's just so lagging right now because of the screen share.
Yeah, we can show.
If I do get another trade, I will. When we get further down and I can see a trade coming up, I will bring it back up. But this is just
Let's get through
impossible.
Let's get through this.
Yeah. Let's switch screens. Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
Perfect. So we just broke through value area low of the ES here, 67.89. So what I'm looking for is maybe a little bit of consolidation here soon in the next 5 minutes or so. See if we can't essentially hold below here and look for another short to the downside.
I got to go for the news. Sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
no problem. Yeah, there's a bunch of liquidity, though, Paul, like you said, sitting here around 83, 82. And I think the ES is just hanging out. We're hanging out. We're building up some steam, collecting some sellers, making a little stair step push down.
Yep.
I'm out of the short on my Project X on what I'm sharing, but I'm still riding the short in my other account that I've been in. So it's been good so far.
Nice.
Even with the pullback,
Daryl,
I'm still short.
Always killing it. Always killing it. Always.
Nah, I'm just holding. Holding. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. I knew you had a migraine or whatever you're suffering from one. You feel any better?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm feeling so much better now that I took some meds and whatnot. I'm feeling like $1,000,000 comparative to like 30, 40 minutes ago. So pretty great.
When I turned on the computer and you were on with James, I'm like, dude, you look pretty. I don't know what if you were like, I don't know what you were in a bad mood or something, but you didn't look like your typical self. And then when you're like, oh, I got a major splitting migraine, I'm like, oh, that's what's going on, because you could see it in your face.
Yeah.
You were just like, oh, dude, this might be here right now.
No, my head was definitely not feeling the greatest, but I'm feeling good now. So let's gonna keep the energy up now. Got a coffee as well, which always helps. So it's all good.
Yeah, actually, that's good. When Sam does the news, I'm gonna run and grab another cup. I gotta do that. I gotta tell these guys.
Yeah, sure. So it looks like in the ES here, we just did break back above that 67.89 area that I was looking at. So we are, you know what I'm going to look for, since we've kind of had a pretty good trend at the moment as of the last like 30 minutes, essentially below the 21 period EMA. I will look to see if we can't bounce a little bit further up into the 67.94 area, but it looks like it doesn't even want to do that. It looks like
come on down.
Wow.
Come on down,
like,
baby.
Pretty...
Look at this.
It's funny how it seemed.
Holding that short.
Yeah. It seemed like we weren't going to have too much of an eventful day. And then it just took us, 10 minutes to then start this little downtrend here. So it could be pretty fun.
I'm not surprised by this
trading day.
I'm not surprised by this move. And I figured either, it's like you were saying. I mean, we got below 6,800. It's a psychological level in the ES. If you get below that, which we're now staying well below, we could continue to see some profit taking potentially, or we could just, rotate around for a while. We are getting to some areas that we've traded a lot in. If you go back on previous days here, now that we're down, we're down below value area of Monday, yesterday. We're in an area and we're kind of a low volume spot for like a composite. If you go back 7 or 8 trading days, now we're coming down. So this is good. Yeah, I like this. And Sam always talks about this, where when you get into all-time highs and you're in no man's land, we don't have anything to gauge and to base a trade against. But when you come back down into areas where we have traded and there is history, then you can make a little more, you can hopefully see an advantage for your style, I guess, is probably the best way to say. I don't want to say like an edge, but you can pick out things and makes it identifying a trade or maybe getting into a trade easier. Because when you're in no man's land, never traded, it's like, where do you get in? Where do you get out? What do you do?
Right. Looks like we got some news here. Sam's going to do the news real quick, so we'll be right back. And here's Sam.
Yep.
Good day, traders. Let's run through what's moving FX, futures, and crypto right now on Thursday, 9th of October, 2025. We start with the global macro tone. Markets are pausing after a powerful run, with the US dollar firm and risk assets catching their breath. The dollar is on course for its best week in nearly a year, while the yen remains weak. In FX, the yen briefly traded near the 153 handle before recovering a touch, while euro and sterling are still largely dancing to the dollar's tune. In Asia hours, yen weakness has been compounded by political transition and expectations of policy continuity, while European jitters haven't helped the euro. In the UK, Bank of England policymaker Catherine Mann said we're not there yet on inflation expectations. Interpret that as caution on aggressive easing. Sterling paired losses intraday on that messaging. Across the channel, the ECB minutes from September underscore a delicate balance. Disinflation is progressing, but the council remains sensitive to undershooting risk. That tone limits near-term upside for the euro unless US data surprises to the downside. On the US data front, Thursday brings jobless claims and a speech from Fed Chair Powell. Claims remain in a holding pattern, and Powell's tone could tilt rates and dollar direction. Commodities offer important context. Oil is softer as Middle East risk premium fades amid ceasefire and hostage deal progress. That puts pressure on energy sectors and eases one headwind for broader markets. Gold is consolidating above $4,000, fueled by geopolitical jitters, growth uncertainty, and rate path risk. Silver is also flirting with strong levels. For future traders, gold remains in buy the dip mode, while the dollar and yields stay in focus. Index futures calmer after recent strength. This looks like a pause, though dips are still drawing buyers. Expect rotation and choppy sessions ahead. Back to FX micro themes you can trade today. 1. Yen weakness versus US yields. US dollar Japanese yen pullbacks remain shallow unless bond yields reverse. 2. Sterling reacting to Bank of England rhetoric. Hawkish leanings keep a support band in play, but dollar strength caps upside. 3. Euro is sensitive to ECB minutes and any fresh euro area fiscal headlines. Keep your economic calendar front and center for timed spikes. Crypto is in mixed mode. Bitcoin slipped below a nearby support as the dollar firmed and traders awaited Powell. Broad crypto breadth is flat to slightly positive, reinforcing the chop. Expect liquidity pockets during US hours. A big structural driver, the UK's FCA has lifted its ban on retail access to crypto ETNs, paving the way for London-listed Bitcoin and Ether products to reach more UK investors via mainstream brokers. That's a medium-term liquidity positive for Bitcoin and Ethereum during UK hours. Tactical outlook. Respect the dollar impulse if DXY holds higher into Powell. Bitcoin day rallies may fade. If oil continues to ease and real yields drift downward, dollar could outperform Bitcoin. If Powell is dovish, risk on may reassert into the US close. Levels and setups. For Euro US dollar, watch for post-trendline break supply overhead. The path of least resistance is downward unless US data disappoints. For US dollar Japanese yen, 153.0 remains a critical zone, with intervention chatter looming. For gold, $4,000 is a pivot. Above it, dip demand is strong. Below it, momentum funds may reduce. For Bitcoin, the prior day's low are the canary. Fail them into Powell and liquidity could slide. Reclaim them and ETF flows may reassert. Putting it all together, today's playbook is dollar-led, oil soft, gold sticky, equity steady, and crypto in chop waiting for Fed tone and US data. Fade extremes, trade the calendar, and keep sizing discipline into event risks. That's your wrap for Thursday, 9th of October. Trade well and stay nimble. Up next, we're back to trading with myself, Paul, and Daryl.
All right.
All right, we're back.
We are back.
Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. Sam will be here in a second. You got into a short.
So I did get
like.
short. Yeah, I got short. I
Yeah.
was in the money by a few points, and then I moved my stop to break even, got stopped out. It looked like buyers were getting a little bit exhausted just about 2 minutes ago, and I thought we were going to turn back down into the liquidity at 67.80. But it looks like we just like literally
Yeah.
ramped right through, and I'm down 155 on the morning right now. I just got stopped out of my second short that I got into. I reloaded short and then just got stopped out. So we might be looking at a little bit of support here between this 67.86
Yep.
and 67.89 area. So might be looking to
Yeah.
get long at some point, but I'll let everybody know what I'm thinking in the next 5 minutes or so.
Oh,
Yeah, I was trailing my cash account and I got out around 89. So when Sam was doing the news, when it came back up from the low of the day right there, it just got me out in the money. But that was a good trade. I was trailing in the money, so I'm out of a trade everywhere right now. I'm looking to, when it's doing this, I'm looking to re-engage short. I'm looking for places to get short again. It may go up. I mean, you could do anything, but point of control right now just came down in the ES. So it shifted from all the way up at 68.05 all the way down here to 67.89. We're building up more volume down here on this profile. So that's a good sign for being short.
Yeah.
In my book.
yeah, I'd be more short than long, but we are in a little range right now on the 1 minute chart. So I'm going to allow that range to play out.
Mm-hmm.
I want the NQ to drop to 25,234. 25,234. It's an area, so it starts at 25,234 and it ends at 25,221. So that area there, I would be looking at a quick buy scalp if the buyers come in, or if sellers get absorbed, or if something on the footprint confirms it. And then
short.
if we break that area, definitely a short as well. So that's my next playbook. But I'm just going to sit on my hands for a bit. Almost at 1,000. So
Daryl,
be nice if I just crack K. Crack the 1K. What's crack-a-lacking?
You cracker. You big cracker.
Oh, careful there, Carol.
You know what I'm saying? You a Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker? Oh, come on. Hold this area. Come on down to liquidity. Come on down. Come on down to 80. There we go. Get through that. Rotate down. Yes, Robert, I did say the cracker. Sometimes he acts like a cracker, right? Like, come on. I'm probably the biggest cracker on this stream, but you know, it's all good.
Well,
Tom, he says his first trading session has ended, going to
true.
gear up for the second half in about 40 minutes. Nice. Yes,
Very
hit
nice.
his break even, take profit. One did a nice gain this morning. Good job, Tom. Good job waiting as we talked. He and I were working on a little one-on-one the other day. I know you had him as well yesterday, Paul. So it's nice to see, you know, our viewers take advantage of our one-on-one sessions that are free to you guys so far. It may not be free forever, but it's nice, you know, to learn what you can.
Yeah.
We may not tell you what you want to hear, and we may not tell you the right way to trade, but you know, kudos to you guys to want to push yourself and learn and just hear another point of view. That's the biggest thing. It's just listening to see how someone else does it and maybe get some feedback on what you're doing right or what you're doing wrong. You know, it's great. And so I give him a lot of credit for trying to improve himself.
I'll tell you something.
definitely.
What up, 350?
Do a session with Daryl.
Oh my God. Is this bad? This is bad. He changed his handle to 350 for the 350 algo. I guarantee you that's him. That is freaking Hilarious, dude. That's got to be you,
All right.
Gotta
Spad.
be right.
I like.
And it's his humor as well.
I know.
his
It's.
humor.
I like crack. Like for crack. I mean, come on, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's too freaking.
Daryl will
funny.
tell you something.
It's
Oh,
the
it's the
algo.
algo.
Yeah, it's the algo. It's the algo speaking. Exactly, dude.
Hey,
I know.
Hey, Algo,
All
tell
right.
me which
I love
direction you're going to go today.
it.
Come on, Algo.
I gotta move my stops. I've
Help
been
us out here,
goofing
Algo.
around, not paying attention.
But yeah, one of
I
these
did get
sessions are always
stopped out
good.
again. I got stopped out again on my short, so it looks it's just fighting right now. This area is such a
It is
tug of
fighting.
war.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
yeah, I agree. Just drop.
We'll see. I'm starting to feel like I wanna lean a little bit long possibly, but I look at the Dow, or I look at the Dow and the ES, or sorry, the Dow and the Nasdaq. The Dow makes me want to be long, but the Nasdaq I feel looks pretty bad. Like you got lower highs essentially. We have like a wedge kind of forming. And I don't know. I just don't like the Nasdaq. We're holding below the 50 period EMA. Right now we're holding below the 21
the
period
Nasdaq
EMA.
is.
Yeah.
The Nasdaq's a joke right now, an absolute joke.
Yeah.
Tell it like it is, Sam.
Whole bloodline.
To its whole bloodline. To its whole bloodline. the NQ, the MNQ, all of you guys. It's just shameful. Shameful.
Shameful.
The MNQ is looking looking at his father, the Nasdaq, and it's like, why, Pops? Why are you such a failure? all the other
So we do have
fathers
some
laugh at you.
They laugh. They put you in the corner. We do have some news that may be worthy to mention here. Happened a little bit back, around, like 25 minutes ago. Trump is likely to be in Jerusalem on Sunday, according to the Israeli president's office. Israeli foreign minister says we don't have any intention to renew the war, according to Fox News interview. And then Speaker Mike Johnson said, Trump called me last night after the peace deal was done between Gaza and Israel. Trump and I lamented the terrible shutdown situation in the government. So just, nothing new, just more of the same. I'm sure he's probably being interviewed somewhere.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, pretty freaking quiet. I know we were listening to Coach Tiger say this yesterday. Like, it sucks not having hard data. You need the hard data to trade sometimes. And hey, we don't have it. And maybe good to. I look at this as an opportunity. If you're dependent on data and news to trade, maybe you could take the time to look at more of your structure or your edge or statistic probabilities or whatever to try to find other advantages in the market. So, because I got to tell you, without the news, it's been going pretty well for me. I've been the profiles have been clean.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I just saw something on the NQ. Go on the trade. Yeah. Go.
No. All I was going to say was I was in a long there for about 3 minutes and I got whipped out of it again. So like now in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I've been whipped out of 3 trades, essentially 1 break even and 3 losers, or 4 trades.
That
so
sucks.
1 break even, 3 losers. So I'm just I think I have to really, this is where you got to pause. You just got to pause, chill out for a minute, and it looks like we're going to the downside. Looks like the downside's finally going to be coming to fruition here.
There we
the
go.
Dow
we
is starting to come to the downside. Yeah.
ES is down. Yeah.
So
kind of making a new low day.
I'm seeing something interesting on the Nasdaq. So At the beginning of this range, the cumulative delta was at minus 1,300 contracts, right? So to the sellers. Now we're exactly at the same spot of that range, still in the range. We're at minus 2,200. So almost an extra 1,000 contracts have been sold in that range. And we haven't really moved much. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to push up. Absolutely not. The sellers could overwhelm the buyers, but someone is building up a position, right? There is some buyers building up a position here. They're accumulating a position. So that can what we can see then potential is a push to the upside at some point. Now, like I said, it's not guaranteed. There's nothing guaranteed, but I would be more cautious selling it now. Any sudden move that pushes down and everyone's like, oh, look, it's going to drop, and they all jump in, I'd be cautious jumping in, just because there's there is a probability that could be now a trap, right? And then we can whip up. So,
right. Of course.
The only way it will continue to keep going down is if the sellers overwhelm these buyers. All right. And that would require, if it already takes 1,000 contracts and we haven't pushed past, if sellers come in with another 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, they could overwhelm them and then we could start flooding down. Absolutely fine. But I would be cautious, until you get that kind of clear confirmation that, okay, we're really pushing down here and the volume looks and the volume is responding. Right. So if you're seeing that sell volume come in and the market's responding to it by actually pushing down, that's legit. But if you're seeing that sell volume come in and the market is not pushing down, you have to be careful. You have to be cautious, right? Because there's someone building a position.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, and Coach Tiger was in the chat saying that he welcomes the challenge of not having hard data. And it's true. I mean, Tiger, I guess if you want to trade and we've got no data, then we have no alternative. But I'm with you. I think it's good. It's an opportunity to look at other things because the market is always changing, right? We talk about this all the time. It changes every single day, every single hour. It's never the same. It could look the same and repeat, but it's never exactly the same ever. So it's kind of good to look at different stuff. It keeps us sharp. Maybe we find another edge. Maybe we find a better way to refine our trading style, or maybe we find that, hey, we don't like it and we absolutely do much better with data. But in either case, it's an opportunity to do something. Mm-hmm. Or you can do nothing. You can do nothing too. Doing nothing is also like a trade. So you can sit and say, if I do better with high intense news and I need all this stuff coming out, you may have to wait till the government shutdown's over and we get things moving again. So go take a break for a week or two, Again, nothing wrong.
I just want to address Robert's comment here. He goes, Sam, I have a short in due to a strategy I'm testing. I don't think it's going to work out, but I'm seeing higher volume on the bottoms here as it starts to push up a little. I think it's accumulating. So because we're in a very tight range on the short term, like the 1 minute, right? You're going to see the typical, what you're going to see mostly in a range is a lot of volume at the bottom, a lot of volume at the top, right? Okay, a lot of shorts at the bottom, buyers at the top.
Nice.
All right, we're just breaking out of it now. So now let's see.
Nice short here.
This is going to be interesting.
Great short. Get through this 80.
Oh yeah.
We got 900 contracts in the ES we're eating through. Come on, baby. Get me down. Get down to 75.
Eat it.
So I'm
sorry, Sam, that we got rudely interrupted. You got rudely interrupted by this down leg.
No. I'm very cautious. This could very well be a fake breakout, right? Especially
the market
when
interrupted you.
If someone is visiting. We're at 2.4 now. And the wick is starting to go up on the NQ. I think that could be very much potentially a false breakout, but I'm not trading it until we get a clear sign of something, right? So as I was saying to Robert, That's typical for a range because people are constantly trying to trade the breakout, right? We get to the bottom of the range, everyone's like, oh, it's going to drop, sell,
Right.
sell, sell, and then it
Right.
turns around. Then you get to the
Right.
top of the range, everyone's like, oh, it's
Push
coming
down.
out, buy,
Come
buy,
on,
buy.
push down.
You get that kind of,
Oh.
you get that build up, right? So, okay, so what we just witnessed there is
They
essentially,
shifted liquidity.
yeah, so I can see here that there's a lot of sell contracts at the bottom of that wick that we just pushed down on. Okay, and they're currently trapped. Now, this is where it gets interesting. If those sellers now get nervous, which it looks like they're starting to get nervous because I can see buyers coming in. So a lot of these sellers are now dropping out of the market. That's going to cause a bit of a push up. Okay, maybe only to the top of the range, maybe only to the middle, but enough to kind of squeeze those sellers out a bit. Right? I'm not saying it's going to rocket up and start going to all-time highs, but that would have been, for example, the moment I'm seeing those buyers come in, and the last candle would have been a good entry for a little buy scalp, right? Just because you have all that sell pressure at the bottom being trapped, buyers are starting to come in, they're starting to drop out. You're going to get that reaction up.
Push down.
And that's why you got to be careful and look at the volume, okay? Because like I mentioned, and there's the pop. There's the pop. Those are all those sellers now dropping out the market because they're like, damn. Yep. And then you get that pop. That's the reaction you want to trade, right? And then you're ready to be out the market now.
Yep.
Flattened, done, finish. One candle, that's the reaction you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But like I mentioned earlier, right?
Yep.
Because of the cumulative delta, because the sellers were not able to push it down, if there's a false breakout, if there's like a sudden move down, that has a high probability that it's going to be a trap, right? So don't chase the market because there's a good chance you're going to end up being trapped. And loads of sellers got trapped at the bottom of that candle. They're all unfortunately getting out of the market, obviously, because it's going against them. So you have to wait for that clear, true breakout. And what signifies a clear, true breakout is if the volume matches the movement. Because here we had 2, 3, call it 500 contracts in that candle, right? The one that broke out to the sell side.
Yeah.
And it didn't move anywhere. It didn't go any lower. That's a clear sign, again, what's going on here. So many people are selling, but it's not pushing down any further. Someone is accumulating the opposite side of that trade. They're accumulating a buy position. And it can happen in the range on both ends. So it's very risky. You know, you gotta wait for the volume and the movement to match up. Then you move.
Yeah. And
all right.
By the way, a quick little update. I'm actually short a cattle contract right now, and then on top of that, James was mentioning Tesla and Nvidia longs. Yeah, Nvidia's breaking breaking upwards, trying to break out of its value area range. It's at around 189 at the moment, trying to break. That's where I have my value area high at the moment for Nvidia, and Tesla is above 433 at the moment. And in terms of my levels that I have for Tesla, that's actually right above value area high from yesterday. So could see a nice little break here above previous day's high for Tesla, just as a quick little update, and Nvidia. So
nice.
Yep, definitely the longs are looking good in the two names.
Yeah, they're not holding up the indices though. But that's good. That's good. We'll be covering that soon when we get to the Mag 7 madness, Paul and myself, a little bit later.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Can we get another down move
now
here?
NQ is finally pushing down a little bit.
Yep.
And now the volume is kind of matching up. The volume is slowly starting to match up now. But again, you know, it's only really if you're a scalper. If you're a bit more of an intraday trader, your stop would have been, you know, higher up and you would never have been stopped out. So you would have been fine. But if you're a scalper like I do, like, you can't handle that movement up. You have to time it so well. And it's all the information is there. You just got to interpret it right, you know?
Yeah.
I got out of it. I mean, I'm more intraday than scalpy, but I did get out because I was trailing pretty tight. Once I saw it, like when you were discussing all of that, Sam, with the divergence and what you're noticing, it was holding up, like the ES was holding up at that 67.80. There's 900 or so contracts in the book on the bid, and it was sitting right there at 67.80, and then it shifted down. So it's not a spoof. It's just buyers are just moving. So it moved down, but it was holding, and it started to move back up as you were talking about. It's like a trap. And I'm like, and then I was trailing really tight because I noticed the longer it hesitated there for about a minute, I'm like, okay, if it doesn't want to continue its down move, I don't want to give back 3 or 4 or 5 points that I had on. So I just got real close, and it took me out because I was trailing tightly. So it just depends. I mean, it really just depends on how you're managing the trade. And I'm looking here. It looks like it wants to go down, but it's got to eat through a lot of liquidity on the ES. It's got to get through this 80, this 78, 77, 2.6 negative.
Yeah,
negative or positive.
And remember, we started negative, and we started at 1.3 negative at this range on the NQ. The ES it's not so much of a range on the ES, but NQ it's like a clean cut range, like really clean cut. So we've doubled the volume. The sellers have doubled the volume.
ES is about negative 3,000 though. We're close. It's close, like yesterday was. On the but that's okay. So that's since the open though, Sam. That's not like on whatever time frame you're looking at. I'm just looking at from the open, which makes sense, right? Because we've been selling off a little bit here, so you're going to have more sellers in the market. They're obviously the ones that have the upper hand right now. They're obviously the ones that are taking advantage and pushing down. So, but like we do talk about, I know Tony talks about this a lot too, and you do too, Sam. If you notice where we've been pushing down, but all of a sudden the delta is turning more positive. A lot more buyers are coming in, but it's not going to the upside like it should. There's a reason for concern, and you may want to wait because something is awry. It's like, buyers are doing their best, but they're not making any headway. Maybe this thing's going to continue to go further south or vice versa based on what's going on. So these are all tools that we use, and you get better with time. You get better with experience. Looking at it. There we go. Yes. Let's get down. Let's get through this. Can we? Yeah, I'm short again. I got to get short here on Hola Prime.
Ready to buy soon.
I'm short. Full port short. Hardcore parkour.
Hardcore
parkour. I remember when Michael Scott was doing all that, and I wasn't really I wasn't big on watching The Office. I don't have a lot. I don't sit around and watch TV a lot. I watch a lot of live sports, but my son at the time was in the house going, God damn, like every day he's just walking around, hardcore parkour. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? What is this stuff?
That's so great.
Michael Scott, he's like rolling over the couch and he's like trying to do hardcore parkour in the office. And I'm like, what? And he's showing me these clips and I'm like, oh my freaking God.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
Gretzky, Michael Scott.
Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. Exactly.
Every time. Love that.
It's so freaking funny, man. So freaking funny.
All right.
What did you think of the game? What did you think of the game last night?
2-3-4.
Come on down, baby.
We're in it.
I was saying, what did you think of your Phillies last night? Strong game.
Nah.
I'm looking at potentially buying right now. I'm just waiting for a bit of buy pressure to come in or some sort of absorption. Come on, show me something. Show me something.
Let's get down there. We break this. We get the other side of this band right here, my purple. This goes back to the low volume of yesterday. You guys can see this here. This is yesterday's distribution. This is all that low volume where we ripped through. So if we can get down through there, we could easily go down to where my take profit is around 67.70, which is a pretty aggressive take profit. I mean, I make over $2,000 on this one trade.
All right.
With how did I end up with 4 lots?
I got in for a
I had 3
short.
lots on.
I'm out already.
Whatever.
Okay. I did jump in for a buy there, but we very quickly got absorbed. I made like $200-300 or something on it. Nothing major. At the right time to jump in just that second. I think I jumped the gun a little bit.
Come on down. Break on through.
I'm still seeing potential for a buy, but I just
79.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think it's a good buy. Damn. Come on. Give me a better entry. Give me a better price.
Could be a good buy. I mean, typically when you break through.
Don't go up yet. No, not yet. Damn it, I missed it. By the time I saw it, it was already up. Damn. Missed. No, it might give me an entry. It might still give me the entry.
I'm out.
Back end, can you switch to my
nope,
screen?
Didn't give you the entry. Yeah, go to Sam. All right, I'm out.
Yeah. Absolute. I missed it. Okay, so I missed. It would have been my trade done already, right? I blame the lag on the computer, but because I'm getting like a second and a half later, and it's already happened because of this damn computer being so slow. But right here is where the entry should have been. Got a really nice absorption. We got close to 300, just over 300 contracts on the sell side trapped here. And then we had the buyers instantly come in there. I did manage to take a little buy originally, but it wasn't great. But this is all you're looking for, right? As a scalper, you're just looking for that reaction. I'm not looking for a massive move up. I'm just looking for that reaction. Now, potentially there could be another opportunity here, but probably not, because what I see here on the footprint is 100, 230 at the top here. So these are people who got in a bit late. They could potentially now be trapped and used as liquidity. So in that case, I will be a bit more cautious. I wouldn't buy again until the footprint shows me something. So I'm just keeping my eye out for any numbers, big numbers that instantly disappear or get absorbed. And no, that's a lot of sellers coming in right there. Let's see if those sellers get absorbed.
All right. Down leg again.
No, they're not getting absorbed.
Breaking through the IV.
No, those sellers are effective now.
IV.
They're actually able to push it down. All right, so that area's been cleared. Okay. The next play on the cards would then be a break. Comes back into this area and then continues. That would be the next play. We still haven't properly, clearly broken it. But let's just... Oops, what the hell's going on there? Let's see. These lots of buyers are coming in. Let's see if they're effective. They got absorbed very quickly. No, they're still getting absorbed. They're not effective. They're not effective. No, they're not effective. All right, so...
Come on down, baby. 74 to 80. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back short.
Nice. I am still barely holding in to my cattle short here. It's taken a long time. It is not moving, that's for sure. That is for sure.
Not moving. Not moving.
I'd like to get this challenge account in the green here today, but it is taken forever for this thing to move. That is for sure.
Come on. Get back on. Get Get down on it.
39.6,
Get down
33.
on it.
All right, buyers are coming in quite aggressive, but let's see if they're actually able to push
Yeah,
it
they
up.
are. Ooh.
Oh, this is not bad. This doesn't look bad. 190. They're still getting absorbed, though. I want to see less absorption happen because they're going to get pushed down a bit.
Yeah.
150, under 57.
I don't know about my short
53,
anymore. Come on, damn it.
130, 200. Wow. Okay,
This
huge
is the
buyers
area.
just come in. Let's see what they're doing. This
No,
is massive
I'm
amounts
okay
of buyers
holding
came in.
here.
300 contracts. Are they okay? They're getting squeezed out a little bit. Let's see how effective they are. You don't want to jump in just because you see them. They're not that effective. They're still not effective.
Yeah, we're at the outer edge of this distribution here. We're forming a low distribution at the south end of the. Yeah, this is. I'm glad I held my short.
It might be better to actually short this market because technically I'm going to short now. Come on, jump in. Technically, it shouldn't break that wick. Now we can go down. In terms of where to target, I don't really have a target. It's going to be more just read it as it comes along. But if we let out, let me highlight those buyers. Got in a bit of a bad price. Where is that? 2275. 227. 22 what? 750. 22750, 22750. All right, so there's buyers trapped. On that blue line, there are buyers trapped. If we approach that area and come back into it and let those buyers out, because they haven't yet exited those buyers. They're still in their position, so they'll be fighting against it. If we break...
Let's go sellers into ES. Let's go, baby.
I want to see those buyers exit the market quite dramatically, then we'll get a pop down. But realistically speaking, there's a few of them exiting now.
There's your pop down. There's your pop down.
Yep.
More are entering.
Let's go.
Lots of buyers coming down.
Beautiful.
Getting absorbed.
Get
and
through
as
the
a
70
scalper,
here.
I'm already
yes.
out because they're getting buyers are coming in again. Come on, I've clicked out ages ago. That's annoying. Come on, I hit flatten. Took like 5 seconds to execute. But never mind. All right.
Do you know if you can update your RAM in your laptop? You know, Sam, if you're able to update your RAM stick? Okay. Yeah.
It's impossible when you have like a
problem.
2-second lag on your damn computer.
Of course.
The thing is, it's not actually bad when it's just me, but once you're streaming and you've got YouTube open and vMix and Zoom and
you have too much going on. Yeah. You got too much going on.
Like, it just doesn't work, man. Because I saw the buyers. I saw the buyers coming in right here. That I clicked exit at the bottom of that candle, and it didn't get me out until like way out. Because otherwise, I could see the buyers entering, and that's scary. And I didn't want to hold it.
Yep.
All right, we're at that blue line where those trapped buyers are. Let's see if they remain trapped or if they start doubling down on their position.
No, they're trapped. They're still trapped anyway. Ibrahim in the chat. He says, "Hey, Coach Sam, I'm a new trader. Is there any giveaway? I think we may be giving away
team already
a
responded.
Forex account. Did they? Okay. Oh, they did. That's right.
The team responded
Thank
to
you.
him already.
I see it. Good job.
Very nice.
Perfect. Way to go, moderator Mikey. I love it.
So those trapped buyers are between that blue line and 25,231. 25,231 is where the trapped buyers are. 231 is there. So perfectly between those two blue lines, they wouldn't allow those trapped buyers to get out, and we've rejected from it. So that again could have been another short position. I did miss it, but right there at the top of that bearish candle, we had 100 sellers come in, and they instantly were able to push the market down quite nicely. So when it comes to scalping, you're just looking for who is vulnerable, right? Who is vulnerable in the market and trying to build a story of what is their mind, right? But only big volume. You don't care about the odd 6 contracts or something, because that doesn't do anything. But the big players, the people putting hundreds in, right? Hundreds of contracts. Are they comfortable? Are they nervous? Are they scared? Are they panicking? Are they having a great time? All those, like, try figure out their story. If you can figure out their story, you can sometimes with very high accuracy predict what the next candle will be on the 1 minute chart. And that's all you need, just to be able to kind of know, right, there's a chance the next candle is going to be bearish candle, so I'm getting in short, boom. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you have to be quick, super quick.
I do.
You can't lag in around. And there's the pop. They came back for a little retest, didn't let them out, and we had a nice little push down.
Well, let's get short here. Let's just puke it out.
Yeah. This has been a nice short that since that 67.88 area. That's a really good area to have been short there if you were able to not get stopped out and have too tight of a stop like I did with myself. That was a perfect area in the ES to be getting short right at that value area low of the day. So hopefully some people in the chat were able to bolster up their challenge accounts with that short idea, and just like Daryl is right now. Daryl's in a great position.
And I've got to take profit of 67.65. My logic being we've got a previous RTH low for 2 sessions going back. One's around 64.5, one's around 67. So I'm just kind of getting in the middle of it. And this is the low of yesterday's low, around 65, 64.5. And was Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday's low of the entire range, not the value area. So just something to target, just levels that, where there's a little bit of a high volume node on this composite. There's definitely a high volume going back the last 6-7 trading days. So that's why I've got it, because again, it's high volume and it acts like a magnet. It's just like point of control. And if you do go back, including today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm looking at 7. The last 7 trading sessions, you've got a point of control for all of those, including today, like I said, of around 67.5. And so I'm like, okay, cool. That's a very popular area. Let's put a take profit down here. It's just something to target. And what do you know? We're getting close to this. This is cool.
Look at this,
So
man.
My short's working out nicely.
This.
Yeah.
Good.
Short's really nice.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Nice. Nice.
Nice and nice.
Again, notice
nice and nice.
When we were here, how I had more of a buy bias. But the moment I saw bias trapped, I flipped to a sell bias. So you got to also be able to switch your bias quickly as a scalper. You can't marry one direction.
Yep.
Partly because they're not anymore a group. They have split up, but it's a silly joke.
Jesus. They have split. They're no longer.
Oh, brother.
God. I know.
Funny guy.
All right, I guess I passed the account.
Fun.
I guess it just passed the account. It was trailing down and it like paused, and then I gotta wait.
Stopped you out.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Go into a different account then.
Sweet.
Well done, Daryl. Passing an account.
Well done.
But now I gotta wait. I guess I gotta wait for it to reactivate, or I'll just.
Yeah.
We'll see. Anyway, yeah, I'm up like.
Oh, okay, so really interesting.
$1,590 today, so that's pretty good.
And this is also why you shouldn't chase the market on a day like this as well. So looking at the footprint, this candle, this bearish candle here, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 600 sell contracts right there. Now, because we were pushing down, what do you think? Why do you think 600 sell contracts entered here? Was it because there was something specific? No, it's because everyone's like, oh, look, we're going down. People chasing the market. And then they got trapped. And the moment they get trapped, right, and the reason people get trapped is because your position works as liquidity for someone else's position. Exactly. So they take advantage of that.
Exactly.
And then what happened? The market pushed up instantly, and those sellers are all dropping out and going, damn it, the moment I entered there, I went against me.
Correct.
Never chased the market, right? Never chased market. And now it continues back, and then they're like, oh, what's going on? Look, it's
exactly.
maker.
I know. Oh, I knew it was against me. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, it's like, nah.
Right.
It's like, nah. It's like, no, it doesn't.
Never chase the market.
Worry about that.
If you're looking at volume and stuff, don't always just jump in because of high volume or something like that, right? If everyone else is doing it, doesn't necessarily mean you should be doing it, right? Remember, most traders lose money. You don't want to be with the crowd. You want
the vast majority lose money.
You want to be
the vast majority lose
exactly.
money. Yep.
Always ask yourself, who's in pain right now? Who's currently in pain in the market? And right this second, it's sellers. Mm-hmm. Those sellers at the bottom there that are highlighted, they are the ones in pain. And until buyers start becoming in pain, then you should short the market. You see a bunch of buyers entering and be like, oh, yeah, it's going to go up. And then it starts going against them. That's when you're like, right, now it's time to sell.
Yep.
Right.
That's right. Let me make this.
Oh, man.
Okay, loads of buyers just entered. Here we go. A ton of buyers just entered.
Let's see if we can get all the way up to quantity control in the ES. That would be a big move.
Back in that area. Let's see what happens. Are they going to be in pain? I've got my finger on the sell button because there's no guarantee that they're in pain yet. They've just entered. They're probably feeling quite good about themselves. They could push the market up, and this is the reality. It could do it. So you don't want to be...
They just entered. They're feeling quite good. So we're at the top. So for me, this is what's interesting. For me on the ES, we're at the top of this consolidation little range at the bottom where we're building up an outer edge. We're in a low volume node right here. So it could easily pull back in. And like to Sam's point, yeah, we got a lot of buyers coming in, but do they have enough energy to push this market further north? Now they don't. It looks like the sellers are holding, right? So this is why you don't want to front run and jump in front going. Could do anything.
And
could do anything. And what Sam's looking at the Nasdaq. Quick. I'm looking at the ES. So yeah.
I'm gonna have to quickly. This is a bad one. I don't think this is a good trade. Those sellers got absorbed quickly. I saw 200 sellers come in, but they've been absorbed at the bottom of that candle. I may be trapped now. I am definitely potentially trapped here. I may be one of the trapped sellers now.
Sam's in purgatory. We got to help Sam out. We got to get a GoFundMe to get him out of purgatory.
Those buyers defended their position.
Get a go out of jail free card. Yeah, they did. They did defend.
They defended their position. Yeah, they're defending it. I'm still waiting for those sellers to come in. Because they could still come in.
Yeah.
I'm getting like a second lag here. They're defending it. 60. Oh, I'm out. Yep. I'm out instantly. So I was one of the trapped sellers here. And you can get trapped as well.
Of course, yeah.
You wait. There'll be another opportunity. So the reason I jumped in for a short is right here. If I can make it. There were 200 sellers came in, right? And I was like, oh, that's quite good. So I jumped in due to high volume, right? But I didn't wait for those buyers who came in here, right? There's a bunch of buyers in this candle here to exit the market. There was still And those buyers then defended that position quite well, and they absorbed. It was 200. It closed at 93. So over 100 buyers absorbed those 200 sellers, and that's when I was like, yeah, actually, I'm trapped now. So just got to wait for the next cycle until buyers get trapped, and then the sellers actually do it. It will happen. It will happen. You just got to wait.
Yeah.
Or it could be the opposite side, you know.
Yep. Oh boy, I'm trying to find something here, but not finding too much. I will say I am thrilled that you were able to get into that short, Daryl. That you were able to hold on to that short. I mean, I wish I was able to hold longer. I literally got kicked out of my.
Oh,
yep.
I think this is
What
it.
just
I think
happened?
potentially this could be it.
back.
This could be it. I'm going to wait for a bit of confirmation. Right there, we had heavy sellers come in. I'm going to see if they're going to get trapped now. If the buyers defend this area, so it could be a buy or a sell. It depends which way, but something is happening now. Buyers are coming in. This might be. Let's see if we can break past those sellers. Oh, this is a big battle. Actually, I don't want to participate on this. Buyers and sellers are throwing contracts about left, right, and center.
Right at the 9-period EMA on the ES here that we're testing, that we've been below essentially the last hour. So let's see if we can hold it.
Those sellers are still defending their position right there. And then buyers are defending their position here. We've literally got heavy buyers here, heavy sellers here, and they're both just like battling it out. So which one is one or the other?
Yep.
All those buyers those sellers got absorbed quickly there. Wow. Buyers are definitely a bit more aggressive, but the sellers are also aggressive. This existing area between these two boxes. Let's see what happens. One or the other is gonna fail, essentially.
Yeah.
Let's see who wins the battle. And then whoever wins that battle, there's a good chance it will continue in their favor. So we'll just let them do their thing. Looks like the buyers might take it. Oh, the sellers are still clinging on. Damn, those sellers. They almost got taken out there. The buyers are still coming in strong. What's the cumulative looking like? Let's have a look. Up. Oh, those sellers.
Pretty negative on the ES. Even worse.
Just waiting for it to load. Oh, there we go. It's just shot up. Yeah, see, that's like 3 seconds ago that happened. And I just saw it now. That's ridiculous, man.
Hey, what's your Lenovo model number on your laptop? I'll help you out here.
IdeaPad 3, 15-inch. I don't know if that helps.
IdeaPad. No, I know, but 3. Okay. Let's see. RAM upgrade.
Oh, it's got a 1 minute. Don't want to mess up the cables. That's all useless information. I don't know.
All right, cool. You can. It says you can upgrade your RAM.
Okay.
You got to open the laptop though. You may have to open the whole bottom up.
Yeah,
that's the battery.
Fine.
You can insert the RAM module into the available slot at a 45-degree angle till it clicks into place. Video shows you how to do it. There's lots of videos online showing you how to do it. Oh, it's pretty cool. You could do this, man. You could probably get an upgraded RAM stick for freaking less than $50 probably for what you need.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Maybe not even, maybe $30. Yeah. You can have Amazon deliver it tomorrow. You can have it open. You could be done, ready to go for tomorrow or for Monday. I'm serious. It's that simple.
Oh,
Just plug in. It's plug and
All right,
play.
buyers
It's
are
really,
coming
really
in.
easy with ram sticks.
Okay.
Yeah. Buyers are really pushing now.
Yeah.
Oh, damn! That took forever to execute, man. I only got in one contract, so I'm gonna have to have a bigger stop all the way down here, and then on the positions. That took forever to execute. Let's see if those buyers. There's more buyers here now. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. More buyers.
So a couple things coming up. Couple things coming up here in a few minutes, guys. We've got London market closing, and that may do something with the participants in this market, right? They may, if there's heavy sellers from London or Europe, they may go away, allowing this thing to push up further. And also, Trump is going to have a big cabinet meeting, probably one of those big round robins where everyone goes around the whole table, like all 15 members or what have you. Well, we'll get a lot of stuff out of it, I'm sure. But with no other news, this could be the news for a long time for the day.
Oh, big absorption.
Know.
Big absorption. Oh, sellers are still trying to battle this out. Why? Give up now. Come on. That's it. Absorb them.
Why? Why ask why?
So again, because we were trapped between these two areas and that battle was going on, whoever kind of broke out would generally or go in their favor. So I was happy to jump in. I got a really bad price. I actually did click it a lot sooner, but it got filled all the way up here, which is a bit annoying. So I'm just going to that point of control. Hope touch that point of control. But I'm seeing sellers just coming in like mad again for some reason. So, but they're not really doing that much damage. I got my finger on flat, and if they break past essentially 5375, pretty much where we at now, I have to get out. Yeah, I'm out. But not the greatest trade, but it's a very choppy market. I don't like breakout trades. I like trades where someone is trapped. This wasn't that setup. So the idea behind this trade was, again, heavy buyers were at the top here. Heavy sellers were at the top here. Heavy buyers were here. One or the other is going to, they were really battling it out between area here, like crazy on the footprint. Whichever one breaks out, generally it goes their way for a bit. So when the buyers broke out with actual volume, I jumped in, hoping to have a bit more of an extension. We're probably going to get a pushback into this kind of near this area, and the buyers are going to jump in and protect it again. That could happen. So there could be opportunity to jump in again, potentially. Oh, I didn't. There they defended it very quickly. So it was in this area here, this little white box that I'm moving about. That's where a lot of buyers entered. I was kind of hoping it dips into there and kind of they start defending. Didn't quite get there, but never mind.
Quick rotation right back to 67.88, possibly value area low, maybe of the previous day. See if we can't.
I'm looking to see if we can get a stop pick. Get a stop pick over 67.90 or so, or 91. Get a sweep for a reversal and trap those guys. That's what I'm looking.
Yeah.
To re-enter south. I'm still looking to get south here. Get short on the day. Even though we've had a nice move up, it just gives me, there's fuel up here. Let the participants go ahead and get back up to point of control. And if we don't want to go further to the north side, then we'll probably rotate and come down. So that's a good way for me to get in, to go down. We'll see. And I don't really like getting in at point of control, but when it's doing these kind of moves, it's kind of a, you just have to, I don't know how to describe it. It's just different. It's just a little different, and it makes for a good entry if you can time it right.
Yeah.
Now the other side, you may hear me say, oh, but when you're at the bottom, it'd be good to go long. Yeah, if I caught it, it would be good to go long and ride it up to point of control. But I had no idea that we were going to go this far up. So you missed the trade.
Yeah, I'm starting to think potentially. I don't know. This could be the start of a bigger range.
Yeah.
like on the 15-minute chart, a bigger kind of area range. It's going to be like if I pull out a 15-minute. Come on. Oh my God, it takes forever to load.
Yeah.
You know,
On the NQ, I mean,
this could be like a bigger area range, you know, so much.
right.
But do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like this whole kind
For
of
sure. I mean,
area being arranged.
25,267 on the NQ is right where yesterday's point of control was and where we floundered around for most of the morning until we made that break. And now we're right back up to that area. So I totally get what you mean by like possibly getting into a bit more of a range trade. It could happen for sure. I mean, we did just see a bunch of sellers come in just now, and we literally just bounced off of that exact level. We didn't even reach the value area low of yesterday, 25,171. So,
right,
yeah, with this could be a little bit of a bigger range, Sam. Yeah,
because some of these buyers really defend that area. There's a lot of buyers here, so I'm kind of preemptive strike. No buyers have come in, but I'm guessing that they're going to defend this area because there's a lot of buyers in this area. And they are starting to defend it. We dipped into it. I did get, again, a bad entry. But I'm hoping they come in with a bit more aggression. In terms of sellers, there wasn't really that much sellers. So that move down was a bit sudden. It really shouldn't. I don't know why it moved down so sharply because there wasn't really that big numbers. But we'll see what happens. I got my finger on flatten just in case I see something I don't like huge sellers come in and also I'm just hitting flatten. I'm like, nope. But I'm guessing the buyers are going to defend that area quite well and we're going to push up. So I'm just holding it. Oh, come on. You're getting absorbed at the top there. What am I missing? All right, there's like 100 something contracts there, so it's a little bit annoying, but it's... Come on, buyers. What are you taking your time for?
Yeah.
Oh, buyers, you are the worst.
I'm short. I'm short in my. I'm not short in Hola Prime. I have a new account now. I'm waiting for the other one, so I just activated another new one. Another new one-step Prime challenge, 150,000. So I can keep trading that, but I'm not in it yet.
Nice. Okay.
Getting absorbed in that area. I'm taking the money and going. I don't like it. This could be a little range area now. But anyway, took only one contract, so I took like $100 to sign out. Who cares? But yeah. So again, that was a bit more of a risky trade because I got in based on an expectation or something to happen, not witnessing that happening. Does that make sense? I expected those buyers to defend their position. They did. They didn't defend it that well. I mean, they pushed it up for a few candles. They might actually push it up and a bit more now. But they're already starting.
I literally just got long the ES there, and I'm looking for a 4-point or so rally here. Got long at 67, 84, 50. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's not bad long. It's not a bad long. I got my stop outside of that, so I'm giving myself room for it to go south. Because it can come up right here to VWAP and point of control like you're looking at, Paul. I'm sure that's what you're targeting, to come back up into the mean in the mid-range. We'll see. We'll see here. Come on, sellers. Now we can go down.
Yeah.
Let's go. Retest of that. No, stay. Keep your long. Try to hold your long. Don't just get out yet. You never know where we're going.
Oh yeah. I've got
this is the case of you and me. Okay. I was gonna say this is a case of the two of us being in the same, basically the same trade and opposite sides, and we both can make money because it's all up to trade management. So we do this quite often where some of the coaches get in, and
if you want.
I know the viewers are like, "How the heck is that possible?" But it's possible.
Good trade management right now would be to enter 15 short and then instantly enter 15 long, and then
No.
start playing a good song like push it, and every time the beat drops, you hit the reverse button. So it's like reverse,
There you go,
reverse,
baby.
reverse, 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 reverse. And you just keep doing that like constantly. That's good.
Get up on this. Come on now. Let's go, Sammy. Get up on this. Bum, ba-dum, dum, dum, dum.
Yeah, the short looks pretty good here, Daryl.
so
I must
funny.
say, it's the buyers really kind of just dipped out. Yeah, I just got stopped out
Ooh-wee.
Yeah,
myself.
they just gassed
That's
out.
a good short.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, really thought
I
we'd
expected a
retest
bit more.
67.89, but
I thought we would
Nope.
too, but when we came,
They-
we rolled over harder. Well, we still could go back, guys. I mean, it's not the move's not done. It's just
This,
you know.
I believe it's more of a range. I still believe the buyers are going to keep defending this area because they haven't exited the market.
Yeah.
They're still very much in their position. So every time we get near there, they're like, no, and they start going in hard again. And I believe what's going to
Let's
happen
switch.
now for
Let's
the next however long. is
let's
a
show my
range.
screen
We're
if
just
we
gonna
can.
enter a
Production.
range.
We'll show my screen and I'll show you guys. Yeah, I'm with you, Sam. I know.
There you go.
I mean,
Defended it again. It's done a push up, and it's the same rule play over and over.
totally good. Totally good.
looks like our positions
So what I
aren't
was trying to
updated.
show here.
I'm
Oh yeah, I got a. Oh, I'm not in a short on my Hola Prime account right now.
yeah. I'm not in a short
I'm not.
either. I've been out of my cattle trade for a while, so everybody, I'm not in a short cattle trade. By the way, have not been for like a long time. So
This
just
is our
FYI.
low volume from yesterday. This is yesterday's profile here. This is our low volume, and I drew the purple band, and because when we were coming down, it was useful for me to trade into when we were coming down in this area, right? So this is our session right here. We're coming down into it, and let me get rid of this because that line now is all messed up. Get rid of this too. So if you look at that's where I drew this purple band, but now it's expanded. Now that we traded down and we got some room, let me just kind of expand. This is a 1 minute bar, so gets a little noisy here, guys. But all right, just so people know that are watching, here's our open on the ES. We had an open swing high. We retested the open swing high. We did not get to the all-time high that was made earlier in the Asian session last night, but we are close, and we've been kind of selling off a little bit down here. So I had this band put in here because I was watching to see if it bounced off and where the structure and resistance was based on yesterday's low volume. We've now since gone through. We've gone further through, and we've come up and point of control. My point of control on the session is at like 67.88. Yeah, this is pretty accurate. This pink line here, point of control on the developing profile here on the daily, current day is good. But here's what I want to show. We've got this. Oh man, it does this because I went too far out the band. I can't grab it. Come on. Oh, it's so far back. Jeez. There we go. Now we got this bigger band. If we come in, you'll see how, dang, I hate when it does this. Sorry, guys. Well, all I'm trying to say is that we've got a much stronger lower distribution that's forming. And so we've come up there, point of control is there, and now we're just like rotating around that. And to Sam's point that he keeps talking about, we could just be in a range. Yeah, we could be in a range of this range here all day. We could just range. And what are we ranging? We're ranging this distribution right here, this high volume node right down here. If we break out to the upside, cool, but we got to get through this low volume. And if we break down, then we break down. But that's how I'm playing this right here. And I am short, and I do have a stop at like right around here, 67.91. the upper end of this thing. So I'm just holding tight and letting it do what it wants to do within this, letting it go short on me if it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So I just wanted to point that out because things have changed now since we opened up. Like the first half hour, things are totally different now from where we were.
Yeah. Yeah, these are some tough conditions to be trading in right now. I will say this is a little bit tough. There's just a lot of consolidation occurring over the last 15 minutes or so. So don't blame anybody for kind of just, sitting on their hands for a minute here. I did re-enter long. Daryl. So we are again.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, of course. No, but
that's fine.
To be quite honest, this is just a tough area to be in a position in general. Like I'm long with a stop below the consolidation area, essentially, that we've been in. And I'm not really looking for much more like a 1-to-1 situation here. Looking for 5 points, essentially, stop of 5 points, target of 5 points. So right at that 67.89, 67.90 area, that's what I'm looking for a break into, essentially. Test that area. I wouldn't be surprised if we went down from there.
Right. 88 is the true point of control on the RTH session right now. So the pink is this is an anchor. It carries over from yesterday from the Asian Open, New Zealand, Australia Open. So this is a little bit skewed to the downside based on the volume from the overnight. But this is the true point of control right up here in the purple. And like Paul's saying, he's targeting this area. Should we get back up there, which we certainly could do. And I'm obviously, where did I get in? I got in short around 83. So I'm not in the money. I'm kind of right at where I need to be. I'm targeting down here. So anything's possible. Right. We wait and see.
We shall. And this is the this area in the ES right here is where we've struggled. So we're at 67.85. I've constantly seen some decent buyers try to, hit that level and then lift that level. And then we just go right back into this little 3-point range or so that we've been in. So wouldn't be surprised for this to turn around again, come back down to 67.82, then turn back up. And it just seems like we're eating through that 67.85 level and it's just not going anywhere. That might be an iceberg area where we were talking about icebergs yesterday. We could be seeing somewhat of an iceberg area at 67.85, if I'm being honest. So if we were able to get through 67.85, maybe we'd be able to find that jump up to 67.89. But we might hold strong. 67.85 might just hold as a stronger area to not be able to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And 350, formerly SPAD, is asking in the chat, New Zealand has an open. Yeah, New Zealand has an open. I mean, New Zealand and Australia, same time zone. They're the first ones to open up in the Asian session. So it's Globex. It's on ICE, Intercontinental Exchange. And yeah, they definitely open up first. Then the next hour, you got the Nikkei, you got Japan, then you got South Korea, then you got Beijing, Hong Kong, Dubai, Turkey, Frankfurt, London in the big boys as you roll through this thing. So, yeah, so absolutely. And I mean, that's just the first market to open up. So.
All right. Well, ES finally got out of the 67.85 level, and we are breaking upwards here. See if we can't get to the 67.89. We're ever so slowly trying to get to my level, but come on.
I'm not live.
Let's go.
So salt and pepper's here. So salt and pepper's here.
So tired again. I don't know why. I've been really tired recently. You know what it is?
Yeah, this week has been long. This week has been killing me.
I got into watching these crime documentary things. and I was up to like 2 a.m.
My wife
watching
all
it.
into that
That's
stuff.
kind
Oh, my wife is so
of
into
messed
that
up
stuff.
my
Yeah.
this week. Like I
Your
can't fall
circadian
asleep
rhythm.
before midnight. Yeah, so I'm always going to sleep at like 1 a.m. and then waking up at like 8.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, like I'm just tired when we hit around 4 p.m. like now.
Right.
I need a little siesta, a little nap.
A little siesta. Oh, siesta.
Got to reset.
All right, we got 13 minutes left in our morning trading session here, but it looks like the Nasdaq is taking a small pause. The ES is taking a little bit of a pause, but the Dow looks like it wants to keep trying to make a little bit of a push. ES is definitely pausing, and yeah, so the Nasdaq and the ES are taking a little bit of a retracement right now, and here comes the Dow taking a little bit of a retracement. So see if the ES can't hold above that previous area of resistance of 67.85. If not, I think, Daryl, I think your short might be looking okay, looking a little bit better.
Yeah.
I still have my stop loss exactly where it was, looking for, the continued long here after the push through, but giving it some room.
Yeah, I'm gonna get short for the stream. I'm gonna get short on Hola Prime here. Let's get in. Let's demonstrate
It's actually a really good short, I would say.
Let's demonstrate.
Because I'm looking at
All right, so I'm in.
Yeah, that would have been a nice
right
shot.
above.
It's gone back to the bottom. Let's see if those buyers come in, defend it. I just don't like range-bound trades, although they're relatively easy to trade because you just gotta. Just for some reason, I don't like.
I think it's easy to trade.
I only like
because you're
trap buyers, trap sellers,
because you're
in gap stuff.
Yeah, you don't like it because you're hyper scalper. That's why it's hard for. I mean, it makes sense why you wouldn't like it, because you're trading the delta basically. You're trading. The whole thing with you is all about that, which is good, which is perfect. And I think that's a good example for everybody, because we talk about this all the time, don't we, guys? I mean, it's like, don't try to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. Try to just be a master of something. Try to do something very well. Try to hone your craft. Find what sits well with you, your personality or whatever, or if you have an edge or a certain particular instrument or a certain time of day or whatever it may be that gives you a probabilistic, I don't know, a good probability of extracting money from the market. That's our job. The job as a trader is to put on risk and to try to pull out profits. That's simply put.
You gotta be a master, like Daryl said, a master in anything. Whatever it might be, even outside of trading in life. If you're I don't know, an athlete, be a master athlete. If you're on the debate team and you're a debater, be a master debater.
Yeah.
I can't believe you went there. I cannot believe. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Can you say it fast 3 times like a tongue twister? Master debater, master debater, master debater, master what? A what? A master of what?
Life advice, Daryl. You're gonna be a master.
Tiger caught it too, baby. 350 got it. Oh, Sam, you never disappoint. Damn it, dude. You never freaking disappoint. All right. Point of control came down, guys. In the ES, point of control's down here at 84.5. It's a good sign. Let's keep going. Where is my... Whew, got a big take profit goal. All right. That's fine.
Looks
Let's get out low of day. I want to stick at low of day.
Not terribly good long.
If you're a good debater, You want to really hone in and master. Just really grab a hold tightly.
That's just,
Oh
that's
my
just,
God.
you know, you have a polluted mind, Daryl. That's the problem. I'm
From
giving good
one
life
man
advice
to
here.
another, from man to man. Let me give you some advice. Oh Jesus! I swear to God. Oh, I need to update my position. Yeah, the back end loves it too. God, that's funny. That is so freaking funny crap. What am I?
Looks like the Nasdaq is really starting to. Sellers are starting to take over here. I don't know what you're seeing on the footprint, Sam, but we are right at the bottom of that range that we've seen over the last 24 minutes or so, 25 minutes. I don't know if buyers are coming in much here. I can't tell because I don't have the heat map up for NASDAQ, but they are. Seems like they're slightly holding.
Tiger,
buyers
that
aren't
is
coming in,
that is
sellers are trapped.
genius. Tiger is
sellers are
genius.
trapped. All right.
You should have two Tiger and make a fight.
Potentially.
Put them in and see which
now
one
buyers
wins, and then separate the winner. He's the master. Oh,
Which they must.
yeah, it's so funny.
Oh man,
Jesus.
All right,
okay,
sellers are coming back in on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, they're coming in quite aggressive now.
Yep, I'm out of my
Come
long
on down.
the ES there.
Oh
Pretty bad
yes, this is
trading day for
beautiful.
me. Pretty bad.
It's okay.
That is
It's
why
early.
range
You'll
trading
recover.
is
You'll recover.
annoying.
Oh come on, baby.
Because you never know when that range is going to break.
Let's go. All right, I moved into moved in a little bit into a little bit beyond break even, just targeting low essentially, which is also talking about your. It's kind of 67 and 65 on the ES, which is low of day 2 previous sessions over the last 5 sessions, whatever it was. Can't remember back. Got look. Well, yesterday it was yesterday. I got too much junk spaghetti on here. Clean all that up. Yeah, the day of yesterday and on Monday. So, yeah, just good to be. No real anything, but it does. It's funny things coincide. I mean, we came down here midday thus far, and we pulled off of that because to that lower edge of those of the, and it was also I think it was a point on the over like 6 or days. So makes total sense. Acts as a magnet. Let's see if it gets back down here.
It's a bit of breaking up. I don't know if that's just me or.
No, it's the stream. It's the stream. It's I was just
stream both you guys. Yeah.
I was double checking it. So
yeah, no worries. Well, we've got 5 minutes left.
5 minutes.
Yeah, and everybody to quickly summarize the rest of the day. If you're not there, we're gonna a little 5-minute news to get everybody up to date on news for with Coach here, and then have Chris back for the Gold, Silver, and Beyond segment. It's going to be 10 of him going silver, metal, or any metals, gold and silver, mainly, and the Forex trading session will be about hour long from 11:45 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. So we will then be back with Madness later at DPM Eastern and then Power Hour will start again at 1:50 Eastern with both me and my so me myself, me, me, Daryl, and Sam. I am out of it. I need some. I can tell you what. Holy.
All right, take a
And
break.
in case any of that, in case you did that, because none of us heard it because it was all broken up, please read it later on.
Great. So just said the whole thing and it up perfect.
That's all we heard. That was heard. It's not you. It's not you. It's not yours. It's ours.
Just the stream.
All right, let's go short.
Yeah.
Let's go short. Roll it. But push it real good. Salt and pepper's here. Salt and pepper's here.
I think this same situation happened on Tuesday when I was the breaker or whatever, where like
the audio,
for example, the stream it started like lagging and like I couldn't, or I got taken out for some reason because of something, and then I couldn't do the outro. And oh gosh, it's funny.
Tom says, Tom's asking if all of us are in the same helicopter.
I know. That's brilliant. That's great.
Good job for sticking to your plan, though, Tom. Good job. It may not have been the ideal what you wanted, but like stick to your plan. Again, small wins. Don't give it away. Come back tomorrow. You want to preserve your account. That's key. It's always key. You don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. We didn't know what today was going to be like, and so you want to be here for the opportunity.
Yep.
All right. The short is working out. Well, we're almost off the air, boys.
Yeah. 30 seconds here left. Tiger will be doing the news in about 30 seconds. So just stay tuned for the news. He will be updating what's going on, just generally speaking. So any new news at the moment, he will be given a good little 5-minute segment there, and then stay tuned for the metals segment. That'll be right after that. It'll be about 10 minutes with Coach Chris. Talk about gold and silver. It's a really good segment. So hopefully everybody can hear me right now.
Yeah, it is very good. No, you're clear. We'll be back. You're clear. We heard all of that. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. But yeah, so with that being said, I think it's time. We'll call it there. Tiger,
awesome.
It's going to be good to hear you. And Daryl, Sam, I'll see you guys in a few hours. All right.
See you a little bit later. You
awesome.
got it.
Take care, guys.
Take care, everyone. Safe trading.
Bye.
Well, good morning, traders. Welcome in. It is time to fire up those charts because we've got a market that's been bouncing around like a pipsqueak on espresso. Let's break down the action from the last few hours. Starting over in Europe, the euro is trying to put on a brave face, staging a modest rebound against the Swiss franc after briefly tumbling to a 2-month low. It seems the ECB is feeling pretty good about itself, with policymakers stating rates are in a good place to guide inflation back to target. They're basically saying we've got this, while nervously eyeing sticky service prices and elevated wage growth. But the Euro's party is being crashed by political drama over in France, where President Macron is struggling to appoint a new prime minister. It seems finding a leader is tougher than finding a trend in a ranging market, and it's keeping a lid on the single currency's gains. The euro-US dollar currency pair is looking a bit defensive, hovering near 1-month lows as a result. And now let's talk about the British pound, which is taking a bit of a breather against the Japanese yen after a 4-day winning streak. It seems that the pound is feeling the pressure from its own central bank officials who are arguing over how long to keep rates restricted. It is the classic hawk versus dove cage match. One second, let my alert go by. One more time. Okay, now I can continue. But the real story is across the pond in Japan, where the new leadership race winner, Sanai Takaichi, is seen as pro-stimulus. This has traders thinking that the Bank of Japan will put its rate hike plans on ice, making the yen the soggy piece of tempura in this currency market. Weak wage data in Japan isn't helping the yen's cause either, leaving the British pound-Japanese yen pair sitting pretty close to its yearly highs. And speaking of highs, let's talk about the shiny stuff that's making everyone's portfolio glitter. Gold absolutely smashed through records, soaring to a mind-blowing all-time high above $4,059. Excuse me. That's right, the metal is so bullish it probably has its own ringtone. This incredible rally is being fueled by a perfect storm of dovish Fed expectations as well as intense safe haven demand, thanks to the prolonged U.S. government shutdown, which is now entering its 9th day. It is a stalemate that would make a cheese grandmaster blush, and it's even caused a blackout on key economic data, leaving traders flying blind. New York Fed President John Williams, he added fuel to the fire by voicing his support for more rate cuts this year. So while gold has cooled off just a touch from its peak, the trend is your friend, and this friend is wearing a solid gold jacket. All right, that's a wrap on the key headlines. Wild world out there, but don't worry, Chris got you covered. He'll be up next to break down gold, silver, and beyond for you. And then Forex Fire will start immediately thereafter. Get those charts ready. This is Master Forex Coach Tiger. Have a good day.
Every day, the markets open.
Millions of eyes scan the charts.
But only a few see the story unfolding in real time.
We are those traders.
Welcome to Hola Prime TV,
the world's #1 live trading network, where you get Forex, futures, crypto, and stocks on one single platform.
From the pre-market buzz to the closing bell.
Gold Rush moves, Forex Fire, Mag 7 madness.
Deep dives, live setups, real traders.
No filters, no fluff.
because we don't just talk about markets, we trade them.
Hola Prime TV. Trade, watch, learn, live.
Can't stop checking the charts?
Yeah.
That's why we built Hola Prime TV, the live channel made by traders for traders.
It's fast, it's raw, it's real. And it's the only prop TV that trades as hard as you do.
We don't just stream charts.
We live them. We are traders.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Christopher Lewis brings over 20 years of hands-on experience in the markets. He has traded a diverse range of assets, including currencies, commodities, indices, and metals. Throughout his career, he has held roles as a financial trader, research analyst, and senior financial analyst. His insights and expertise have been featured on major financial platforms such as FX Empire, Daily Forex, and Investing.com, where his in-depth market analysis has gained him a substantial following. As a respected voice in the trading community, Chris shares his knowledge to help others develop their trading skills. Chris offers valuable guidance to traders of all experience levels, providing insights to help them make informed decisions and seize opportunities in the markets. With his wealth of knowledge and practical experience, he brings a sharp perspective to the Hola Prime trading community.
This is Chris Lewis with Gold, Silver, and Beyond, and I need to talk to the back end. They didn't mention my work on Bloomberg terminals. Okay, so I do have the experience to hopefully shed some information and guidance to some of you that haven't traded as long. And the first thing that I would point out in the gold market, we all know it's bullish. That's not the question at this point. What we're looking at is a market that is extraordinarily impulsive, and Elliott wave traders will look at this, and forgive me, I'm a horrible Elliott wave trader, but this would be an impulsive wave. Generally, they call that wave 3 from what I know. I also know that if you get 5 Elliott wave traders, In a room, you'll end up with 5 different Elliott wave counts. So I don't put too much credence into it, but those who do that type of analysis will be looking at this as an explosive move higher. The biggest problem I have with gold right now isn't the fundamentals. The fundamentals are quite good, actually. The biggest problem is look at all these green candles and only the occasional red. And I worry about a lot of the smaller retail traders because chasing this trade could be pretty nasty. All one has to do is take a Fibonacci retracement tool, say we get a 50% retracement, which wouldn't be that out of sorts. You're talking 37.25 roughly, enough to wipe out your account if you're highly levered. Now, looking at today, we have seen some noise. The latest headlines will be the Gaza peace deal that Trump, Netanyahu, and Hamas supposedly are all agreeing on. So with that being the case, we can drill down to the hourly chart and you can see that reaction. I think essentially this is just being used as an excuse to collect some profit. Imagine that you're in a trade all the way from somewhere around August 25th. Look at this move. You've just gone straight up in the air. However, when you look at that longer term outlook on the hourly chart, you have to recognize that we are still very much in a bullish market. I had said over the last couple of days, $4,000 could end up being significant support. I stand by that. I think it extends down to basically 3,970. There should be a zone of support there. So buying on the dips continues. The same fundamentals are continuing to drive gold higher. Despite the headlines coming out of Gaza, we still have a lot of geopolitical uncertainty. We have central banks out there buying gold hand over fist. And of course, we also just have the simple momentum. Do not listen to the anti-US dollar story. That will be a really good way to lose money because, as Tiger just told you, and I've been saying in the chat sometimes when I pop in, the US dollar has done nothing but strengthen since the latest interest rate cut. The market may supposedly have to do something, but it's going to do what the charts show. And what the charts show right now is the US dollar is not weak, or at least not falling apart. With that in mind, let's take a look at silver. Silver is in the midst of forming a very ugly candlestick, and it should. The $50 level has been massive resistance going back to about 1979. And every time we get close there, we fall apart. That's not what I'm saying is going to happen here. But what I am saying is that there are people out there who are very well aware of that. There are large funds right now who have a ton of gains in silver, which is a highly volatile and massively levered product, who are probably telling retail traders and those who don't have the history or the financial backing, here, hold my bags, as they take their massive gains. The market forming a shooting star does suggest that a pullback is in the cards, and quite frankly, I think it's desperately needed. The 1 hour chart, although still bullish, looks horrible today. I think at this point in time, if we can break down below the $47 level, we could see a drop down to $46 followed by $45. However, if that were to happen, it's just a correction in an uptrend. I don't think this is a market that you can sell yet, but I certainly wouldn't be piling into it here. You have to ask yourself that the market has gained a massive amount, something like 35-40% over the last couple of months. Does it really have that type of momentum? Unfortunately, there will be plenty of people out there FOMOing into this trade, thereby allowing people who have bought silver in early days, although I did it through an ETF, to simply say, okay, fine, I'll sell it to you. So that is what you need to be paying attention to. It's just overextended. Copper continues to grind higher. And I think if you remember yesterday, I had said something about a little bit of a pullback towards 5. We got that and we bounced. I think this is going to be a market that is going to do a lot of this. Keep in mind, the market plunged here on this day where we had at least 2 massive drops during the day that actually had limit down effect on the market where we had to shut down. the market has done nothing after the next day after falling, but try to stabilize for a little double bottom and continue to go higher. Copper demand is going to continue to be very strong through AI. Remember, the AI bubble in the stock market continues to drive a lot of things, and copper is certainly going to be sensitive to that, as copper is used in a lot of the data centers. I'll let you in on a little secret, though. This will end poorly. We mathematically cannot produce the amount of electricity that will be needed for all the data centers. This is something that's starting to get a little bit of noise in the stock market with the AI bubble, and that's probably what's going to bust it. Once the AI bubble pops, then you have a situation where copper probably falls in kind. But in the short term, the momentum is still most certainly to the upside. So pay attention, ironically, to companies like NVIDIA, news around OpenAI, that type of thing. You don't really necessarily naturally think about copper through that prism, but that could be your first real signal. Platinum has had a day similar to silver, but unlike silver, it's got a solid base below. I think at this point in time, out of all of the metals, platinum is the one to pay the most attention to, at least for potential upside. There's a significant shortfall in platinum. There is a significant lack of mining. It is starting to show up in the market. I think somewhere around 1640, you have a significant amount of support. That is the first place I look at, followed by 1560. No need to get overly complicated with the technical analysis. These levels either hold or they don't. You don't throw half of your account into this position every time it gets close to one of these levels. You put a little tester out there, you wait for it to bounce. Once it bounces, you buy a little bit more, etc., etc. That's how this was played all the way up by the professionals. Full disclosure, I was not one of those professionals. I went into the SIL ETF, and I do own some physical silver. Platinum, I'm actually not in right now. I wish I was. It's very attractive. I probably will be in a physical sense given enough time. Real quick, let's just take a look at what Uncle Sam has to say. And interest rates are just a touch higher during the day, but pretty calm, pretty cool, pretty collected. I don't read too much into this as far as its influence on metals. I think we are getting overstretched, and every little risk on type of headline that comes out could work against gold in the short term, offering short-term volatility downward moves that you can take advantage of on a bounce. My name's Chris. This has been Gold, Silver, and Beyond. Enjoy the rest of the trading day.
Every day, the markets open.
Millions of eyes scan the charts.
But only a few see the story unfolding in real time.
We are those traders.
Welcome to Hola Prime TV,
The world's #1 live trading network, where you get Forex, futures, crypto, and stocks on one single platform.
From the pre-market buzz to the closing bell.
Gold rush moves, Forex fire, Mag 7 madness.
Deep dives, live setups, real traders.
No filters, no fluff.
because we don't just talk about markets, we trade them.
Hola Prime TV. Trade, watch, learn, live.
Can't stop checking the charts?
Yeah.
That's why we built Hola Prime TV, the live channel made by traders for traders.
It's fast, it's raw, it's real. And it's the only prop TV that trades as hard as you do.
We don't just stream charts.
We live them. We are traders.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey there,
Hey.
T-Dog.
What's going on?
How's it going? Yeah, it's all good my side. I'm not Coach Richard, I'm James, just James. Richard's having a problem with his mic and his headphones and his computer and everything with the new software. But we're sorting that out, Tiger. It's just you and me today.
Good old.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on. That works for me.
So,
What
yeah.
are you into
So,
today?
what you got, man? Yeah, well, I
What
think
have
we should
I
get
got?
straight into the chart. So I've got a few trades on, and we can have a look at what I got on. Pretty simple, not an
Yeah,
awful lot,
sure.
but a couple of trades, and then we can swing across to your analyses, which are always very interesting. So, a couple of things. First of all, starting right at the top, we see the dollar index. Let me just get rid of this chat box. Dollar index surging higher and breaking out through resistance. Now we've got a bit of a level above us still, but we are through that first initial resistance, and that's causing all sorts of havoc, not only for short dollar traders, but also for the markets in general, including the bond markets and other things that we'll look at shortly, and the Japanese yen, of course, which is going gangbusters. But we've broken out of that sort of short-term top resistance with another one above us, and the 200-day moving average here on the Dixie. This is the dollar index, and it's an indicator or an index which measures the strength of the dollar against a basket of 6 other currencies. And so if you want to know what the dollar's doing, it's very easy to look at the dollar index and make some sort of summation from that, or some sort of assessment. I initially thought that we would be going down to the bottom of this big megaphone. We didn't do that. We bounced out of the megaphone. Well, we didn't even get to the bottom. We performed a double bottom over there, and we've now broken up above that little resistance level that we looked at earlier. Excuse me for my harsh and hoarse, froggy throat, but I've been talking a lot today, and it's just worn out. So, all right, so where does that set us up? Dollar is on a run, and it's still got some room to go before we reach the top of the next block. Okay, that's the first thing to notice. Second thing is that the Japanese yen is also on a run in the opposite direction. And this is the Japanese yen index. And once again, I thought we would hold support here, close to the lower 200 period Bollinger Band and the support level at the 61.8% Fibonacci level. If this had moved down, well, it has moved down. Rather, if this had moved up, we would expect Japanese yen strength against all the other majors, but we're seeing it moving down, and so the Japanese yen is losing strength. Part of that is because of the appointment of the new prime minister, who may become the new president of the Labour Party, who may become the new prime minister in Japan, who's a fiscal dove and is not likely to put pressure on interest rates, and therefore the Japanese yen is suffering. So all of that is the backdrop to really what we are seeing on the majors and so on. And I have 2 single trades on, and I'll point them out to you. Actually, I've got 3 on. Let's start with the worst one, and that's a short trade on the dollar yen. So that arrow is not quite correct. But if you remember, we were talking about this last week, actually, this time last week. And I was telling you that I was short the dollar yen, looking to add at the top of this sort of block here, but also allowing for this to move up to the top of the channel in what looks like a bear flag overall. Now, we're moving up towards the top of this flag and not down towards the bottom, which is actually exactly what I was hoping we wouldn't do, but we are doing that. So that's fine. We have to adjust. And we also gapped up over the weekend, as you can see with that appointment, a big gap in the middle there that might need to be revisited one day. Keep that in mind. So where are we heading on this one? It probably looks like to me that we're heading back up to the top of this channel, and that I need to draw my line a little bit better now. Something like that, perhaps. Looking for, a bit of a move up, probably only 152 up to about maybe 155. So another 300 pips, which is about 2%. Not a lot. But at the same time, we've also got the Bank of Japan now already making noises about intervention. They don't want this currency to be their currency to be so weak against the US dollar, and also the Americans don't want the dollar to be so strong against the Japanese yen. So between them, they might do some job on this. We don't know. Sometimes they do this, and we've seen these big sell-offs triggered by intervention, not only by the Japanese, but in cahoots with the Americans. They're very incestuously tied up in the bond market and the currency market. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm now hedged on this trade. That's my orange arrow there. I was short. I'm now hedged. It's a very tiny position, and I haven't decided what to do with it. There's nothing to do right now because we're right in the middle, in no man's land, or diddling in the middle, if you wish. That's where we are. So until we get to the top of the channel and the top Bollinger Band, or we start moving back down where I can unhedge and get short with another position, there's nothing to do. So that's the first trade that I've got on. It's not a great one. But I do have 2 other trades on which are looking a little bit better. We talked about this at the beginning of last week too. And this is, and we actually, Tiger, you talked about this morning. I did put a comment up in the chat. This is the Euro Australian dollar. Now, I have a feeling that the euro is, and we'll talk about this when Tiger comes along with his rankings and ratings. I don't know what they are, but we'll find out. But I have a feeling that the euro is probably ranked weaker than the Aussie. In fact, they might be on opposite ends of the spectrum. I think that the Aussie has a chance of getting a bid under it, and the euro is probably looking a bit weak. And therefore, I'm looking to sell this pair. We've broken down through what looks like a rising channel, pretty clean, a neat channel. We're moving down towards the 200-day moving average down here, the purple line. And I'll look to exit there, or at this previous swing low, or at the next previous swing low. So we've got 3 targets for the Euro Aussie short. And in line with that, and I think this is probably a better trade because this might have some more legs in it. And this is the euro against another type of dollar, but not the Aussie one. This is the American dollar. So we've got the euro against the American dollar, and we've also broken down through a rising channel, which is ultimately a bearish pattern, a rising channel. We've broken down through the bottom, and simultaneously we've also broken down through the 20 and the 50-day moving averages here on this chart. The green line here is the 20-day, and that's the 50-day. And once we had broken down through those, and then the 100 and the channel line below us, I got short on the breakout. I didn't wait for the breakout retest, like I suggested we might. I've just gone short on the breakout. If we do have to sort of retest this zone, I guess we'll have to bounce back out of here into something akin to, and we might find support more or less where we are now because we are at that previous swing low on the left. So out of here, probably back up to the channel, maybe back up to the moving averages, particularly the 20, which is the short-term cap to this move at the moment. So look out for that. If that is going, I'm not saying it will happen, but if it does, don't be spooked by it. And the target is down at this previous swing low down here at about 1.14, and we're currently trading at 1.1550-ish. So Tiger, those are the only trades I've got on, mate. 2 short euro trades and 1 very, very annoying. And I did swear never to trade the dollar yen again in my life after trading it for over 30 years. Almost every day over 30 years. I finally decided to throw in the towel on this pair, but I didn't. I got back in short again. So I'm paying for that as we speak.
What for? Was that just one of your worst performing pairs? Was that one of your worst performing pairs?
Yeah, just
decided to can it?
Yeah. Definitely my worst performing pair. So I've been trading this pair ever since the late 1990s, and this is kind of, I suppose, a bit of a fatal flaw in my thinking. And be aware that you may have biases in your thinking, in your trading. I have a bias towards this chart moving down to where it belongs, where I think it belongs anyway, where it used to belong, and that's down here under 120. And we traded there for decades and decades and decades. And so when you're a trader that's been in the market for a long time and you're used to a certain range or behavior or manner of going about things like the US dollar yen, and then it suddenly does something completely different in a fairly short period of time. This only took off in about 2022, just 3 years ago, over a 30-year period. We can go all the way back as far as we want. But there we go. So I've got a bias towards the short side, and that's not a good thing. I still have that bias, actually. I still think this is going to move down. But, I've been stuck trading this whole morass here at the top for about 2 years now, basically not making much progress, not making a lot of money, a few good trades here and there, but generally just tying up capital, which I could use much, much better elsewhere. So, be aware of your biases. That's all my advice is, and you can learn that from an experienced trader who took a bad decision. It's not a lot of damage done. It's a very tiny, let me just emphasize, in case you think I'm a complete novice. I don't think I am. This is a very tiny position. It's about 10% of what I would normally put on. So it's negligible, really. And the reason I haven't closed it is because of that, because it's such a small trade. It's not worth it. It's a few dollars, in the bigger picture. But if we do get to the top of the channel here, I may just add some more shorts on there, despite what I've just said, at the top Bollinger Band, which will curl down into the channel top in a day or two. So that Bollinger Band will curl down into here somewhere. And if we get there, we'll have a confluence of the top Bollinger and the channel. And I think that'll be another good chance. And of course, if we look across to the left at the same time, if we did get there, it also coincides around about here, coincides with some of these traffic zones, some of these spikes up and down. So yeah, that's basically it, Tiger. Probably not the best play on dollar yen, but I think these euro trades will do pretty well. Oh, and let me just finish off with this. I have another trade that I want to put on that I'm still waiting for, and that's on the Aussie against the US dollar, Aussie dollar against the US dollar long. I have been long on this for a long time. I eventually got out of it when we started dipping down, got bored of it because it took so long. Didn't move very fast or very far. So I still think that the Aussie has a good chance because of the fundamentals, not particularly the technicals, although the technicals aren't bad. We have a massive spike down below support, reclaimed, bounce out of there, falling wedge. The only thing that's got to now happen is we've got to get out of the falling wedge, and that's taking some time as the US dollar is keeping this under the trend line. US dollar strength. Yeah.
Good stuff.
And that's it, Tiger. And I'm very pleased to be with you here today. I'm sad that Richard's microphone and speakers aren't working, but I'm pleased to be here with you nevertheless.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, no, that's good stuff. Yeah, as far as dollar yen goes, I mean, I feel like it's probably a double whammy right now that's affecting your short. I mean, obviously we got the dovish new leader coming in, which is going to be, hurting on the yen. Good on the stock market, the Nikkei, but on the yen, yeah, it's obviously a different story.
Yeah.
And then not only that, with the dollar being currently the strongest on the global economic surprise meter that I have, the little speed gauge, I feel like this week no news is good news for the dollar. Right? We haven't had any. I mean, obviously we've had the shutdown, but we haven't had any reports come in. So I don't know. Perhaps traders are looking at it from that point of view. No news is good news, which is propping up the dollar.
Yeah.
And then when you compare it to the other currencies, again, it's still the strongest, albeit we haven't had any up to date data over the last week or so. But and then you got the yen. Tied second strongest. So no, that's definitely understandable. I've actually been trying to find a place to get in long on it, but yeah, you've seen how parabolic it's went ever since the leadership announcement, and then obviously the lack of dollar news. So, but yeah,
good switching there back end.
I've been afraid. Yeah, and I've just been afraid to jump into anything. So, I mean, I've had a few zones that I've been keeping an eye on, but just going back over here to my chart. Yeah, I mean, you can see all the demand zones I've drawn, and nothing's just retraced. It's just kept going. Now, I did have a couple that actually hit beautifully yesterday that I just did not feel comfortable taking, James, because it's so high up on the curve. I mean, there's one zone I drew up on some smaller time frames, bounced off this one, bounced off this one. I should have jumped into those, but yeah, I mean, you scroll out and you can see how high up it is, how expensive it is. So. I don't want to say I'm short it, but I'm definitely afraid to be buying that pricey. So, but it just goes to show zones can work pretty well. Even I don't know. I've just been extra careful this week. It's kind of like what we touched on during the Futures Boys part of their stream this morning. It's been a good challenge because I'm so dependent on the data. So it's good to get weaned off of it or go through the what do you call it? Go through the withdrawals of not having all the data come in that I like to pay attention to. Just look at it technically. Technically, I should have been in these trades right now.
Yeah.
I should have. But
Coach Darrell was saying you're rather enjoying not having the fundamental data because you can trade purely technically, and it's a very good lesson in approaching your charts with no other info, right?
Right. Yeah, and I didn't place a single trade up until last night. I took a small loss last night. And then I'm currently in a couple trades that are looking okay, I guess you could say at the moment. Euro pound short out of this supply here. It's trying to roll over. But other than that, the only other trade I just got into is the S&P, trying to take a long on this. So had a little bit of a double bottom inside of a demand zone down here over in this area here. I guess that would have been a 1 hour, I believe. Let me look here. Double check. Yeah, 1 hour demand.
Yeah.
Pretty efficient market structure all throughout this area here. Overlapping candles. The few gaps there got closed and pushed the other way. So from here to here, got zero interest in buying. But we finally had our first gap from here to here. Runaway gap, acceleration gap, whatever you want to call it. And then we did have really nice couple. I mean, I don't know. Do you call that a tweezer pattern, or does this candle have to be higher up? Because I mean, that's pretty much what.
No, that's perfect. Tweezer, yeah.
Pretty much your tweezer,
tweezer.
right? So, yeah, I ended up getting in on that, and it's slowly trying to do its thing, kind of form that double bottom or the W pattern, if you will. I was going to wait till we went over the middle part of the W there, but I wanted to get in a little cheaper since we broke this little trend line here coming out of it, this one here. So I probably got in a candle late, but I wanted to verify that this candle here broke the W on the 1 minute, right? The middle of the W. So this candle closed, jumped in. But yeah, that's the 2 trades I'm in so far today. Let's see, what did I get in last night? I think it was a Euro New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. And I just barely got tapped out. Euro Swiss, I think it was. What trade did I get in? I already forgot what I got in. Trade history, pound New Zealand. I'm sorry. Okay. So pound New Zealand is the one I got in. Let's see here. Yeah, so I was getting in on this demand here, and I should have given it a little bit more wiggle room. I think I went down to 0.97, and you can see it just went down to 0.95 basically. So I was thinking, I was arguing with myself, 97 or 93, because I try to do my stop losses on the 3s and the 7s because it's just kind of it's kind of a mind game, right? I don't want to be predictable with my stop losses. So I did 97. I should have done 93. If I'd have done 93, I'd have still been in this trade, just trying to get this rollover off of this pretty strong move we had off of New Zealand's rate release the other night here in the States, that is. Early morning for you guys, but across the pond.
Tiger, you know what's funny? You know what's kind of funny is you just said you put your stops at the 3s and the 7s and the 5s and the 1s and so on, the odd numbers. I do the opposite. So I do the opposite because I double bluff people like you. So you're thinking, okay, they're going to go for the 2s and the 4s and the 8s. So you go for the 3s and the 7s, but actually it's a double bluff, right? So I go for the 2s and the
8s. Yeah, no, it worked. Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. I'll have to come up with a new strategy then. So you. Yeah,
I got you there.
You asked about Euro Aussie. That's funny. Yeah, Euro Aussie, nothing's changed since yesterday. It's not even on this list because it is a neutral -2. I think it's the exact same score as yesterday. Actually, I want to touch on that because I was just looking at it. Let's see here. Euro Aussie, where are you at? Where are you hiding, Euro Aussie?
Yeah, there's a big bounce came out of there this morning. A massive bounce.
Yeah.
We paused for a second, Tiger.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger, just for a second. Welcome to everyone in the chat. It's great to have everyone here. Please like and subscribe whilst you're here. Show some love and support. We really enjoy having everyone in the chat. And you make this show pop. So we're looking forward to that. And also, if you've got any questions, please ask Tiger or myself if you've got any Forex-related questions or any other questions. If you really want to sneak in questions about gold or natural gas or anything like that, you can do so, but only if you ask. So... back to Tiger.
Right. That's right. We're not Nostradamus just yet. But yeah, any pairs, any assets you guys want to look at a technical breakdown of, anything else, fundamentals, obviously fundamentals outside of the dollar since we don't have any info, but yeah, just let us know. We definitely prioritize it. If I remember right, I think it was yesterday's show or maybe it was Tuesday's show. I was talking about it. Yeah, it was when you were talking about going short on Euro Aussie. So, I remember saying, well, I'm afraid to sell because we're butting into a 4-hour daily demand zone, but I'm interested to see if it would chew through it. And sure enough, it did. So it chewed through this 4-hour daily here, pretty strong downtrend. So it's not like it's a huge surprise. And it does have a -2 score. So it's getting just a little bit more of a bearish bias than bullish, according to the fundamentals and everything else. So, but yeah, we did break through because I had kind of put in a couple zones up here just in case it pierced it, which it did. But then now we're kind of bouncing into some other zones down here. Another daily. I think this is it's either a 4-hour or a 1-hour down here. But yeah, 4-hour. I'm sorry, we got a 4-hour there. So that's currently what it's kind of bouncing in, and you can see it's made a really strong bounce. But I wouldn't quite. Maybe I guess you'd call that kind of a tweezer bottom, huh? A little bit. little bit of a tweezer.
Yeah,
something like that. But nevertheless, I'm keeping an eye on this area up here. I actually have I think I put an alert in up here somewhere. I did. Oh, maybe I didn't. 4-hour supply. I got a couple other smaller time frame supplies in there. I thought I had an alert, but I don't. I'm actually going to put an alert now in here to see what happens when it hits these higher time frame supplies, because hell, if it's strong enough, this is the way I see it, James. If this area is strong enough to push price all the way through a daily and a 4-hour demand, there's got to be something to that move. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, because I may potentially jump into that trade, jump into a short there with you, since it was strong enough to break through that area there, that demand.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be a little picky on it as always, just because, it's not the strongest of signals, but it is a signal nevertheless. So yeah, we'll just make sure it gives me some type of confirmation entry, a little bit of a break of structure in this area, something like this. Okay, break this structure. This could either take off and run off without me, or it'll keep me safe if it busts all the way through that. So that's what I love about these confirmation entries right here. I guess you could say a little miniature Head and Shoulders, right? Pretty much similar thing. Have one of the necks drop a little bit lower than the one on the left. So it's like pound New Zealand is screaming at me now. But I'm impressed. I mean, it chewed all the way through it, also being lower on the curve, right? Because I had my curve drawn up, weekly time frame, swing low to swing high. And obviously that's kind of in the middle, but again, between the middle and the upper part of the lower third, if that makes sense. So, but again, it's strong enough to break through that. I'm interested now. You got my ears perked up. Stand with this downtrend line as well. So yeah, Euro Aussie, you're on my list now. Got your alert set. What did I just have hit? I just had a pound New Zealand hit. What happened over here? Okay, so we've retraced all of the New Zealand dollar interest rate movement on most all these pairs. So I did have a demand drawn up down here on a 1 hour. It looks like we did get a bounce out of it. I missed that initial entry because I was currently slobbered on my pillow at these hours. So we've come up. We've busted through kind of this change of character area. So now going all the way down to a 10 minute. So we're now getting close to a demand zone on a 10-minute, 5-minute basis, mostly 10-minute. But I've also got this blue dashed line. What the heck is that? Well, if I zoom all the way out, it's a former resistance point where we had a big rejection. So I just love to see those former support and resistance lines going through a supply or demand zone. When I get that, all it is just an extra confluence. It's not a reason to buy. It's just that I like to stack in as many odds enhancers in my favor. So, but yeah, on this miniature 15-minute price action, we have a low, we have a high, we have a higher low, and we have a higher high. So why not potentially continue to catch this move up? So we're not quite in there yet. You can see we're about a pipette, just a pipette or two away. But once it drops into there, as long as I can get some type of a curl around action, maybe on like a 1 minute time frame, then I may be joining this little miniature uptrend here on the pound New Zealand. So pound New Zealand is also giving me a fundamental score of a 9, a very bullish 9. So I like it. I'm actually going to drop just another alert in here so I can go take a quick look at my score. Now I'm just going to throw that out for the next couple hours or so. I don't want to get too crazy on it. All right, there we go. Just so I don't forget about it. But it's got to come in a little deeper. I don't want to just buy it just strictly off of the former resistance line itself. I've got to have it come in and take some of these potential unfilled orders that are in here, because this zone, it looks better obviously on a 10-minute, but yeah, this candle, this zone, I mean, we could see the volume just kind of increasing on the way out. I feel like that's probably pretty strong. We did have a close above this little double top area over here, which was also this kind of break of structure I kind of threw across here, right? So we finally broke through that, just looking for a simple retracement into demand for a potential buy. So, but yeah, as far as my top scores go, I know I've kind of been dancing all around here without focusing on it too much, but here we go. So yeah, dollar CAD is still the strongest very bullish score I've got. It hasn't changed. It's been a 14 now all week, despite not having the U.S. data. So again, I think no news is good news, because the recent 2.5 week period of U.S. data that we did get was all bullish, outside of the ADP jobs number that we had, which was miserable, right? But that was the one bad piece of data that we had in that 2.5 week period preceding the government shutdown. So yeah, that's kind of the way I look at the dollar right now. Just it's strong until further notice. It's strong until we get some data that tells me otherwise. But yeah, dollar CAD. What else we got? The U.S. indices are still scoring really high. There's the Dow at a +11, the Nasdaq at a +8, and then the S&P, which I just got into, +6. Silver's been on the list again for the last couple days. It took a brief hiatus for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, where it was giving me a little bit more of a neutral score when it came to all the data. But gold is still in the neutral camp. But look, on a 5, 10, 15-minute demand zone basis, I'm still trying to find a place to get into gold. So gold or silver, whichever one gives me the best signal, despite gold being more of a neutral score. But what else I got here? And then nothing's really changed on the bearish side.
You know what? You know what's interesting? Talking about that relationship you just brought up about gold, the dollar, and the asset classes all moving according to the dollar. Actually, maybe sorry, just to interrupt you, Tiger. Maybe we can just switch over back to my charts very quickly. I just want to point out one thing. A good way to here we are. Like, I've got the crypto charts in front of us. You can see how how Bitcoin, Ethereum, all the cryptos are coming down. We've seen, basically everything else rally, but a bit of faltering at the top here on the stocks. But one thing you can look at, and a good way to try and time things if you're not quite sure what's going on and where to get in and out of some of the assets, is by looking at the dollar index. And remember what I said is that we've broken up through resistance and approaching the top of this order block zone, or this yellow, it's not really an order block, it's just a yellow zone, which I call Dixie Moab. I think this level will hold. This is the mother of all breaks. And I've not given up on it just yet. And I think this is going to be the key support, now turned resistance level, moving into the next few months and years. Now, maybe not years, months, let's say. Now, a lot depends on what Jerome Powell does and the Fed and all that sort of thing, and the perceptions around that, and what the Japanese bank does, and the new person in charge there, whether we can drive the dollar up through there. I think it's unlikely, and I think we're going to try and hold here. So I am allowing, however, for a move up to the 200 period moving average over here, and then a move down, even if we clear through Dixie Moab. So what does this mean? Why am I bringing this up? Well, I think the dollar is eventually going to move down again, and everything else will respond to that, including energies and gold and that sort of thing. But at the moment, as it's moving up, I think gold and some of the other asset classes are moving up with it. Not Bitcoin and crypto, but gold and stocks certainly have been. And I think it's all going to come to a head either at the top of this yellow block or at the 200-day moving average. So where are we now? Let's look at percentages. We're at just under 100 now. That's the parity point for the dollar index. If we get to the top of the block, we'll be at, and I can't see because there's an Hola Prime thing over my, if we get to the top of the block, we'll be at 100, still around about 100. So it's only about 50 to 70 pips higher to get to the top of the yellow area. But if we get to the 200, that's at 101.40. We're currently trading at 99.40. That's 200 pips, 2% above us, and then a turnaround. So that's what I think will happen. I'm not saying it will. It's what I think will happen. I'm preparing for it if it does happen. And what does that mean? Well, that means we've probably got 200 pips higher for the dollar index, the dollar yen, for example, or 200 pips lower for the euro against the dollar, for example, or the pound, or any of the majors against the US dollar. And at the same time, when we look at Bitcoin and Ethereum, XRP, XSL, Solana, and things, let's talk about gold separately, because gold has moved in tandem with the dollar. But I think when the dollar turns around, and that could be during this week, we might reach that 200. Let me remind you, go back here. We could get up to that 200 period moving average anytime now, anytime soon. the top of the Moab area or the 200-day moving average. So in a few days. And what that will mean is that we could see Bitcoin basing in a few days, i.e. this week, somewhere down here, maybe at the 20-period moving average on this chart. We could see Ethereum basing maybe towards the channel center line and the 100-period moving average, and so on and so on. And at the same time, we could see the metals start to turn over because they've been trading in tandem with gold, with the dollar. Strangely, but sometimes it happens. Now look at silver.
Yeah.
We were short silver yesterday. We got stopped out for a very tiny stop loss. And we have a tweezer top on the 4-hour forming as we speak on silver. Now it's 16. We've got 2 hours to go for this candle to complete. When that candle completes, if it looks like this, I will be shorting silver in 2 hours' time. I'm already short on copper, and I think copper and silver will be the first to roll over, followed by platinum and then gold as we move through the lower caps into the higher caps. And so copper is probably going to be first along with silver. Copper is making a one up, one down reversal pattern here on the 4-hour chart. We are above resistance and support now, and we are short from the red arrow, but that's a reversal pattern. So we'll be looking at that in the next 4 hours. Gold has not yet followed suit, although we have something similar on the day chart here. And maybe if I go to the 4-hour chart on gold, we also have a topping pattern. Not really. I don't see any tweezers, any engulfing, nothing really exciting. The only thing I see here is a tweezer bottom in support of gold, not in support of it moving down. So gold looks strong, but the others, not so much. And then we can look at platinum, and this is all related. We're talking about this because it's related to the dollar and when the dollar might turn around. Platinum as well. Maybe we're topping there in a few days. And that's all related back to what I was saying about the dollar index. We have to get this dollar index moving out of this zone and making a decision, either at the top of the yellow block or at the 200, maybe slightly higher, maybe to the top of that block there, or that spike high. That's slightly above the 200, but in that vicinity. And it looks like we could do that any day now. And at that time, when the dollar, if it turns around at these higher levels, starts moving down through Dixie Moab, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get back into this path that I thought was the original, well, my original idea, that we could see a slightly weaker dollar before we find a proper base. Having said all that, we have a double bottom, a tweezer bottom on the dollar index here, underneath Dixie Moab. Looks like we're trying to push up, and I think we'll try and get slightly higher. So yeah, this is the way, folks, to trade the dollar in conjunction with the other Forex majors that you're looking at, but also in conjunction with the other assets that you're looking at. We've seen the stock markets moving up in tandem with the dollar. Nasdaq, S&P moving up in tandem with the dollar. But if the dollar turns around, will these turn around along with the dollar at the same time? Even though it's counterintuitive, we normally expect the stock markets to rally when the dollar rallies, when the dollar moves down, and to drop when the dollar rallies. But actually, the stock markets are moved up in tandem with the dollar. I just digressed there, Tiger. I'm sorry to have done that, but I think it's important to put all of this in context,
that's great stuff.
because we're all trading different things, and that's it.
No,
I hope that was useful for some people.
I'm glad you brought all that up, and there's something else I'd like to show to kind of help people see a visual of what he just explained. Back in, if you can, just pop it back on over. So if you're on TradingView, guys and gals, you can go to your indicators tab and look for the CC indicator. It's called correlation coefficient. Okay, I just have it starred so I have quick access to it. But if you click on that, you type in the Dixie, DXY. Okay, just take the first one that you got at the top there. It's going to basically compare all the assets to the Dixie, to the dollar index, to see, hey, is it running in tandem or is it running, opposite? And then I just kind of go on here and just do area. But what this is showing, and I've got it on XAU USD for gold. Go to the daily time frame. Okay, if you've got a zero line. So for gold, you hear this all the time. Okay, gold, for the most part, kind of acts opposite of the dollar, but not always. So whenever you see the area, the shaded area above the zero line, that means it's moving in tandem with the dollar, right? Gold and dollar are moving in tandem. And what have we had ever since September 30th? Okay, we're above the zero. So as he just explained, as Coach James just explained, the dollar and gold are moving up at the same time, right? It's only when this is below the zero, okay, that's when they're moving opposite. So if we kind of zoom out, then yeah, you can see for the most part, gold and silver do act, gold and the Dixie do act opposite, but you'll see there's points in time
almost always
in tandem. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But currently, exactly how you just explained, we're moving in tandem. So again, if you're ever just wanting to know, hey, I know these things traditionally move opposite of each other, or they traditionally move with each other, right? Like a lot of currency pairs, then yeah, I would just encourage you to go check out that correlation coefficient indicator, and you can type in anything. All right, I typed in the Dixie, but if you wanted to compare gold to all the currencies or to other assets you're trading or what have you. But that's the important thing. They're moving in tandem when it's above zero. They're moving opposite when it's below zero. So, yeah, hopefully that might help you guys out if you ever just need a quick glance, a quick visual glance. I'm a visual person, so this thing really helps me out. And especially to know not to be making the argument that gold and the dollar are moving opposite, right? Well, I can't say that this month basically because they're moving with each other. But yeah, and then you got silver down here. It's pretty much the same picture, right? Bitcoin, okay, it's starting to turn around. You can see Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's starting to move around and move in tandem with the dollar as well. So, but anyway, yeah, hopefully that might help somebody out there. I just thought that'd be a good thing to show. And obviously, you can do that with the currencies. You can do that with anything. Do it with Tesla. I don't care what you do it with. Go into your stocks, right? Or the bond market.
Actually, I'll give you here's another good example of correlation, Tiger. You're quite right. Let's just switch back to my chart because I know there's a lot of natural gas and oil traders in here. So you'll get a little dose of that right this second. This is natural gas. Now, I think natural gas is moving up. I'm long on natural gas. I covered this earlier this morning in the first session. So if you'd like to see that, go and rewind that and check it out. The first session of today on this video stream, just go back to the start and start it again. And excuse me, so I'm long on natural gas, even though I'm slightly out of the money on this. It's a small position. I'm looking to build it up. But the problem here is not just that natural gas is correcting, and we're not going to talk about natural gas necessarily. Let's look at the day chart. But the reason why it's correcting is not only because we reached the technical top of the channel, the order block and the 200-day moving average, but it's also because the dollar is putting pressure on all commodities. And when the dollar moves up, because natural gas, everything's priced in the dollar, if the dollar strengthens, these prices come down against the dollar. So natural gas moving down a fraction, putting pressure on the energies market when the dollar moves up. And that's not a bad thing, I suppose, although, an expensive dollar is very, very bad for the US, and so is a high interest rate, and affecting the bond markets, treasuries, interest rates, the dollar, everything. Everything becomes expensive, and the US owes so much money to so many people. It's tricky. However, people that owe money to the US, if they owe money in US dollars and they're paying in their own currencies, with a strong dollar, they are not able to pay the money back easily. So it's not good for anyone, a very strong dollar. It's not good for, I suppose, one thing you could say, it's good for energy prices. If you think that moving down is good. You can see oil prices also heavy based on not just the technicals and the fundamentals, OPEC plus trying to drop the price, but the dollar is putting pressure on all of them. And again, if we look at softs and grains, we look at sugar, coffee, cocoa, soya, cotton, corn, wheat, etc., all droopy and down because the dollar is strong. So really, it's not an ideal situation. If we go back to Dixie, I'm going to re-emphasize what we said earlier, is that I don't know how far we have to go on this still, but I suggest to you that it might only be another 50 to 200 pips further up, maybe a little bit further, and then we should see these markets turn around in whatever way they're doing. So it's super important to know what's going on with the dollar. Don't worry too much about the euro against the CAD or the NOK against the Aussie dollar. They don't affect your life all that much unless you live in those countries, or if you trade them, which is not the best thing to do, not a lot of liquidity. But if you're trading the majors, you need to know what's going on with the dollar. And if you're trading things like the S&P, Nasdaq, US 30, German 30 even, and some of these stock names I've got on the page, and if you're trading things like crypto, and you're wondering why Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana all coming down, and some of the lower level alts all dropping down. It's because we're seeing the strength in the dollar. So yeah, despite the strong dollar, we've seen gold and the stock markets moving up as well in tandem with that. So pretty tricky trading, hey Tiger? Not easy for currency traders or any other trader at the moment.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's been very tricky.
Yeah.
Very tricky. I've just been extra careful this week. I mean, yeah, I've watched a few would-be winners go by, but again, it's partly because it's just I don't know, too expensive. Some of these prices have been too expensive that I personally wanted to pay. I love discounts. I love big draw pullbacks, but just haven't gotten them. It's just been kind of going, a lot of these markets parabolic. Obviously, see the end pairs, right? Great examples.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
but yeah,
and of course, the dollar has effect on the treasuries too. This is TLT, moving down in what looks like a descending triangle. My data seems to have slowed down here a bit, but breaking out a little bit. So maybe there's some hope for a slight correction down. If this moves up higher, we could see more pressure on the dollar moving down. The US 10-year is quite sticky though, not moving down and stuck right at the top here. Miles up there, this is a big problem for everyone. Massive levels on there, not coming down for years now. But an interesting chart talking about currencies, and maybe we've got to finish off. I'm not sure how the timing goes on this show, Tiger. You can let me know.
15
how much time do we have left? Oh, okay.
15.
All right.
Yeah, 15.
15. Okay, cool. So this is I did mention this very briefly this morning. It's an exotic currency pair. This is the dollar, South African rand, and it's the country that I live in, the currency that I do my business in. 16 minutes. Thank you, Hola Prime backend. It's the currency that I carry in my wallet. Unfortunately, although South African rand bulls will be pretty pleased with where this has moved recently. Unsurprisingly, for the bulls, a bit of a surprise, I think. Unsurprisingly surprising, in a way, because if you are bullish on the rand, in other words, this chart moving down, it's doing incredibly well, actually much better than I expected it ever would. We made a double top at 25 rands to the dollar. I've been trading this pair since 1997-ish. Let me show you what the price was back then. I remember it really well, of course, because I live here. About $3 rands 60, 3 rands to the dollar, and today we're at 25. So if you're going to live in a country where let's not carry on with that thought. If you're going to live in a country where you have a depreciating currency like this, you have to make plans to deal with that, okay? And that's not only South Africa, but many countries around the world, and increasingly encroaching on the Western world. Inflation, currency depreciation. Be careful. Make sure you invest in firm assets and not put money in the bank, is all I'm saying. But here on the rand against US dollar, we've come down to major support, and I'm going to tell you what I think is causing the rand to gain so much strength against the US dollar shortly. But if I put a line in there, you can see we're actually at a very, very key level. It's a bit of a spike high to the left going back to 2016. A bit of movement around there and there earlier on. And then it's this double bottom support that we're trading in right now. So if we don't hold here, we may have to go down to the next fib level and this swing low all the way down at the halfway mark at 1650. Right. Otherwise, we'll bounce out of here and move up to new all-time highs eventually, something like that. Now, the reason we're seeing this moving down and the strength in the South African rand is, I think, because we have found, or they have found oil off the shores of Namibia, just up the road, in fact, our next door neighbors. And because Namibia's currency is pegged to the South African rand, in fact, I don't know what pegging really means. Is it the same thing as the rand, or is it just like? And no, we're not. We're talking about money, and so yeah, I don't know. I think that's put a bid under the rand, and I think that may continue, and we could see the rand strengthening inexplicably further because of massive oil reserves found off the coast of Namibia, and we could see the rand strengthening all the way down to below 16 to the US dollar. All right, so be careful if you're bullish on this chart, i.e. bearish on the South African rand. We may have to suffer further strength. Very bad news for South Africans, a strong rand, because they're poor enough as it is. And when the rand gets stronger against the US dollar, it's a problem. So yeah, that's an exotic currency for you to look at and think about if you do trade this. I know a few people do. It's a thinly traded market in general compared to the overall Forex market, but there are some big hitters that trade and potentially even manipulate the rand against the US dollar. So it's always a currency that you have to be very, very wary about because of those problems. Much like the Japanese yen, when we're talking about manipulation and weird trading patterns, Japanese yen at the moment.
Yeah.
So really, that's all I've got. I think that we could probably look at a couple of things that you were talking about yesterday. I don't know if you want to carry on from you were looking at one or two trades yesterday. I'm not sure if you were still in them, but if you want to finish off on those, Tiger, it would be great.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, pretty much moving a little sideways at the moment. But yeah, we can go ahead and flip back on. I'll take a look at a couple other alerts I have.
Oh, Tiger, hang on.
Yeah.
Tiger. We've just been asked by someone in the chat to look at WTI oil.
WTI.
Do you want to have a glance at that?
Sure thing. We could do that. Yeah, oil is given a bullish score of a 5, so it's on the radar. Actually, that just got on there too. So I need to go over here to oil.
Yeah, we did. James, we did cover it earlier, but you may have missed it. We'll do it again with pleasure for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so with the oil, this is one this is what we affectionately refer to as the problem child, because the setups are just difficult for whatever reason. But yeah, we did drop into that gap. We closed that gap, which is that purple that purple square I have from way back over here. We had that little gap right there just for everybody to see. So I just put a nice little purple rectangle in it. We did have a 4-hour demand here, but we're also inside of a daily demand. Okay, so that's just the context I wanted everybody to see first. Well, what's happened? We've came through. We just pierced through we closed the gap, number one. We pierced through the 4-hour and then finally caught somewhat of a bid down in this area. So we're making a little bit higher highs, higher lows on this thing. I personally am not comfortable buying this market until we do something about like what that green line shows right there. We do have a little bit of supply zone confluence right here off of this candle. It's a 1 hour and a 15. If I were to go down, you'd see that. I personally am not really interested in buying this unless we close up here somewhere. Let's close up here, break some structures, show that these higher lows, higher highs are a little bit on the significant side. And then at that point, then I'd be interested in getting a little bit more of a discount. Get rid of that alert real quick. Okay. Because if we're taking a look at this now, this obviously the safest place to do it would be to get a close, way up here. Well, by then we've probably lost a lot of our potential profits. So I'm just kind of looking at it on a 4-hour chart. And again, if I go down to a 1 hour, you can see that supply there that I was keeping an eye on. Pretty decent volume spike out of that. Got a lot of ugly wicks around this area. So that was just the one area I saw that might be significant if we can break above it. But currently sitting on my hands just to give the quick answer to that. But we did wick through it. We haven't yet closed on the other side of this. So again, I personally have got to see at least a close up in this area somewhere so that we can get a retracement down and find a demand zone. So if I just kind of move that forward a little bit, move all this forward here just to get a little bit more accurate, up-to-date view of it. Let's see here. So do that. Yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah, I'm just sitting on my hands. I mean, I really am, because I want to wait. Now it's currently dropping into a little bit of a demand, but the problem is we still haven't closed up here. So I don't feel too comfortable buying this area or doing anything really. I mean, I did kind of draw up one demand zone at one point. It was kind of a second chance demand zone out of that 4-hour demand I drew up. And you can see it came down and wicked in just nicely, but and would have been a profit. But again, I still didn't feel comfortable with getting into it until we broke a structure somehow. So yeah, just kind of follow this path right here. Let's get a close up here. Then we can look for a retracement. For me, as a 4-hour, 1 hour, demand zone trader, let me clarify that. There's probably some other things you can do on smaller time frames, but nevertheless, I wouldn't want to do anything until we get a break and close up here somewhere. So hopefully that helps. It's got to kind of do its thing, close, retrace, find a newly formed demand zone, and then we can buy the upside. So that's kind of the way I see it at the moment. Yep.
It's interesting because if you've got so here's an interesting point, actually, Tiger. You have a bullish approach to this market right there. You're not in a trade.
Yeah.
You may change your opinion later on, of course, but that's a bullish setup that you're looking for. Fair enough. We all have different opinions, folks. I'm completely opposite to Tiger. I'm already short. We can switch my chart.
Yeah, you're short.
Doesn't mean I'm correct, or that it doesn't mean I'm right, or Tiger's right. It just means that we don't agree totally at this particular moment. In my opinion, and this is the day chart, we've got a tweezer top against the 20-day moving average. That's all I need to know for me to think that we're moving down. As simple as that. As long as we close today with a tweezer at the 20-period moving average, we're still firmly bearish. And it's right there. Let me zoom in for you. So double top, tweezer top. A tweezer top is defined by equal highs on subsequent days. Pretty much equal. They don't have to be identical, but they've got to be pretty close. And it doesn't matter what these bodies look like either. They could be big, small, it could be black or white, could be anything. The important point is that we have an equal double top, and in fact it could be that there are no wicks on these candles even. It could be a flat top and a flat top. Doesn't matter. It's a tweezer top as long as we have equal highs, particularly on the day chart. If we look at this on the 4-hour chart, we're moving down firmly. That's the tweezer top there. The way you sort of, that's the one part, and that's the other part on the day chart. And we're moving down underneath the 200 and the 100 period moving averages on this 4-hour chart. My target remains down at the bottom of the channel. Let's go back to the day chart. But oil just trades. Oil is naturally a messy, dirty instrument. It even looks and smells dirty and horrible. So, and it trades like that. It's really interesting. Yeah. Gold, for example, is glittery and strong and beautiful, and it has a beautiful trading pattern. If you look at a gold chart compared to an oil chart, I have to show you. There's a stark difference, and it's this is a beautiful, lovely, clean. Well, as charts go, it makes sense. But when you look at the oil chart, it's just, it looks dirty and crude. It's crude. That's what it is.
No pun intended.
So don't be surprised when, no pun. I was saying this morning in the show this morning, this is the second show I've done today, that I'm allowed to make dad jokes now. Because I'm a dad, I'm a grandfather, and dad jokes are cool anyway. Everyone likes them, even they say they don't. Everyone still thinks they're funny. So we've got oil, as you see on this chart. It's not easy to trade, and that's why we always have different views on oil. Many people will be long, and many people will be short all at the same time because it's a messy chart. And so I'm short. Tiger might be long. Someone else might be neutral. Doesn't really matter because oil gives opportunities in both directions. It's a commodity. Most of the time it's ranged, right? We trade between, like $100 and $30. And in that time, most of the time we're between 50 and 70 or 50 and 80 or 60 and 90. So we trade in ranges, and as you can see on this chart. So it's going to be unpleasant to trade quite a lot of the time. But when you do get a run, and you need to be positioned for it in advance because you won't get it otherwise, when you do get a run, you get good profits. You can see all of my short trades here at the top of these runs. These are literally actually trades that I've taken over the last 2 years. Hardly ever been long. 3 times long, maybe 12 times short over the last couple of years. And I trade oil in a very broad, brutal, macro perspective rather than trying to trade the minutiae. If you're going to trade the short-term charts on gold, you should go down to 3, 2, 1, 5-minute charts and try and get those intraday ranging moves, and there are plenty of them. But if you're a swing trader, look for the big picture. Don't try and trade 1 hour charts and even 4 hour charts. Look more towards daily and weekly. This is the daily chart. If you look at the weekly chart, it makes even more sense. We've got a beautiful, albeit sleepy, downward sloping channel, and eventually this channel will break out through the top. That's what channels do. When you have a downward sloping channel, it will break out eventually to the top, and vice versa. So at some point, we're going to get out through the top, but I don't think it's going to be for a while. And I'm going to remain short, and I think we'll follow something like this, a messy old path for the next year or 6 months to a year. But eventually, I think we'll have to bounce back up into the most highly traded zone, which is in the $70 region-ish. And over many years, I don't think this chart's long enough, you'll see that this is kind of the zone where my purple line is. Yeah, so that's WTI, James, and I hope that was useful to you.
Yeah, and
3 more minutes to go.
My potential long was full of ifs and buts, right? Just remember, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, right? I have to see all those things I listed because otherwise I ain't touching it. But bullish fundamentals, breaking that top, but otherwise, hell no. I might even join Coach James on that short. So that was just a only if, because that would be pretty significant break for me. But if it doesn't, I may try to short too, because it has bounced off of that brand new zone already. So if it turns around and rolls around, heck, I may be jumping on as well. If something's bullish fundamentally, I'll temporarily short it, or vice versa, right? Because I'm ultimately trying to get to a stronger zone anyway. So I do it a lot on Bitcoin. It actually works pretty decent, right? Just taking supply and demand zone trades within the same move. So, but no, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff. Yeah.
So trees of tops and bottoms are one of my favorite patterns. That's why I like this one very much. And I do want to remind you on the metals, if you are trading these, look for that sort of thing. This is gold's pulling back down dramatically as we're talking. Look at this, quite beautiful.
Yeah.
Silver too. I'm going to get short on some of these in about an hour's time, and I'll probably be looking to short silver. I'm already short copper. I'll add some more into that if we break down through that 20-day moving average here on copper. So I've already got a good entry on this one. Well, it's not that good, but it's close enough to the top. And I think if we break down through here and faff around and maybe bounce back up, I'll get another short on copper. And I'm aiming for copper to move down probably and possibly back down to the red moving average, not moving average, trend line. We could see something like that. This big spike up through the top here isn't real. That's a tariff move, and I consider this black line to be a double top zone for copper, and that move in the center there is not real. All right, so I ignore that completely. There's a top. We're trying to reject it right now. So that's copper. And once again, as I said earlier, when and if the dollar turns around, we were talking about currencies. This is the currency show. When this turns around, which could be any time now, I think we'll see the rest of it starting to move in opposite directions. So watch the dollar in this region. And I think we've been forced out and kicked out. So anything else from you very quickly, Tiger?
Last thing, do you do your tweezer tops on daily only, or do you go to smaller time frames at all?
Any time frame.
Oh, okay.
Any time frame.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
James is giving me something to go study. Tweezer tops and bottoms. Everybody, stay tuned. We got news coming up. We got some Mag 7 madness after, and then we'll get back to the futures, boys. So with that, have a wonderful day, James. Appreciate your time. Peace out.
You too. Ciao, everyone. Take care.
Ciao.
Good day, traders. Let's run through what's moving FX, futures, and crypto right now on Thursday, 9th of October, 2025. We start with the global macro tone. Markets are pausing after a powerful run, with the US dollar firm and risk assets catching their breath. The dollar is on course for its best week in nearly a year, while the yen remains weak. In FX, the yen briefly traded near the 153 handle before recovering a touch, while euro and sterling are still largely dancing to the dollar's tune. In Asia hours, yen weakness has been compounded by political transition and expectations of policy continuity, while European jitters haven't helped the euro. In the UK, Bank of England policymaker Catherine Mann said, "We're not there yet on inflation expectations. Interpret that as caution on aggressive easing." Sterling pared losses intraday on that messaging. Across the channel, the ECB minutes from September underscore a delicate balance. Disinflation is progressing, but the Council remains sensitive to undershooting risks. That tone limits near-term upside for the euro unless US data surprises to the downside. On the US data front, Thursday brings jobless claims and a speech from Fed Chair Powell. Claims remain in a holding pattern, and Powell's tone could tilt rates and dollar direction. Commodities offer important context. Oil is softer as Middle East risk premium fades amid ceasefire and hostage deal progress. That puts pressure on energy sectors and eases one headwind for broader markets. Gold is consolidating above $4,000, fueled by geopolitical jitters, growth uncertainty, and rate path risk. Silver is also flirting with strong levels. For futures traders, gold remains in buy the dip mode, while the dollar and yields stay in focus. Index futures after recent strength, there's like a pause, though dips are still drawing buyers. Expect rotation and choppy sessions ahead. Back to FX micro themes you can trade today. 1. Yen weakness versus US dollar yields. US dollar Japanese yen pullbacks remain shallow unless bond yields reverse. 2. Sterling reaction to Bank of England rhetoric. Hawkish leanings keep a support band in play, but dollar strength caps upside. 3. Euro is sensitive to ECB minutes and any fresh euro area fiscal headlines. Keep your economic calendar front and center for time spikes. Crypto is in mixed mode. Bitcoin slipped below a nearby support as the dollar firmed and traders awaited Powell. Broad crypto breadth is flat to slightly positive, reinforcing the chop. Expect liquidity pockets during US hours. A big structural driver, the UK's FCA has lifted its ban on retail access to crypto ETNs, paving the way for London-listed Bitcoin and Ether products to reach more UK investors via mainstream brokers. That's a medium-term liquidity positive for Bitcoin and Ethereum during UK hours. Tactical outlook. Respect the dollar impulse. If DXY holds higher into Powell, BTC intraday rallies may fade. If oil continues to ease and real yields drift downward, gold could outperform Bitcoin. If Powell is dovish, risk on may reassert into the US close. Levels and setups for Euro-US dollar. Watch the post-trend line break supply overhead. The path of least resistance is downward unless US data disappoints. For US dollar Japanese yen, 153 remains a critical zone with intervention chatter looming. For gold, $4,000 is a pivot. Above it, dip demand is strong. Below it, momentum funds may reduce. For Bitcoin, the prior day's low are the canary. Fell them into Powell and liquidity could slide. Reclaim them and ETF flows may reassert. Putting it all together, today's playbook is dollar-led, oil soft, gold sticky, equity steady, and crypto in chop, waiting the Fed tone and US data. Fade extremes, trade the calendar, and keep sizing discipline into event risk. That's your wrap for Thursday, 9th of October. Trade well and stay nimble. Up next, we have Mag 7 Madness with Paul and Daryl.
Good afternoon,
Woo-wee.
everybody. I know it's still morning for you, Daryl,
Yes.
but good afternoon to us East Coast people, East Coast traders.
Yes, you Easterners. You Easterners. Good afternoon to all. Yes. Welcome to the Mag 7 Madness, where Paul and I try to refrain from being mad. But it is a madness session. We've got a
It
good,
is.
50 minutes, almost an hour of hitting the top 7 movers. That basically these stocks really dictate the market, certainly over the last several years. So, yeah, man.
I do
wild
want
day.
to. It has been, and the right now the futures are just kind of consolidating in this like lower range on the day, but the stocks here there's a couple interesting ones, and let's start off. We can share my screen really quickly. I do want to start at the bottom, purely because Tesla's actually kind of making a decent bit of a move here. That's interesting. So we're going to look at Tesla right now.
Let's do it.
Yeah, could be the case. Could be. Unfortunately, we started about 10 minutes or so, almost 14 minutes after this move that I was looking at as like would have been a scalp move. As soon as this 5-minute candle closed at essentially 12:45, that break into the value area low. We were trading outside of the value area from yesterday for a large part of the day.
Yeah.
We had broken up a couple of times, but after this last dip that we had at 10:40 a.m. Eastern, and then the consolidation a little bit closer to the middle of the range of the day to then break value area again. My whole thought while I was staring at this was get long for basically a dollar scalp here, 432.20. Up to my initial target was going to be point of control, but essentially you have this big wick at the start of the day, the open, essentially after the first 5-10 minutes of the day, where there could have been a lot of liquidity there. So essentially you're looking at a 432.20 entry for 434 or so exit, and it really just got up to there and we just came back down now. But basically you would be risking my stop would have been right below that hammer candle, right at about 430.87 or so, for a target profit of about $1.50, like 433.75 to 434. So that was a good scalp opportunity there based off the value area low consolidation above. But we are coming right back down to that value area low level now and testing it. So definitely got to see what happens here for sure. If you're going to start trading Tesla, I'd be looking for some buyers to really try to step in and see if we couldn't get long again, but no promises. We have no idea what's truly going to happen right here. We could just simply reverse back down into VWAP, which has essentially sliced through a lot of the volume that we've traded in today. So we will see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it would be interesting to see if we can do fill the gap. Yesterday was for the most part, a uptrending day in Tesla. Then we opened down a good, $6-7 from the close of yesterday. And like you said, we were down lower early in the session. We've been kind of creeping back up. We just came, these last few candles, we kind of retested the high of the day, not quite. I mean, we haven't gotten exactly to the tick or to the penny.
Close.
However, we're close. We're close, and we're holding here. So, like you said, could we come back down? Yeah, we could come back down to point of control. It's a very, very even distribution shaped day thus far, and it could break to the upside as well. So, I don't really know. Tesla's down on the day. We're still down about 1.4% due to that gap, but anything's possible, right? I mean, it's just you look back here. The good thing that I'm looking at, the one shiny little bright star, is that we did not get into yesterday's low. I understand we're this is outside value area, but we did not get down and retest the low of yesterday. We've held up here a couple of times. We had really essentially 3 chances to do this, which was here at this opening 15 minutes, I would say, when we came down, and then we've come down once, we came up and we've retested, but we haven't come down to these areas. So yeah, I mean, based on the fact that we've come down here, despite opening with a gap down, we haven't made further moves to the downside. So I think I would still be a little bullish on the rest of the session, even though we're turning over right here. That's okay. I mean, it's just rotational. We may just come down here, like you said, Paul, to VWAP or point of control, and then who knows? But yeah, Tesla's an interesting stock today for sure. I mean, there was just an hour ago, we had a news release by the Wall Street Journal that was talking about Americans' manufacturing resurgence will be powered by these robots, and of course, Tesla robots lead the way. So and this is the thing. This is the thing with Tesla, and this is always been the case. But I think the more people look at this, it's not an automobile manufacturing company anymore. It's a automation company. It's a robot company. It's all the tech that goes into the assembly line production of this stuff, right? And so, which is really, really, really bullish in the terms of the long-term future for society. So, it's who knows? It's like Amazon back in the early 2000s or what have you. Just there's so much more to it. It wasn't just selling audiobooks or books, right? It's just slow. We're doing much more. And you look at what Amazon is today. I mean, to movies to all kinds of stuff, right? Still selling merchandise and e-commerce. So it's a huge play.
It's the growth opportunity is very large. And that's why I think Tesla trades at such a premium, is because I think people, a lot of analysts understand like that the ceiling is just so far above. You just don't even really know where the ceiling is, to be quite honest, when it comes to their robotics possibilities. So, and the only other thing I have to mention, and the only reason I even remembered it is because of what you just said earlier with the gap. Coincidence? I think not. Value area high from yesterday is literally the bottom of that wick. That would be the gap fill.
I see it.
So if we did rotate through value of yesterday's value range, we would fill that gap.
So true.
Which is
right
it's
here.
Pretty hilarious how those things work.
435.88, and that's the top right there. Exactly. It just comes right into this. And one other thing I'll say before we move on from Tesla here is we had a low
43.
Recent low on Friday.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
So 438.45 is that gap fill. Would be the 3:55 p.m. Eastern end of the bar there. That's where value area high is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and just looking at the overall macro of it, I guess for a micro composite, we came up, we had this big high. Friday was a sell-off of sorts, or pullback, and then we gapped up, and we are still coming down all week. So we're coming down. We haven't gotten to the low here yet of Friday. And the fact that we didn't get through the low of yesterday bodes well that we're up here. And if we could hold this, then I think we can move to the upside. So maybe we'll finish tomorrow strongly on the week. And that's all I have.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to look at, how about we look at NVIDIA next? We just go bottom to top, I guess.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's go in reverse order. And if anyone in the chat has questions on any of these symbols, we're looking at the Mag 7 stocks. And if you guys are trading any equities and have questions, please put them in the chat. We would certainly respond to any queries that you have.
Yeah, definitely. So, okay, we're on my screen now. I was going to say, wait, that's not your screen, Daryl. That's my screen.
I know.
Okay. So good.
That's okay.
So to mention so again, instead of a gap down here, we have a gap up. We gapped up from 189.09 to about 192.23 on the day. So really bullish for NVIDIA here. We are far above yesterday's high of 189.38. So we are currently trading at 192.97, so essentially 193. Right now, we are just ranging between essentially 192.50 and 195, you could say, or 194.75. So this ranging bit, what that would tell you is to really just get long in terms of the probabilities. You want to get long close to the bottom of the range, get out close to the top of the range, or vice versa, get short at the top of the range and then get out at the bottom of the range. That's what it seems like today is for NVIDIA at the moment. And, you know, put your stop right below the bottom of the range there for, you know, relatively high reward to risk. So, yeah, I don't really have much. I'd be looking for buyers to step into the to go back to the long side and do a little bit of that mean reversion back to VWAP or to the top of the range. So that's really it. VWAP being at 193.59 that I have currently. So that's all I'd be looking for in NVIDIA right now.
Yeah, I'll point out a couple other things. We could switch over to mine.
Yeah,
and NVIDIA is up over 2%. I think it's higher up than where we were talking about this stock yesterday. Although it was up yesterday, it was one of the few. Another gap. Okay, so we had yesterday we opened up in a gap and we never came back to fill it. We just kind of consolidated, but we ended up closing, like you said, at what was it, 189? Oh no, I forget where it is. I have to go in.
Yeah, 189.
We closed near the high of the day.
Roughly.
Oh wait,
yeah.
Thank you. So we closed near the high of the day of yesterday. We open up today in a gap, and it's not so much that we have two gap up open days in a row as much as look where we gapped and look what we came to. I mean, it's crazy when I look at this. So this is the low of the day. I think we opened up at like, I want to say 180, 190, or something like that, but we pulled back and these are 5-minute candles that I have here. So we pulled back down to like 191.10 at the low of the day on that first bar. However, what does 191.10 represent? Oh, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. You look back here, and let me just get this profile catch up. It's almost exactly to the high of the day last Wednesday. I mean, and I put in this here, and look, I'll even draw a friggin' line. It's not even funny. Look at that line. Look at that blue line. Touches right there. Touches right there. So it's holding this upper composite. It's holding this whole upper end here. So when you look here and you bring this up, all this purple in here, right? Didn't get below any of this. We did not. We're trading above. So we're almost establishing a new consolidation band, leaving all the rest in the dust. And so, yeah, I'm bullish, even though we're rolling over a bit, and we're just rotating through the structured value area so far of the day. So that was all I wanted to point out, and just how we've kind of left this area. We've left this composite of sorts, and we're, I think, moving on to higher ground. So,
yeah, no, I agree. 100%. That like it literally such a good thing to point out there, that little high, that wick high from Wednesday. That's last Wednesday. That's just hilarious how that stuff works out. This is how, things are.
You just look at it, you're like, it can't be. It can't be. Is it so true? Like it's coming down today, right? You're thinking, what made it reverse? This is, as traders, we always say this, like, why did it stop here? What in God's earth made it stop right here? And you're trying to find a reason, and it may not be a reason really, but it's kind of like maybe there's some sort of resistance here because it was support on the other end over here. And we always talk about support becomes resistance. You're up here, you fight through it, you get this resistance here, boom. Now it comes down, it's support, right? So it's just so funny how things work out.
Yeah, exactly. So now, honestly, the way that NVIDIA playing out at the moment, it looks like buyers are trying to get a little bit aggressive here and hold the bottom of this range. So you might see a fight back to VWAP 193.55. Could see that coming up in the next 5-10 minutes or so. But looks like the bulls were able to keep it from plummeting a bit back to the low of day. So good sign for NVIDIA there for the
this is our
range
value
trade
area.
of sorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And when we talk about
Yep.
value area, we're talking like typically like 70% of the volume on the day. The stuff up here is low volume. These are like wicks, if you want to call them wicks. The stuff out here, these are like kind of outer bands, thinner volume. So we're looking at where I drew this purple band. This is, and it's been trading through here. It's been just, you know, up, down, up, down, up, down. We're trading all throughout there. And it's a good sign that you stick in there because it's not, it's not range extending. It's just doing its thing. And like you said, Paul, we may be turning up as we speak and maybe closing up closer to the high of day or beyond. So we'll keep an eye on NVIDIA for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, let's give a look at Microsoft now. Let's take a little look at Microsoft, maybe see if there's something. What's going on?
Microsoft was kind of crappy yesterday. It was kind of our dog, right? It's been a dog for I think most of the week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good right now. I'll tell you that. That's for sure.
I was gonna say,
it's continuing.
Look at it again, and it's worse. It's worse than where it was.
And
exactly. It's continuing.
It did open up. It did have a gap down of sorts, and it actually filled the gap. It was a small gap,
filled it,
but it was only a couple of bucks.
Right.
Filled it, and believe it or not, that value area low from yesterday's trading session was essentially the top of that gap again. So we again had another one of those value ranges, value range levels as a support or resistance area. Resistance both times in this case, actually between Microsoft and Tesla. So that was 523.89. That had a really nice area of rejection to fill that gap, and then we continue downwards here. VWAP is currently at 520.63. We're just seeing a bunch of rounded tops on the day here. Unfortunately, these kinds of this kind of market structure, I hate the idea of getting short at this point at 518.76. I just don't like it, even though it's super bearish throughout the whole day.
Yeah, I know.
Getting short now here, like after coming down $5 on the day, and if I was to get short here, I guess my target to the downside would relatively be somewhere in like the 517 or so range based on October 3rd, last Friday's price action where we consolidated towards the end of that day. But like we've already essentially gotten there. So I don't like the idea of just shorting to try and get there again. Like when we've already basically tapped it, I could see buyers trying to hold this general area now for the rest of the day. Not saying it's going to happen, but it's just, this is not as good of a trade setup to me. I wouldn't be trading this personally. Wouldn't be trading this one.
So as I was just describing with NVIDIA, the stock we just left analyzing here, I see a similar thing here with Microsoft in terms of leaving a composite area or an area of consolidation. I'm just trying to build up a couple more profiles because it'll be very apparent visually when I move over to my screen, but don't do it just yet. Just let me just wrap this up. But basically what I want to show is even though we're selling off, even though we're coming down a little bit the last few days, Thursday, all week, right? From Monday on, even though, Monday was a good day. Monday was a very strong day to the upside. We kind of did that double top. And then of course, Tuesday, we had an exact opposite day of Monday. And so Wednesday, yesterday, we came to the downside, but we were a little flat. We're a little consolidated. And today we're just selling off more. What we are sticking above, we can switch over now. I think I got enough here to show. We're sticking above this other. I'll give it a second. There we go. Yeah. So, perfect. It's not exactly as clean as NVIDIA, but you got two areas here where, last week, all of last week, Friday, Thursday, let me get my pointer. Friday here, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. All of last week is in this left purple kind of band. And then here we are this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, Thursday, still coming down possibly. But even though it's coming down, okay, there's a composite point of control in this pink line right here, down at $514.70. Now that's a point of control for everything that we're looking on this chart. Everything going back to Monday, even a bit of the previous Friday. So there's a lot of volume. And you look at the left, I don't want to move this. I want to keep that gray white profile off to the left side here. And you guys can see as let me draw this. You can see how it's heavy. It's heavy at the bottom. And that's where the point of control is. Point of control is right here in this blue. And it goes right across in the pink. You can see it reflected. So we're staying above this point of control. We're staying in the upper distribution of 8 days of trading, maybe 9 practically here. So as we're coming down, that's fine. I'm okay with it coming down a little bit. It'd be interesting to see what it does in the next, if it gets down towards $516, $515. So if it gets down $3 or so more per share, it'd be interesting to see if it holds up to this point of control area and it starts to either consolidate or roll back up. So, it does look bad when you look at it from like a daily or even just on the week. It looks like, oh man, this Microsoft looks soft. It looks weak. But then when you look at it, and this is why it's important, even though we're intraday traders, you got to look back and you got to look at the history and you got to look to the left because it gives a better story. And I would use this if I was trading Microsoft right now today. Like you said, Paul, it's very astute what you just said. You're like, I don't think I would get short here, even though you think you want to get short. It looks like a double bottom on the day, what have you, maybe not. It's hard to get short because you can get trapped. Basically, because of what I just said, because you're coming down to test this area and it could easily reverse now. It's done all the work. It's done all the easy work coming down to here. And these are hard areas to get into. It's just so...
Yeah.
Very good point. I would sit and wait and see what happens here. Maybe the next hour and maybe jump into something if you want before the end of the day. But I'd be sitting on my hands in Microsoft right now.
Yeah. Also, it's like you said, it's like this is like the toughest trade to make for the last 3 days or whatever. Like you're really trying to trade the toughest part of the last 3 days if you're trying to short Microsoft right now. So it's just too tough there's plenty of other names, to make some money in. So might as well just stay away from the tough ones. Let's go to Meta. Let's give Meta a look here.
Meta.
I'm going to switch here. All right. Let me adjust these little signs that I got here. Essentially, all of my value area levels are all done on Meta. And essentially what happened this morning was, as you can see, you know what, I'll bring up my little handy dandy blob. And at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, we did open actually within range on Meta. Instead of opening outside of the value area range, we opened within.
Right.
And we, unlike the others that we were just talking about, and we broke out of it. So this was a tough one. If you traded this in the morning, this was a tough one because you broke out of yesterday's range, value area range. You broke back in,
came back in,
some support at value area low. So at least you found support there. That could have been a good long candidate to then rotate through value area again. We found some support at point of control eventually, and then we broke back out of the value area high, that value area high level 719.31. That was actually a pretty decent area when you saw support over about a 25-minute period over top of value area high and previous day's high to then possibly get long into this big move that we have here. You would have had to essentially risked below point of control, the wick below. You would have had to risk about $3, but $3 to essentially to make at the minimum another $3 1-to-1 to test the day's high. And if you held further, obviously you'd be up $10. You could have been up, $8 to $10 essentially. So not a bad trade. Now though, the problem with now where we're at in the day, where we're kind of making this little bit of a wedge pattern. tough to trade this. This is a tough one to trade. I will be honest here. Again, I mean, maybe you could be looking to short this if you wanted to see a rotation back down to like VWAP, if you're looking for like some sort of mean reversion to VWAP or something like that. But this is kind of a tough one, to be quite honest. I'm going to look at the order flow on this to see if there's anything glaring in terms of anything on the bid or the offer. But this one would probably be a little bit more difficult to trade.
Yeah, I agree. Going back to mid-September, I think it was right here. This was Thursday, September 18th. And I'm going back now like all of September. So we got all of last month and the first, 7 days of trading here in October. This was the high. We've kind of been selling off ever since. And when you look at it today, like you said, we're kind of, and I'll get closer in on the day. I just want to look back here. You've got all this above you, all this action above you, all this price action. Okay. And so we can easily get back up into it, but we can also do the opposite. Now, what's interesting, what you said was great with we opened up, we sold down in the beginning. We came off early. We came down here to like 712. I don't know. We'll call it 40 or something, 50. I can't get that close, but this is also interesting. If we go back, and I'm going back here, I'm letting this thing catch up. One more. Check this out. Point of control for these guys is right at the bottom there where the value is. So, no, it's not that far. It's closer in. These last 3 days, I got to go back. I'm sorry. But, you can make what you want. There we go. So there we go. So here's Thursday. This is today. We're still developing this profile. Yesterday, Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday on the week. So on the week, the point of control and going back through Friday, all of this actually is this pink line, and that is the bottom of our value area on the day, which was where that body of that candle was, where we started to move back up. Right, we had the little wick extension down, and that was just kind of an exhaust move, and we've been climbing up ever since. And then further to your point, Paul, this right here at this point now, we're building a high volume node, a little composite at the top. It is hard because you don't know whether you're going to go back up or is the move over. We're just building up here, and is point of control going to shift in the daily profile now to the upside? If it does shift, then I think, anything can happen. But we can still, just trade through here and finish the day. We can go higher, of course, or we can just move point of control up only to come back down and test where we were at the previous point of control. So I'm not looking for much more range out of this today, but it is good that we're starting to move back up in meta. And so I think I would sit and wait for tomorrow's open. I think I wouldn't be doing anything here today.
Yeah, and you know what?
Said,
also,
we just said earlier, there's easier stuff to trade right now, better stuff to trade than these.
100%, because you look at on your chart. Actually, you can see it with. Okay, never mind. We just switched to mine, which I have it as well.
Oh, I took it off.
Okay. No, yeah, they just switched to mine, which is fine. I actually have the level marked out now. But on Friday, October 3rd, we had this opening wick up here at 729.91, basically 730. And
I see it.
And we immediately plummeted down, and like literally we just got right back into that area. So now
that's where we are.
Yeah, like you said.
Yes.
Yeah, there's just not going to be. There's likely just going to be some consolidation. People trying to find some sort of comfort here. It's either going to be comfort found to then be able to trace higher, or lack of comfort found,
or retest.
And we try to
a retest and then go down.
Mm-hmm. Right. So then maybe we would rotate back into VWAP, or possibly rotate back down to test previous day's value area range to find comfort to then maybe trace back upwards if we were going to get bullish there. So yeah, I like it. I think that this would just be like we said, just kind of let it go for now, let it do its thing. If a short really becomes enticing at some point in the next 30 minutes to an hour, then I mean, maybe, but the risk rewards just seems kind of difficult at this point. So I just let it go for the most part here.
Right.
All right. Well, that's meta. So maybe we can take a quick look at Google. Let's take a look at Google. So in Google, I'll start it off real quick. Google, we had basically another situation where we opened up. Technically, we opened up ever so slightly within yesterday's value range. We essentially yesterday consolidated heavily. We heavily consolidated yesterday in Google. Basically forming some sort of like a kind of like wedge of sorts. And it
was like a $2 range,
right at the bottom,
$2.50 range the whole day. It was ridiculous.
Pretty terrible. Pretty terrible
tight.
Price action.
It was so tight.
People would be getting chopped up like crazy if you're trying to day trade that yesterday. And we opened right at essentially the bottom of that value range. And then immediately within 10 minutes, that just acted as a resistance area that we just couldn't get up and above. The point of control was the essential resistance for the first 10 minutes. Point of control being 244.90 on the previous day. So, but then eventually we just continued closing these 5-minute bars below the value area low level of 244.22, and then just continued the day down. We've been below VWAP almost the entire day until recently. We made a little bit of a false break above VWAP at 12 p.m. Eastern here, and we've traded down below it ever since that false breakout. So essentially, again, this is tough because we made a pretty solid move down. We are below VWAP, so maybe if you think that there's some decent resistance at VWAP, you could possibly short VWAP and then, try to make, a buck or, 75 cents to a buck. Place your stop above that false breakout high, but that's kind of rough. I don't really like that too much, to be quite honest. I think this is another, just at this point in the day, I think you just kind of got to stay away from this one. Unfortunately, I don't have really a good trade setup for this one. It's not screaming to me like a few were yesterday when between Tesla and Nvidia and whatnot. We had a bunch of good ones yesterday, but today is a difficult day at this point of the day.
Yeah, and if we can move over to mine, I'll point out a couple other things here.
Yeah,
you got a nice support level here, going back to 29th of September, low of day. Oops, move it. No, we don't want to do that. That was a sloppy circle. Boom. Okay. Low of day. This is the very next day, Wednesday, October 1st. Oh no, you don't do that to me. But you see where I'm getting. I got to go back to the circle. I don't know why I did this. Another one right
basically
there.
239.50 to 238.50.
Yes. And then today, look, this looks familiar too. Same area, all of them. Boom, boom, boom. So now, that being said, it doesn't really mean anything. We're just pointing out stuff. But going back, let's see, where are we? Like an hour and a half ago. Okay. In here, if these candles moving up here off the bottom of the day, almost like a V bottom, it really looks strong like a V bottom. I mean, God. Came down and boom. If we were to continue going up here like this, I'd be definitely bullish. But the fact that we are consolidating through this, doing this kind of deal right now, I don't know. Like you said, it's just interesting to see where we go. We may come down to point of control, which is right here. We may come right back down to point of control.
Could be.
I mean, it's nice to usually. The one thing that I will say that happens a lot, especially in equities more than anything, is when you get days where it's tightly consolidated, like we had yesterday, which was just nasty. usually a day or two later, you're going to get a pretty harsh breakout. You're going to get like an unwinding of the pressure. Like imagine coiling here, and then it just pops some one way. So it opened today, and it was a nice aggressive move to the downside. And it's just so funny that here we go. We come down to these areas at the bottom, and are we done? Is our bottom move done? Are we going to come up? Maybe, probably for the short term, but we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah.
I part of me says this is probably a good area to get short. Maybe I'd watch this for the next 15 minutes. Potentially it may rotate back down and retest the low of day. I don't have good feelings because we're below. We're between VWAP and point of control. So that's just my take.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't really be excited to jump in here. Yeah. When you're looking at these 7 stocks, we're looking at them, and you want to just kind of get a synopsis of where the best opportunities are. And these last several names that we were talking about, they're not there. So again, I would hold, or at the very least, just come back and keep an eye on it and see if something changes here over the next hour.
And those 3 points at like 239.50 to 238.50 on those 3 separate days where we tested those levels with some nice wicks and then popped off of them. And the fact that we did that again today, like honestly, getting short to get back into that level, that's just a tough trade to make, because like every single time that we touched that area, it did pop back up.
Held.
So what's to make us think that we're gonna to make us think we're gonna rotate through current day's point of control to get back down there? I agree. It's like it's a tough short. I mean, you would have to be super convicted about something to be thinking.
The risk reward doesn't. The risk reward doesn't pay on this unless you've just got a lot of stock. I mean, but at these prices, I mean, $245 a share. It's just not, to me, there's better things to put your money in.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, with that wrapped up, we can move on to Amazon here. Amazon looks
moving on up.
Yeah, there's like a little bit more decent. I think.
I didn't mean moving up in Amazon. I meant moving up on the list. By the way, I didn't. Up like, I realized when I said that, I'm like, I don't want people to think.
So with Amazon here, when we're looking at today's range, which is, I'm going to put my yellow blob right where we opened up on the day. So we opened up literally at point of control, roughly around 225. So 225 on the nose is where we opened up essentially, which was right at point of control from the previous day's trading session.
Yesterday.
We immediately broke through value area low from yesterday, but consolidated above the previous day's low, and then immediately broke back into the value area range. So now that we've broken back into this value area range, we've tested the value area low level of 223.58, not once, but twice on this 5-minute chart. So to me, this is looking like the better risk to reward, and we're above VWAP, would be to be getting long above this value area low level of 223, 58 or 57. It would be to get long here, place my stop probably below VWAP, which is about like right now an 80-cent stop. For rotation through to point of control, which would be about an 80-cent or so gain. So it's a 1-to-1. This does feel this looks better to me. This is a better setup, generally speaking. Like with my strategy, I would have been getting long here a minute ago, no doubt. Risk reward just makes sense, and there's a lot of confluence with my current value area levels at the moment, and the fact that we're above VWAP really helps out too. So a little bit more bullish.
The fact that we're above VWAP is, that to me is the key. However, it's funny because if we going back 15 minutes, if we were to review this stock, I would be telling you I would be getting bearish and looking to get below VWAP because the way it was turning down. I mean, okay. This is hard. This is a hard one though for me because we're trading within yesterday's overall range. We're totally inside yesterday. Yesterday closed back down into, we had a big move up. We got to the high of like 226, almost 80, 226.75, and then we sold off into the close. Okay, so we sold off point of control. We basically landed at point of control on the day, and then we opened here today, like you said, 225 on the nose. Boom, full rejection, responsive selling or profit taking. That's what it's called basically. And we've been coming down, down, down. What we held, within the range. I don't even know if I'd call this value area low. I guess I would. We probably came to value area low because yesterday's profile was so stretched out. It's, you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's hard to tell really where you want to put a low or a high in the value area. That's just me. So anyway, we held and it retested again. We came back, it came up, it retested again. Then we've been going off the bottom, came up here. And again, point of control has moved up to where we were. It was down here. Obviously you could tell by the volume earlier, it was down low. It was probably around 222. We've shifted point of control up higher now. And look at this, as we keep talking, this
the
bar
order
is
flow is
moving
looking so
even
good.
stronger. Yeah. Sorry, this profile keeps popping in. I have to zoom back out, otherwise it covers it. But I wish I can get this gray and white profile onto the right side, but it won't let me do it. I think it's because the prices are over here and it covers it up.
Right.
But I'd like to get it on. I'd like to get on the right margin, not the left margin.
Right. Yeah, the 224.40 area and the 224.50 area, we have a combined about 30,000 shares on the offer, and I think that buyers are trying to get up to that area right now.
Okay.
As far as other areas,
whether it'll continue or not.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because guess what? That's right below, that's that, previous little hump high there is where all that volume is. So whether or not we actually get up to that and continue through is an issue. So it could get there. And if we do somehow we squeeze through that liquidity, 225 has another 25,000 contracts on the offer. So I would assume that there would be a decent chance of buyers wanting to test that area if we were to even get through the liquidity at 224.50. Right now, we're kind of turning over a little bit as I'm looking on the order flow right now. We're turning down to 224.20, but nothing crazy. Yeah, it's only 10, 15 cents down from that previous little high on the 5-minute candle we made. So
had a lot of volume here, had a lot of volume here. We're looking to fill in here. We're looking at these previous areas. This is where there's liquidity right here, what Paul just described, sitting in here. Are we going to go up and eat through it, and just kind of go ahead and transact and then roll back? Or are we going to eat through it and go up? That's the question. Yeah. And this is where you wouldn't want to front run this. I would sit and wait and see how it responds in this level. And then, then make a decision if you want after that. This is a good, this is interesting though. This could turn into be a nice strong move going into the close today. Certainly based on how the whole session's been going. So even yesterday too, man, yesterday was just very trendy. So I like Amazon stock right now. This is good.
Me too. I think we're turning back up here and it looks like buyers really want to test that little area. So that should be a good one. Actually, I need to have my bid offer ladder for my equity stuff up on my other cash account, on my cash account, so I can be trading these while we're talking about it. I know. I should be in these trades. But yeah, so that's looking bullish. That's looking good. We'll come back to it probably at the end because all we have is Apple left, and I don't know if there's much going on with Apple. So we can look at Apple real quick, and then we'll come back to Amazon since that's the only one that has
we can review
a relatively good.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Apple.
And I hope.
Do you want to start off Apple?
I know the chat's pretty quiet. Yeah, I'll start off. I know the chat's quiet, but I know we've got some people, and if you have any of these, don't be shy. We want the engagement. Hopefully you're getting some value out of this. This is something new for Hola Prime TV. We have not been talking about stocks in the futures or Forex session. So I hope this is providing some value to you guys. All right.
Yeah,
Last one. Last but not least. Apple. Let me build out my little composite. Boom. All right. So going back here, let me just get my bearings. So this is good. Obviously, we have a nice sell-off, and you can see quite a bit of support. Oops, I didn't grab it properly.
This is just gone in a way. This thing is gone in a way, and it's made its move essentially.
Totally. I mean, look. Even if I go, look how far back I'm going. It's still. Let's let the profile catch up. Come on, there we go. Boom. I mean, so we started to, things were looking good for a while. We thought maybe, where's my marker? We were thinking. Oh, I did. We were thinking we're going to go up, but no, it had other decisions. Now we run down. So,
this is a good one.
What's that?
This is a good one for like the historical analysis and just understanding where we are currently, because there was a lot of support on September 29th, 30th, October 1st.
A lot below
at the lows.
Yes, it's a lot below.
And it's right where we're testing now. Like, so again, this is another one where I'm just not trading this because we've made the move already into that support area. And if anything, we might probably just try to find comfort and chop around for the rest of the day. I wouldn't be surprised. So
yeah, you go back to the 25th of September or so, even further back, 22nd. We're just channeling through all of this, right? So we've made numerous attempts to break out here, even yesterday, yesterday wasn't as consolidated and tight as we saw in Google, but it was very top heavy and very consolidated. And then we open up today. What do? We're just selling off. So and point of control is right here at like 254.93 or so, 91. We're not coming back anytime soon. We may, because now we're down here at the bottom. We may see some heavy support. Buyers may come in and push this up. But really, I mean, man, God, look at this. Again, as we're talking, it wants to. Why does it do this?
Yeah.
In my description thing, it doesn't want me to draw it. It may come up to here. It may.
Nice
I don't know if we're going to go all the way up to the top, but yeah, it's interesting to see what's happening here. I don't know. Value areas.
I know
we're really like this.
I know I wouldn't want to short this. That's what I know. I wouldn't want to be shorting this, but I don't want to get long either.
Agreed.
Even though we just bounced off like a support area. Like, I just don't have any levels. Like, we're so far away from value from the previous day and whatnot. It's just, yes, you could possibly scalp up to VWAP or something, but like this just lacks so much material for me to personally get into a trade. I just couldn't get into it. If anything, I would have been getting into the short in the beginning of the day once we busted out a value area low. That's really all I could have done, if anything, on the day personally. And value area low is 257.60, and we're at 253.60, so we're $4 below where I would have been.
If you were, yeah, exactly. We're a good ways. And if you wanted to, if you said I want to get low and I don't think the low is in on the day, okay, if you're going to do it, then you're going to get short and you're going to put a very tight stop here. Because if you're invalidated, you want to be wrong early. You don't want to be a stop up here and have it come up and you give up all that profit, all that, not profit, you give up all that balance in your account. And then hopefully you get lucky and it breaks through and it comes down and it pays you out. That's the only way. If you're going to do a breakout, fake out type thing, you want to just get in here and keep an ultra tight stop, because if it starts to turn up even a little bit, you want to be out of the trade. So it's either going to go right away or it's not. But I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm not playing the short, especially when we were hitting this area of support that we've done over the last couple of weeks pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Obviously, the participants are saying we don't want to be down here. That's what it's telling you when you see that. They get down there and they're like, we like it, but no, we don't want to trade here. We want to trade at higher prices.
Yeah. And the only other thing that with Apple that I was just trying to look up some news on the day. There's really no news on Apple, but there's like a pending settlement in an EU antitrust case, or a few cases, I guess, and they're supposedly close to a settlement and all this stuff. But regarding like some, and then there's new privacy concerns with like a Texas age assurance law and all this stuff. But like that's not really coming into the fold, I believe, at the moment to any degree in the stock price.
I mean, these stocks are so big. They're always in pending litigation. They're always in all kinds of stuff because they're so large. They cover so many sectors. You know, they've got offices globally. They got factories everywhere. So there's always stuff like this. It would take a big, like maybe a big lawsuit settlement or a judgment or something to move it. I don't know if that's doing it, like you said, but it's directional. It's directional. I mean, it's been coming down. Doesn't mean it can't come further down. I don't know. Anything's possible.
Let's
like you, I would wait. So we only have like a minute left, so we might as well go back.
Look at my
screen. What do you want to look at? NVIDIA again? Oh,
I was going to say Amazon because it's definitely panning out exactly like we were talking about here. The long being at 223.80, and wow, it's just hustling up towards the point of control of 225. 26,000 shares.
Yeah.
So that was a really good, that was the only one that I felt confident on, to be quite honest, and it panned out exactly the way I was feeling. So that's a nice one to see. That's a good one to see.
Well, and it was moving while we were reviewing it. It was moving and it was doing what we wanted. So it's nice to see that the move is still continuing. And so yeah, that's perfect. So I think we're just about at time, but that was good. We got it all done. We got it all in, which is great.
And hope that now we are going to be.
Hope that helps you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And hope you guys enjoyed it. Please give us a like and subscribe if possible. It helps us out a lot. And we will now be moving into the futures session with both me, Daryl, and Sam. So let's move into the Power Hour session.
Yeah.
See you guys in a second.
Shortly. We'll take a quick couple minutes. We'll be back. Take care.
Awesome. We are
What
back.
is going on?
This is
What's happening?
the Power Hour session. We will be
Shimon.
getting some trades on. Let's look at the ES.
Oh man, ES, guys, I gotta tell you, when I was in that short and we got off the air and it just kept running and I was like, oh hell yes. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
And it kept going, it kept running through that low of day, and I haven't traded anything since, but yeah, I'm up like $1,750 on the new account as well, so that was good.
Very nice.
That was good.
Coach
good.
Darrell
Awesome,
smashing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Very
I'm
awesome,
up. I am up 61,000. Just a small day. For
Yeah,
me.
okay, stop it. Stop it. Liar, liar, pants for hire.
He's like, I'm up.
I have done no trades.
Yeah, 61,000.
I have done no
I
trades.
don't know, Korean won, which is like $60.
I am up 909. 909.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh,
Like I said, it's better than a poke in the eye. It's
4.
better than being down 909. Right? It's always better than being down 909.
Exactly.
Being up 909, man.
Exactly. Like me. I mean, Sam, if you could just transfer your challenge account balance to mine for the day, we could just be even, because I'm down 950 on the day. So if you would help a brother out, you know. Oh man.
Help a brother out.
Well, this
Well, you gotta
actually isn't
work
a
it out.
challenge account. This is a practice account I'm on. So I passed out 2 challenge accounts and they've become paused, and then I blew one as well. So that's paused. So
Yeah,
I'm back on
Gotcha.
the practice accounts, but it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's
Gotcha.
all for the viewers to show how we trade. What I can do though is actually share my screen, because there's some interesting stuff. I got this weird pain in my shoulder every time I move my shoulder a certain way. It's like a trapped nerve.
Oh no.
He's like, let me just show what the I think it sounded staged, man.
Honestly, that was proper like shot right up. There we go. Kind of like there. Bit of. I need a chiropractor. I'm falling apart here. All right, let's share that. Come on. At some point, it will do it. There we go. Back end. Feel free to switch to my charts real quick. Okay, so I haven't done anything since we got off, but having a look at how this kind of played out. So annoyingly, what time was this? Yeah, like 20 minutes ago, there was a great long opportunity as we dipped into this area. Could have longed it. Footprint looked good as well, but it is what it is. We still have potential for shorts if we can get back into this area here. Let me just get out the brush tool. This area. We could have some decent shorts potentially, but it has already done it once. As we broke out here, we came back and it continued. So that technically has already been played out, but doesn't mean it can't be played out more than once. But I would have to see something very, very confident on the footprint in order to get in short again, because this could be the area it bottoms out and we start drifting up. That is a potential. So there was a really good short opportunity. This was a good long. So those were the 2 other opportunities that kind of missed on the break. But apart from that, still a pretty slow day, I would say. The market's been very choppy. You can just look at the price action, just look at the candles. You know, it's a few times you get a nice little run, but a lot of the time it's, you know, bull, bear, bull, bear, bull, bear. Even as it moves in a direction, few times you get these nice little runs like here and here, but unless you caught them perfectly, there's a good chance if you're a scalper, you've been chopped up quite badly today.
Yep.
It'll take like a year to look now. This is what I mean. Look at it's just ridiculous, man. This computer. There we
So
go.
bad.
All right. It takes like 3 seconds. If I click like enter, 3 seconds later, it does it. If I click flatten, 3 seconds later, it does it. I need that RAM, Daryl. I need a RAM. A Dodge RAM.
Told you. Dodge RAM. Yeah.
Gold.
It'll make a world of
now,
difference, I think.
I don't know if you guys saw, but gold now from high of day to right now is down about $120 an ounce. We are down from 4,075 or so, 4,000, almost 4,078. We are now trading at 3,960. So about, like close to $120 an ounce right now. And we are continuing downwards. So a ton of unwinding on the gold. And we are just, geez Louise, this just won't stop. I mean, if you look at, I just set a couple of lines here where we had previously made a little bit of a low on like October 7th and then bounced up at around 39.65 to then continue to make all-time highs. We just actually tested that area of support from October 7th, and now we are trying to break down below again. We're trying to break below that support at the moment. This could be a classic trap the shorts, since we've made such a large move at this point in the day, trap anybody that's trying to short close to this bottom, and which is also support from October 7th, and then make a little bit of a long move here, break the trend of sorts.
You got your H pattern.
You
got your little H.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And a bunch of sellers came in right here at right here at the yellow bubble. A bunch of aggressive negative delta came in right there, and then we immediately popped up. So let's see, maybe that shows as a sign of like, all right, the sellers are starting to get a little bit exhausted here and can't push through, and then we'll pop up a slight bit. But yeah, I'm staying away from this one, unfortunately. Way too much of a move has been made for me to feel like I should jump into a trend of any sort at this point in the day. So
yeah,
I agree with you. I agree.
Let's look at silver.
Let's see.
Silver's also gotten annihilated today, down about $2.70 per ounce from the high of day. I mean, bad day for the metals. Real bad day for the metals. Anybody short, congrats. My goodness.
Well, the ES has had an engulfing day over yesterday. Whatever that's.
What'd you say, Daryl?
I was just saying the price action on the ES now today has engulfed yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So, So I mean, and it's an opposite looking. I mean, yesterday was so top heavy, and it was the opposite of Tuesday. So, but we're down. We're not there yet. We back up off the low, but the low that we made here at 67.63 was below yesterday. So we've engulfed. We opened up above as well. So we engulfed, and maybe we're coming down again here. Just looking at the sellers coming in a little bit right now. We'll see. We'll see if we want to keep going down further and maybe get to that if we get below 67.50, that would be great from a short. Get down to 67.47, which is the low of Tuesday. I had to get my bearings here. I'm thinking what days, which Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. You know. And then, of course, we're at all-time highs, so we can go the other way, too. Anything's possible.
Yep.
But we have like, you know, Paul, like, I mean, look, we just covered all this in the Mag 7 with these consolidations and these retests. I mean, look at this. We're kind of in the ES, we're doing this. Let me just get it up a little bit. And first came down, we bounced off of that, bounced off of that, bounced off of that, finally came in, and we're just kind of chopping, right? So I don't know. This could be resistance right here. We're not being able to poke back to the upside here. We may go down.
Yeah,
potentially. So
yep,
I'm just
very
sit
well.
and watch
You're
it.
right.
If we start to roll over, I probably would jump in on a short, but we'll see. News, by the way, I forgot to mention. What did I see? I was looking at it when we were Fed's bars just yapping. Kashkari spoke again. Where was it that I noticed?
Difficult choice in October if we cut again. It's a difficult choice to make, they're saying, for cutting. That's interesting.
I would
saying
agree.
It's a difficult
I
choice.
would agree, though, man. Because inflation's not rising yet. I mean, we don't have the tariff stuff yet. So they're basing all this on labor, on unemployment. And how do you look at the unemployment numbers when you've had a government shutdown for, 2 weeks? And there's a lot of furloughed workers. There may be jobs that don't come back. There may be agencies that will be thinning out and saying, you know what, we've done a couple of weeks without half these people. We don't really need them. They're just, a leech on the payroll. Let's get rid of them. Whatever. So now that's all of a sudden you have a huge spike in October, jobs report. It's like, shit, how much is government jobs? How much is private sector jobs? I don't know, man. It could really be difficult for the Fed. Really difficult for the Fed.
Yep. Definitely.
And then Trump saying here, he said this about an hour and a half ago, but we were off the air. He says, we will be making permanent cuts to Democrat programs in the shutdown. He's saying some Democrats are calling us and want to open the government. Most of them are not willing to open the government. I mean, what the hell, these guys? But Fed's bar has been talking a lot. He's at some conference. Kashkari's at another conference. But I saw something. I can't find it again. Where was it? I don't know. If I see it, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah. Yep, definitely.
Forgot what it was.
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a rounding top here on the ES, coming back down to previous day's low of 67, 64.50, which is essentially today's low, or close to it, 60, 67, 61, essentially. So,
yeah. Yeah, there's a little liquidity. It's sitting right there at 67.60, but I think we could push through that if we wanted to. That wouldn't be too difficult to get through. So we'll see if we get down a little bit. Get down a few more points here. Maybe stock in a short.
Yeah. Me too. Okay.
Let's see.
Ooh, gold's trying to rally a bit.
Just say bounce for today. Talk about gold. Brutal move. Yeah. Yeah, Mushin. I hear you, man. I know. Tiger Trades is asking, bro, how you full-time traders have the patience to not overtrade? Like, what do you do when waiting for a pattern to form or a level to reach? We sit, we talk, we laugh, we sing, we dance, we do all kinds of stuff. I don't know.
Hey,
People may think I overtrade. I take a lot of trades. I take a lot of trades a day. I trade a lot of volume, so I take a lot of round turns. But to some people, you know.
And I was going to say, sometimes I do, and sometimes I do overtrade. I'm not immune to. I'm not immune to it.
I do too.
I definitely will overtrade.
I overtrade. I overtrade
Yeah.
a lot. I overtrade. You know, the more experience you have, though, you just recognize whether you are in a state where you feel confident you can grind it out if you're in a deficit, and not to get yourself in too much trouble. But there's when you develop some skill and some edge, I think it goes a long way to an experienced trader knowing when to push and when not to push, essentially.
Yeah.
All right.
Most of the time, it's a good idea to not push too much, but there are special circumstances where you understand, like, okay, you can keep a calm, cool, collected head, and maybe you have another trade setup or two in the day that can help, you know, dig away at least at some of the losses. But for the most part, it's usually just best to come back clear-headed the next trading session. So gold's right now bouncing back up. So just like I was talking about earlier, I knew that short looked just not good and that we could possibly get a rebound here. And we literally touched the low of day again and rebounded immediately a good $12 an ounce within the last 10 minutes. So
Tiger Trades, interesting comment there. What kind of trading do you do? Like, would you say you're a scalper, intraday, swing? What kind of trader are you? Let's try figure out how we can help you.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Mussolini, in terms of liquidity on gold to the upside, I mean, really, there's nothing crazy. I just see a lot of, honestly, I see a lot of like algorithmic movement happening on the bid offer. I see a lot of orders constantly shifting on both the bid side and the offer side. So it's kind of looking a little dicey at the moment. Really, the move to, unfortunately, the only trade that I saw that was of some sort of relevance recently was the possible like double bottom there to get long off of. But yeah, even then, you've got to have a decent execution price, you know, somewhere within $3 to $4 of that low, and be willing to hold on for, you know, have a stop of, you know, $4 or $5 an ounce, which is tough for, I think, for most people on a mini contract. That's $400 or $500. So you'd probably have to be trading micros at this point with the volatility in gold, and yeah, just kind of limit your exposure, because this volatility is pretty brutal at the moment, especially if you're trying to counter trend to the upside when we've been in a downtrend for the entire day. So,
okay, so Tiger says he's mostly a scalper, 2 to 15 hold. Okay, so Tiger, be honest, how many times do you enter a trade and then when you exit, say you get stopped out or something, or you make money, doesn't matter, do you re-enter within a few minutes? How many times do you do that?
Or seconds?
Or seconds, yeah. But basically, you re-enter very quickly afterwards.
Right away. Yeah.
Immediately.
Jeez. I should have given it more room.
Oh, you're in your cash count?
Oh, short. No, yeah. I'm trading. I'm in the cash count. I'm good. I got stopped out
every time I lose.
Account.
Okay, so Tiger, that is 100% your problem right there. So every time you lose, you revenge trade. I've been there. Trust me, as a scalper, that's one of the hardest things to stop yourself from doing. How can you combat that? It's a tough one. There's no single kind of like, here's a cure, here's a pill you can take and magically you stop. Like, I think what Daryl said is probably the core, like the truth, and that comes with experience, or at least for me as well, it was an element of experience, but also recognizing that is my issue, and then getting beat up so many times. Like, I would build up an account, all right, and I'd be up a decent amount of money. I would have a really good trading day, whatever. I'd be up, a few weeks straight, killing it, smashing it, and then there'll come that one day where I couldn't accept the loss. I just couldn't. I can't. My ego got in the way. I couldn't accept the loss, and the market just beat me up. And rather than just stopping and accepting a small loss on that day, I would overtrade, keep trading, and then my strategy would go out the window because I'm now against time. I'm like, I only got a few more hours of trading hours left. I need to make this money back, so I'm entering stupid trades that I would never normally take. And I'm just constantly in, out, trying to sometimes I would try and hold a trade, begging for it to go down or go up to a TP, which would cover my loss, but it never does, obviously. And then before you know, I end the day at such a bad loss, it's going to take me like a week or 2 weeks to come back from it. So the amount of times that has happened, right, where you go from the absolute high where you're buzzing and you think you're the best trader in the world to absolute rock bottom because you've just done the dumbest thing ever. And it's not your strategy. It's all just because you can't control your ego, your emotion. You can't accept the loss. Once that's happened so many times to you, at some point you just click in your head and you're like, nah, I've had enough now. Like, I can't do this anymore. And you just take it seriously. I don't know if it's maturity. I don't know. But eventually you learn your lesson after being slapped so many times.
You got to eliminate those days. Yeah, you just got to take those days out of the equation. After you recognize them, you just say, it's not worth it. I've been here every time I do it, almost literally every time I do that, I get burned. So what's the solution? What's the answer? Don't do it. And I know you want to make money every damn day. I know it. Trust me, we all do. But like Sam says, the whole point here is to also grow your account and to take profits out. So what good is it to be up day after day after day only to give back a lot or most of it on a one bad day where you're just so stubborn and your ego gets the best of you versus just saying, okay, I recognize, because that's also being a very good trader, is recognizing when it's not your day, when you don't have an edge, when the market is just too random for anything. That's also a skill, a very important skill, more so than putting on trades. It's not always putting on trades. It's when to scale down, when to not trade, when to walk away, when to shut down.
Yeah.
Tiger, I want you to try this.
I want you to
try this. I don't know how big your account is. I don't know if you're talking about prop firms or your own cash account, but whatever it is, right? I want you to try this from moving forward. Set a daily loss and a daily win. And the daily loss should be like big enough where you can take a few trades and lose in a row and you're kind of getting close to it, but you're not there yet. So let's say if it's like 150K prop firm account, right, from Hola Prime, your max loss is 4.5. That's total, right, what you're allowed to lose. So set your daily loss to 1K and your daily win also to 1K, right? Now, one of the others going to get hit, okay? If you're generally speaking, if the market's responding well and it's good for your strategy, you're going to hit that 1K no problem, right? But on a bad day, you're going to hit that 1K loss as well. But then you just stop. Now, if you struggle to stop, Project X, you can lock yourself out. But say it's on your cash account and you don't have that option, then what I would recommend is open up a separate account, an account where you fund it with maybe like $1,000 or something, just a kind of measly amount of money where you don't really care about losing it. And when you hit your daily loss, right, and you're like, damn, I really want to trade, but I rather than trade your main account, which is, the one you want to protect, use that little throwaway account where you got like 500, 1,000. You can be with a CFD broker. It doesn't really matter, right? And just, if you're going to have to gamble on that, right? And kind of, use it as like the casino account where you just don't care. And that kind of scratches the itch a bit. But never, if you're going to do bad, if you're going to have bad emotions, do it on an account you don't care about losing, not your main bread and butter account. Do you know what I mean? So try that. That's essentially what I do. And yeah, it works. Like, I have 1,000 win, 1,000 loss. One or the other is going to get hit, right? And now that doesn't mean that I have to hit 1,000 on a day, or I have to lose 1,000 or win 1,000. There are many days where I stop trading when I hit like 500 or something, just because the market isn't. I can just tell, like, it's not a great day for me. The market has just not given me much opportunity, and I'm tired, and I don't really want to sit on the screen for the next 2 hours trading. So I just, all right, I'm up 500. I'll take that. And it's cool. And I'm happy with that 500 win, for example. And there's other days where the market's just so good, right? Like, those days, you get those odd days where it's just working so well in your favor, where if I hit 1,000, I'm going for more because I'm just on fire today, So, but the loss is non-negotiable. Like, there's no negotiating with the loss. Like, if you hit 1,000, that's it. Like, done. You can't be like, well, if I take one more trade, I could get back in the... No, done. Like, finished. Walk away. If you stick to that, believe me, at the end of the month, you'll have something to withdraw or get a payout or whatever. Guarantee it.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Completely. It's just a mindset. It's all about the mindset. And it sounds easy, but you're going to get to enough pain where you'll finally say, okay, either I make the change or it's going to make the change for me, and I'll be out of this business, and I'll be out of any opportunity of ever potentially changing my future, right? So we don't want to be failures, but you learn a lot from failure. And trading will humble you in more ways than you even understand. And you'll be a better person for it. You'll make more changes. It's like going to therapy. It's the best. It's therapy. You just don't know it. It kicks your ass. It makes you think you're the greatest, like Sam said, but you're not. It kicks you in the nuts every damn day. I mean, I'm serious. And certainly in the beginning, it's just like, man, it's just,
no, it really does.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's crazy.
Very true.
It
really, really does.
Yeah.
The market punishes you on a daily basis. If you don't respect it and you don't, like, if you think you're the best trader in the world, you can't lose, that's exactly when you will lose.
Right.
And
good luck.
It's funny. We've all been there.
Thanks, Tiger Trades.
Exactly.
But the good news is,
we try to help you guys. We try to help you guys. We're being honest. We're telling you from our decades of trading experience. I mean, we've got a lot of experience between the three of us, and it's just it's real talk. It's nothing more than real talk. Not hype here.
But honestly, Tiger, the good news is once you overcome that, once you truly get a grip of it, and you're always going to battle with it. It's not like one day all of a sudden you're just cured from over trading. Like, it's an ongoing battle. But once you truly do kind of tame it and keep it under control, trading becomes the best job in the world, because all of a sudden, like, it's like magic, man. It really is like magic. You're not doing anything. You're not making anything. You're just clicking a button and money appears. I mean, tell me that's not the best damn job in the world.
Or disappears.
You don't have to.
Or
disappears.
Appears or disappears. But yeah.
But
magic man.
I don't have to find a customer or something and try and sell something. I don't have to, talk to anyone I don't want to talk to. I don't have to,
I don't want to talk to you anymore, Sam. Get out of my life.
Like, yeah.
You're done.
Get out.
Shut up.
Like, any other business, any other kind of, because trading is a business, right? Like if you're your own trader, it's like running your own business.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And you got to treat it like that. I wouldn't say it's like a job where you have a boss. It's different than that. It's more entrepreneurial, I would say. And any other business that you can open,
yourself.
Right? No matter what they sell, like, if you're selling stuff online, e-commerce, drop shipping, whatever it might be, I see all these ads on Instagram constantly, right? You've all got other elements, that control your business. Okay, even like great jobs like being a YouTuber, right? Everyone wants to be a YouTuber these days, but YouTube can very easily just demonetize you. You say something they don't like, gone.
Yeah.
How many YouTubers have just been shadow banned or lost their ad revenue or whatever? It happens all the time, right? Or the algorithm changes and it doesn't favor their video topics anymore. Now all of a sudden they don't make that much money, or they become irrelevant. People change, people grow up, they don't care about you anymore. If you sell stuff on Amazon, how quickly does Amazon, come out with their own Amazon basic range and just completely annihilate any competition? Or
exactly,
even if you white label stuff, there's always some guy out there who's got a bigger budget and will buy it from a wholesaler at a cheaper rate and undercut you left, right, and center. There's just, but even if you do find and overcome all those hurdles, then Amazon can very easily. I've done this before. I used to sell stuff on Amazon many, many years ago. I thought I'd give it a try when it was like popping off, and I sold. Hear me out. This is a true story, right?
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the chat. I'm laughing at the chat.
All right. This was my mind, right? So I bought travel adapters, right? Like worldwide travel adapters. I bought a bunch of them. I found a really nice supply in China. I bought a ton of them, got them white labeled, my own brand on it. Lovely, right?
Okay.
And
got it. Yep.
There was another competitor who basically bought the exact same thing, but with his own label on it, right? Okay, but it came from the same factory essentially, right? And he was the top seller on that category. So I thought, right, how am I going to get above him? I can only undercut him, but if I undercut him, I'm technically not making any money on any of my units. But I thought that's fine. If I sell the first 500 to 1,000 units at break even, but I get reviews and I get kind of up at the top and outrank him, then I can start upping the price, maybe $1 per unit, and then I can start making money from it. So that was my idea, which worked at the beginning. I undercut everyone and people were buying. The sales were going through the roof. And I was like, okay, this is good. Reviews were coming in. Everything was beautiful.
Yeah.
And then one day, as I was climbing up the ranks and getting, a really good position on that product, Amazon turns around and takes away my listing. And the reason they took away my listing is because they said that the product could be unsafe because it's electrical or something. And I was like, what a stupid, all right, fine. So I went to the supplier, got all the certificates, sent it over to Amazon to prove that, it's tested, whatever. Nope, didn't accept it. That was it, done. And then to add insult to injury, Amazon, because all my stock was in an Amazon warehouse and they were delivering it to the customers. I didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
It was part of Amazon Prime.
Right.
They then said you have to remove your stock and you could either pay X amount to get your stock back or pay a smaller amount to get it binned. I was like, what? I was like, I'll pick it up myself at this point. Like, what a scam, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, turns out I have a friend who worked for Amazon. He said this is very common. What happens is some big seller, okay, to ensure that they keep their product stays on top, they will pay some person in Amazon maybe 10, 20,000 up front or whatever under the table. And they will knock out the competition, get rid of the competition. Anyone stepping on their heels, get rid of them. And that's how they keep their listings high up. So it's all corrupt anyway, right? Unless you're willing to bribe people and know the right people, you're not making it in that business. Do you see what I mean? So once I found that out, I was like, well, there's no point continuing on this path. So it's rigged against you from the get-go. But this is my point, right? Like trading, you don't have to deal with any of that rubbish. It's you and the market. Once you master that, no one can stop you. There's nothing. The market's not going to be like, hey, sorry, can't trade today.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
No one can stop you from trading.
Yeah.
It's the beauty. It's AI proof.
Exactly.
It's future proof, and that's why it's the best job in the world, man. The best job in the world. Sorry, I went on a really long rant and kind of went off topic there.
No.
It was great.
It was a passion.
It was great. I didn't have to say anything.
Very passionate.
I just sat back and listened. It was great. Like, keep going,
Yeah.
Sam. Take it away, man.
Yeah, and I think a lot of successful traders agree with, like, thinking it's the best job in the world, especially because if, like, you are able to come out on the other side, a successful trader, essentially, it's like such an accomplishment, because it's like, again, like we were talking about, it's just a battle of the mind, because you're battling your own mind. Yes. And that a lot of the times in life is just the hardest part of life, and you feel like you've essentially won one of the biggest battles you can win. So I can totally see, calling it one of the best jobs in the world, because it genuinely is. There's such a amount of gratitude for when you are able to overcome that kind of hurdle. So
if you want a challenge, if you want a real challenge, you've come to the right place.
Yeah.
But the rewards, again, I mean, anything worth doing is worth doing. I mean, there's so many other, areas, I won't even say business, but there's just so many other endeavors that you can do that are very, very worthwhile. And there are risks. There's a lot of risks. There's risks of going into space. There's risks of being a professional athlete and you sacrifice all these years as a young kid, a teenager, spending thousands of dollars on these sports camps and improvement and private coaches and what have you. There's no guarantee you're going to ever get drafted, or you're ever going to become a pro, or get sponsored, or do any of this stuff, right? There's no guarantee. You got to work your tail off. Mm-hmm. And it's the same. If you want to be the best in anything, you got to put in the work. You've got to sacrifice. You've got to spend the time. You've got to be prepared. You got to get to bed. You can't be out partying all night. You got to grow up at some point. And don't fall for all the crap you see on the internet. All these guys, I guarantee you, there's maybe, I don't even know. I don't even think there's 5 people that are real that say they do what they do on the internet. I don't believe anyone's got a valid broker statement. It's all doctored up. They all lie. They all lie about everything. So, but we don't. You see our trades right now live. These are live trades. My trade right now, I'm out of the money, but I'm hoping to get back in the money here. I'm taking trades. I've had a great day. Passed an account. I'm up $4,000 in my cash account. I'm up $1,500 in this new account. Had a good day. And these are real trades. The guys have been watching me since 6 a.m. West Coast time. I'm in California. So, come here, ask us questions. And like Paul said earlier, we're not infallible. We are humans. We make mistakes. I've been trading for over 25 years. I still make stupid human mistakes because I'm human. But I've eliminated a lot of stuff along the way, and I was terrible in the beginning, and I'm pretty good now. So, it just takes time. It takes sacrifice, takes screen time. You be prepared to sit your ass in a chair all day. That's also another thing too, and depending on how you trade, you could trade for a little bit, or you can trade overnight. You can set a bracket or an OCO order or something, and you can leave. You can go to the gym if you want, but I can't trade that way. Like, I'd love to get up in the middle of the trading session and go to the gym, but I can't. I got to sit here. So I'm just going to sit, and I've learned to sit and watch, and then I can jump in when I see an opportunity. But it just has to do with your trade style.
Tiger Trades goes, hell yeah. Best job just after Super Slides Tester. I stand corrected. That is true. I would rather
What's a super slide?
What's
a super slide? Is that one of those, like, you slide down
potato sack
ones?
Like
the big. My
shoulder.
What have I done?
Where you put the potato sacks
That's
on
funny.
your feet and your legs or whatever, and you go down them. I think that's
Yes.
what he's talking
Yes. Some of those guys get air off of those humps, right? They fly in the air. They land on their
yeah.
tailbone. It's like it looks
That's
painful. I'm
hilarious.
like, ooh, that's a hard landing, man. Oh man. Will Hayford short. Okay, yeah. If you want to look,
Yeah, he's talking about the Swiss JPY pair. So
yeah, exactly. I see that. Yeah. Cool. All right. We what time is it? Dang, why is it dragging now? It was moving so fast before. Now it's what the heck? It's only 11:30 for me.
Is that it?
Dude.
My God.
Come on. Let's get going, market.
11:30.
Market. I know. It's already like 11:30 p.m. for you.
Yeah. Not far off.
No, you're 8 hours ahead of me. So what are you? What is it? Is it 7:30 for you?
I'm 7:30. Yeah, 7:30.
Yeah, you're 7:30. Yeah.
Also, back end, I think you got a chroma key green screen thing on my video because my plant seems to be disappearing because it's green.
I see that. Oh yeah.
Just thought I'd let you know. You may have left it on from the news.
That's funny.
Yeah.
If I turn the color green, let's see if it all goes black.
I was gonna say, I think the LEDs are doing it.
Oh yeah, see, it all goes black, and if I make that
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. See?
I'm in the shadow realm.
Yeah. You're like in a haunted.
Mortal
You're in a haunted
Kombat
house.
Shadow Realm.
Something that's funny. That is funny.
That's quite awesome. Look at that.
Yeah. If you put a green shirt on, you'd just be a floating head.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, it'd be like a sorcerer or something. All right, let's get down here. Let's get down, retest the low, breakthrough. I am bearish on the ES for a few reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, the Nasdaq's looking like it wants to turn over too. Touched the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, so that's a relatively good sign. We've been using the 5-period EMA as resistance essentially since 12 p.m. Eastern, so it's good that it came back up, touched it, and rejected a bit. Let's see if the ES can't go and test the lows.
So a few of my reasons, I kind of set you guys up. No one took the bait. I said for a few reasons, and no one said, "Oh, what are those reasons, Daryl?"
What are those
reasons? Being
What are the reasons?
what are those reasons? Being that we tried to break out of this channel, out of this distribution here, failed, and point of control just came down about. Oh, what time is that? 13 minutes ago. It came down to lowest it's been on the session, down at 67.69.5, which is basically this pink line right here on the project deck. So it is accurate. Yeah, it's accurate. Where did my marker go? Did I lose it? Oh, there it is. Went off the screen. Yeah, so that's like two reasons right there. And the third reason is just a gut feel. A gut feeling based on the time of day, and we've made a low, a new low. I look at some weird stuff between the hours of, it's like a 12 to 1 Chicago Central Time in the US. If we make a lowest low on the day during that lunchtime or we make a high, usually we'll tend to come down and want to retest or so. So it's something I've always looked at. I've never really told anybody that. That's like my secret sauce. You guys, sometimes you guys are like, how the hell did you know? Like, I didn't know, but I just observed. This is just me observing. These are things that you do when I tell people to observe and write notes down. And, kind of like when I see Sam come in and he's got like, some makeup on or a dress. I'm like, Sam, I don't know about you, man. You're giving me some telltale signs. Yeah.
Happens too often, sadly. No, it just happens. I do apologize.
Oh man. Is cereal a soup? What the hell kind of question is that, dude? What do you mean, is cereal a soup? No, cereal.
I'm going to say because soups are meant to be hot and cereals are meant to be cold. That's the only reason I'm going to say that. That's the only thing I can think of. That's all.
Soup is not milk. Soup is not with milk. I mean, I guess cereal could be like oatmeal and
cereal,
stuff.
A drink.
Cereal, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Cereal. Where did that question come from?
That's the question.
So random.
So mine,
you trading grains?
It's,
you trading corn or wheat?
He's trading cotton. I know he said he's
I know. I saw he was trading cotton. Yeah. I saw the cotton earlier. Yeah. Yep.
These are very important questions, Daryl.
I'm on the edge of my seat, literally. Why, James? What are you talking about? Is this a South African thing, man? Cereal. I know what James is going to say. In Afrikaans, cereal means soup if you translate it. But no, James, you're wrong. It does not. He's going to make a comment right now. You watch. He's going to say, got me. No, I don't know. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Well,
yeah,
cumulative deltas hit 7,000 to the sellers today. So, considering how big, because it was, I'm amazed, man.
Warm.
Considering how much came in yesterday.
What? In the original Grisha Hungarian it is? I don't know. What? All right, let's get a real question. Robert, thank you. Looking at the price after I got to work, the strategy I was supposed to be testing that got out early, it would have hit. I need to learn how to stay on that account. Yeah, but also if it didn't get hit, don't think like it has to and you're making rash decisions. If it doesn't get hit, then hey, it didn't get hit. Like, you know what I mean, Robert? You just can't. You're not going to ever design, I feel, a system where you can set it and forget it and have it do the majority of what you want it to do. It just, I mean, you can, but it's just going to take a lot of work.
It's called hiring a trader.
Yeah, exactly.
Employing a trader. That's the system.
Yes. That's the only real way.
Sam is ever so slightly now always phasing in and out of the shadow realm, which I now find hilarious.
Oh,
that
I
said
see
shadow realm because that's all I can think of now.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's like that Grim Reaper. That Grim Reaper's coming out after you, Sam. It's coming after you, dude, in the corner.
Remove the green screen.
Everything's floating around. The basketball's floating around. What the hell? No, I'm kidding.
The basketball's floating.
He turned and looked. He went, what?
Gotta check. You never know. I've had too many
Oh,
ghostly
yeah, Robert, we
experiences.
did talk about this. Okay, cool. That's good because I know you're testing some stuff, Robert. That's good. That's cool. Yeah, come on.
There's
Come
really
on,
no
US.
headlines either that are worth
No, it's
mentioning.
nothing.
I don't see really anything. Yeah, so no news at the moment.
I looked about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
That's what I was doing. When it gets slow, I was looking. I was like, what's going on?
What's going on here?
What's
What's
going on? Dun, dun,
What
dun,
is
dun,
happening?
dun, dun. Biggie!
Tell me what is
This goes out
happening
to you.
to
Dun,
you
dun, dun, dun.
and you
Doo-doo.
and you.
This goes out to you, and you. Dun, 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 dun.
Bum, bum, bum,
Dun,
bum.
dun. Tell them. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
How you gonna do it?
How you gonna do it? Exactly.
Kick in the door, waving the 4-4.
All I heard is,
By the
Papa,
way,
don't hit me no more.
that
Yes.
Amazon
Speaking
long that
of.
we talked about in the Mag 7,
Oh, hell.
that Amazon
Yeah.
long
What's it
in the
doing?
Mag 7 session, yeah, that one we got all the way up to 226.50, which was value area high of yesterday. So when we were looking at it, it was 223 half to 223 quarter, and
I'm
rotated
showing it right
completely
now.
through that
It was
value range. Yeah.
It was right here. It was right here in the red when we talked about it. Boom. And it's
Yeah.
come all the way up to retest the high, which we talked about. I mean, golly.
Yeah, that
Beautiful.
was a beautiful one.
Beautiful. How are we going to do it?
Amazon, Meta, and Nvidia are the only ones up on the day of the Mag 7s. Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Tesla are all down by 1% or more, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. Which kind of makes sense. I mean, the indices are off a little bit. Yeah. I am singing a Notorious B.I.G. song, 350. Kick it.
350.
Oh, you're gonna do it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. I gotta be careful of the lyrics though. Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun,
Yeah.
dun.
It's gonna kick in
Robert's
the door.
got another one. Another account he's testing for many more scalpy trades where after it reaches more than 20 ticks, it sets a 10 tick or more above break even, targeting 50 plus ticks. So is your stop trail moving once you get a 10 tick or like every 10 tick move? Or Robert, do you make it, because you can do anything. Does it move like once you get to 10 ticks or greater into your trade, into money, it moves at 10 ticks or greater, and then is a tick every tick thereafter as the price goes in your favor? Or does it got to wait for another 10 tick move to the either side for it move again? Because you're given a big berth, and just be prepared for it to come back. Even though it gets you up, it may take you. And where's your stop at? Where's your stop? Are you starting out with a 10 tick stop? It just stays there. So is that going to break even? So you're basically like scratching and then trying to grab what you can. And if it stays there, how are you getting out of the trade? Are you manually exiting the trade, or you have a take profit that you want it to trigger? But if it doesn't get to the take profit and it comes right back, then you're going to end up scratching most of your trades. And probably leaving a lot of unrealized money on the table by doing that. Just FYI. And if you're okay with that, that's cool. If you're okay with it, but just understand that if you go back, kind of like what you said, you went to work, you saw that it almost hit it, and it came back, and you know, I'm sure that irks you because you're like, damn, I actually had it. I just didn't capture it. I didn't realize the gain because I wasn't able to execute and get out of the trade. So it's kind of like Sam, just take a little profit. I'm targeting 50 ticks. So are you setting like a bracket or an OCO, or are you point and clicking yourself? Are you doing this yourself? Like you're in front of the screen, you're actively trading it, or are you setting these like going to work, checking it from the office occasionally, seeing how you're doing, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Let's see what he says.
How are you going to do it?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of an odd one. Kind of an odd one here to talk about, but might as well give a little bit of an update on it. I know that there's not a whole lot of platinum traders necessarily in the chat or anything, but it's of interest because the metals are so down. Might as well just kind of bring it up. Platinum has replicated exactly what gold and silver have essentially done on the day. Platinum's down pretty largely since 9:20 a.m. Eastern. We had a high of 1,725 on the day. We are currently trading about $75 below that high. So we're trading at 16.59 at the moment instead of 17.25, which is the high. We basically throughout the day or throughout the morning, platinum dropped into its previous day's value range, hung out for about an hour, and then just tumbled out of it. Basically 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. was the tumble, and now we've just consolidated again for another hour. So platinum's kind of an interesting one. I mean, right now, unfortunately, if you're trading platinum right now, very difficult because the spread on platinum, like I was just looking at the bid offer ladder, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks of spread.
Wow.
To have 6 ticks in between the bid and the offer is kind of not great.
What's the price per tick? What's the price per tick on platinum?
It's $5. So,
ooh-wee.
Yeah,
it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Point of control just came further south on the ES down to 66 or 67 now. So I'm still holding my short and holding on to my shorts, but hoping to get further south.
On your shorts.
I am wearing shorts, so I hope my shorts are on. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So Robert, back to what you're doing. This is great. I'm glad you're providing us with this detail. This is very good. So you're saying here, so you've got a 50 tick. What does he trade, guys? Does he trade NQ? Trades the NQ, doesn't he? I think.
Yeah, NQ.
I think he does. All right, 50 tick take profit and a 25 tick stop loss. So it's like a 2-to-1 risk reward. Okay. And then you have an auto break even after 20 ticks. So after it moves 20 ticks in your favor, that 25 tick. So I'm going to see if tell me if I'm correct how I'm interpreting this. After it moves 20 ticks in your favor, that 25 tick stop loss bumps up 25 ticks to your entry to break even. So, but then you say you add 10 ticks into profit. So are you moving? Okay, wait a second. 25 tick stop loss to start, then auto break even after 20 ticks, but it adds 10 ticks into profit. So is your 20 tick move 10 ticks into profit? And I don't know. I don't understand it. You keep the 50 tick take profit. Okay. just understand with this kind of system, Robert, that you got to accept that you're going to get the vast majority of trades most likely scratch out. Okay, for the rare ones, and I understand 50 ticks seems like a lot, but in the NQ, it's probably not that bad. But if you find that you're missing it, let's say the move goes 47 ticks, 46 ticks, 45 ticks, 48 ticks, and you're like, damn, it almost got me out at a nice profit, but only to roll back all the way back and clean you out at a scratch. So basically, you didn't lose, you didn't win, but you just scratched. Okay, you have to accept that. You have to accept that versus maybe you want to continue to trail your stop and capture as much as you can, maybe every 10 ticks. So at least you're getting something out of the majority of trades. It just depends on your style. If you're willing to accept that a lot of these things are going to get scratched for nothing, that's fine. Just understand that's what's going to happen here. Basically, you can set your break even plus ticks. Yeah, okay, I just always said. Yeah, so I have it set to plus 10. Yeah, okay. So when you say you have it set to plus 10, are you moving that 25 tick stop loss into break even, which means let's say you're long, you're going 25 ticks further up plus another 10, like a 35 tick move is what you're doing once it's gone up enough? Sounds like that's what you're doing, which is fine. So you're basically locking in 10 ticks. If it comes back, you're not scratching, you're locking in 10 ticks on every trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Makes sense.
I mean, that's cool. But just understand, I know what you're trying to do. Okay. I know you're trying to set it and forget it sort of thing. So at least if it moves and your stop moves, you're locking in at least 10 ticks. Worst case scenario. Not necessarily worst case scenario, because you can still have a full stop. It cannot move in your favor and can roll all the way back and come on you 25 ticks to the loss side. So, but that's fine. And you should test it. If you're testing it, that's cool, man. I would do that, and you can probably tweak it and find out maybe that you'll see that instead of moving it at plus 10, maybe you want to move it plus 8 or plus 12 or whatever. You'll be able to kind of tweak the numbers a bit and see what works. And you can also go back at all of those trials that you've done and, spend time evaluating the trade and saying, wow, this came very close to maybe hitting my take profit, or maybe it wasn't at all. Maybe you want to be more realistic. Maybe you say, I still like the fact that I'll move my stop into break even plus 10, except maybe I won't have such a zealous, take profit. Maybe instead of 50 point or 50 tick take profit, maybe I'll do a 40. And if you have a 40 take profit, maybe the chances of you hitting 40 ticks or more is much higher. Now you're capturing a lot of that move on those trades, and you could be even more successful. So you find that you'll play with the numbers a little bit based on how the NQ moves. And you also need to find out the NQ is no different than any other instrument, and it will change from time to time. So the behavior that it's doing right now, this last month or 2 or 3, where we're at all-time highs, when we eventually start to have a little bit of a sell-off here, or let's say we go into a recession or anything, the whole market's going to change, and those numbers will probably need to be tweaked and adapted based on the volatility of the market. So if the market opens up and has a lot more volatility, the NQ is going to move like the freaking devil, man. It's going to be crazy. And you'll find that probably a 25 tick stop, you're just going to get smacked out of everything almost immediately. And you may have to change to a 50 tick stop and like 100 tick or an 80 tick take profit as the volatility increases. But that's just part of how the markets move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to quickly get off and come back. All right.
Yeah. All right. Stopwatch started now. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But I'm not kidding.
I know you're not. And he's listening to us right now. Probably going. He's
I
like,
know.
he's like,
I'm doing that. I literally did that on purpose. I did the whisper on purpose so that he would hopefully hear it. And,
so he hears it. Oh, they love that. That was funny. The back end loves it with the hearts.
I just want to mess with him.
So Robert saying every time I try 100 ticks, it doesn't hit. 50 ticks usually hits, but I'm going to see how often it rules back and then play. Like I said, exactly. And this is all, Robert, this is all a function of the volatility of the instrument you're trading, which is the NQ. And right now, I mean, we have volatility. The NQ definitely moves around like the ES, but you'll find in a different market, it'll get even way more volatile. This is not, we're kind of in grinding markets. We're kind of in melt up markets. These are moving very predictable. That's why I'm having a good day. I like these kind of days. I don't like the crazy whippy stuff. It's tough for me to trade. But when it starts to really move, you'll know. And then you'll have to change your figures accordingly.
All right. Yeah, a lot of support here on the ES at 67, 64.
I saw that.
A ton of support. I mean, we can't budge through this level. It's having such a hard time, but, you know, who knows? We could just be slowly eroding that level of on the bid there, and eventually we could pop through, or pop to the downside there. But
that's what I'm hoping.
Not right now.
I'm hoping Power Hour does something here. Power Hour will do something in a few minutes. I hope.
Yeah. Yep. You never know.
50 stop loss 100 day, usually hit my 50s. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, Robert, I think you're onto something. It sounds like it's something that could work for you. You just need to find the levels that make the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I hear you, Robert. I hear you. I mean, this is a if you find a system that kind of works, you can use this, you know, anytime you're not in front of the screen. You can use it in the overnights. You can use it when you're going to sleep if you want. I mean, if the markets move that way. So, because it's no different than basically a bracket order that's adjusting. It's a trailing stop, and the take profit is fixed. And it's just, yeah, totally cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of looking at the metals right now. I'm looking at silver specifically at the moment, seeing if we want to continue the downtrend here. Looks like we're trying to roll over.
Yeah,
just not a ton of opportunity right now.
The news is so light. There's like, I mean, Trump's meeting with the Finland prime minister, I think it is, president, whoever, Stubb. But he's meeting with him again. He just met with him at the White House, like, seemed like a week and a half ago or something. But I know they're working on the Ukraine-Russia thing. They're trying to get this thing wrapped up. So I'm sure, I mean, Finland's got an important piece to that deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I see here. I don't see anything else. Fed's Bowman, she's speaking again here at 45 minutes. She already spoke this morning. Crazy.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, yeah, at 3:45, right?
It's so much.
They're speaking again.
Yeah, it's like exact. It's like, I mean, Powell's like, hurry up.
Yeah,
you guys got to say stuff. You got to say stuff. Calm everyone down.
Yeah.
Where is she at? Michelle Bowman. Where are you at, girl? Where are you talking? She's at the... I mean, it's funny. It's just like they're on a circuit right now or something. You got them all out there.
Yeah. Yep.
It's the craziest thing.
Oh, man.
You got them all out. Kashkari's done like 2 events already today. Goolsby's been on the air, like on CNBC. He was on like Fox. He's been like, I'm serious, man. They're like all doing like they're doing the full circuit.
They're everywhere. Well,
and most of the time they're nowhere. They disappear. You never hear them. You don't hear a beep.
Oh yeah.
It's like feast or famine.
Tesla's trying at the moment. Tesla's trying to break above its high of the day at the moment. Just as a little equity update, I guess here, Tesla's actually trying to break above high a day. It's got a little bit of ways to fill its gap down from yesterday. It's still got $4.40 or so to gain before it closes that gap. But it's trying to get through. It still hasn't broken the day's high technically that was made at 9:40 a.m. Eastern here, but that's an interesting one to keep an eye on at the moment. NVIDIA, I wanted to check out real quick, see if, NVIDIA is doing exactly nothing. NVIDIA is doing nothing. It's just holding support at the bottom of its range of the day, essentially. So,
okay. Yeah. Figured.
I wish I had more to show. I'm looking for anything to show here.
We're trying to do our best, guys. We're trying to do our best. It's a little lean hog right now.
All right.
That was 20 minutes and 2 minutes. 20 minutes plus 2 minutes.
That was a quick one, I think. No?
7 minutes and 38 seconds.
But you said 2 minutes.
But nobody's counting.
You said 2 minutes, though. That's like, you just generalized.
2 minutes.
I'll be back in a second.
Time difference.
You know what people always say that?
You have to equate for latency.
Listen. You are back from the spa. You went and had. I know you did a little breaststroke. You did a little sauna, a little steam action. I know what you did. It's all good. It's all good. Even the moderator agrees with me. He's Sam's back. He had to keep himself healthy.
You guys were right on the same wavelength. You both said that spa thing like within seconds of each other. That's hilarious. It was like literally within like a second of each other. You both said the spa. That's so funny.
I know.
Too great.
Gotta go
too great.
Oh man. Gotta go to the spa.
Sammy.
All right. NQ is boring as hell. Does it want to push up? Is this just a retracement? I think we still might even be able to drop down more actually with NQ, to be honest.
That's what I think with the ES.
It's really grinded its way up for a bit. I could almost start sensing maybe this is where buyers start dying off, and then we'll get a push down again. I mean, if it's like anything like yesterday, where even like at the close, it was still like boom, boom, like
right,
just on it, like didn't care. It had this new kind of like surge of like fresh energy yesterday, like towards the end, which was insane. Cumulative is now at 6.4 for the NQ to the sellers, obviously. That's 6,400. So we're pushing similar numbers than we did yesterday, but just the opposite, you know? So who knows? We might have something similar where we just get this surge and this kind of renewed, I don't know, selling happening out of nowhere, or it might just drift off or starts drifting up. Who knows? I mean, it's very hard to kind of read at this moment in time, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very hard to read.
$350.
What's up?
$350. Paul, you wearing a mohawk?
Yeah,
you saw it almost.
Close. You look at it.
It actually does almost look like it.
Oh, it does. It looks good, dude. Oh,
that's
looks
just
good.
Nice
I like it.
haircut.
You know what?
That's a good
You know what's
fade,
funny
man.
is this is just this is like literally how my hair stands up when it's dry. It just there's nothing in my hair right now. Nothing. This is genuinely like my hair is meant for me to have a mohawk of sorts, and it
That's so funny.
when you cut it like this way, it just stays up like that, and then as it gets
How do you get the
longer,
wave?
it starts to curl.
You got to put some product in there for the wave to go. You got to get work it with some pomade or something.
Nope.
No,
natural
natural
just,
little cowlick.
Yeah, the cowlicks are crazy on my head. They make no sense, to be quite honest. It's actually very annoying.
Which
it's
is
super annoying.
Which is why he's trading cattle, because he's got so many cowlicks.
Yeah.
He's got to trade cattle. I mean, it's totally
Exactly. Exactly.
Makes perfect sense to me.
I wasn't gifted with the hairline and calyx of Sam. You know, if only. If only.
This is a wig, man. This is a wig. It's not real. It's green screen. The back end of Photoshop some hair on me.
Funny.
Holographic technology.
Yes. All right, let's see some weakness come in here. Let's see. We can get up to the top and rotate over. That's fine. As long as it stays within this little consolidation range, I'm fine. But if it breaks out, then I'm not going to be fine. So come on back down. I'm giving you plenty of room here to do your thing. Outside of the low
Looks like
volume.
it might be an MOC trade, Daryl.
I hope not, my God. I hope not.
You got to not do that. Yeah, you can't do it.
We always
I
end
really
up
hope not.
It wouldn't be an Hola Prime TV stream.
We almost do it every day. Right. Yeah. We
pretty much. I can't think of a single day that MOC hasn't been traded by you.
Oh no, I didn't do it in the beginning. I only started doing it. It's been I've been doing it a lot, but early on I didn't do it. And I remember one time I did it. You guys almost had a heart attack. It was hilarious. It was like, what are you doing?
I remember the first time you did it.
How do you
what the hell's going on? Like, careful, Daryl. Already used one micro.
It was like, I don't take a trade past the first half hour. What are you doing? It's the last half hour.
It's funny how quick we got accustomed to different sides as well. I remember when we first started
it's
this,
true.
We were like, one contract's enough for me. I remember, Paul, you were doing like one micro when we started.
I had a 50K. Really. I had a 50K challenge account that or 50K challenge or whatever, and I was just like, I have so little tolerance here, so I wanted to be super responsible and make sure that But now we have 150K challenge accounts that we we trade on, and it's it makes more sense now to trade the minis. In my cash accounts, I trade minis, of course, but these challenge accounts, when you start getting down to those lower levels, it's just more prudent, I think, to be trading the micros.
You have to
50K account.
You have to.
It's definitely micro territory. You can get away with one mini sometimes, but like if you do that consistently, there's a good chance you'll blow it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
Bum 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 bum. But this is how we do.
Tell them. Dun, 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 dun. This goes out to you, you and you.
Well, it looks like the buyers really just want to push this market up now. It doesn't really look like much of a seller's market anymore.
I don't know.
Nasdaq's
coming right
looking
up
a
to
lot
low
better
volume.
than the ES.
I'm still
sure.
sure at some point we're going to start dropping.
ES is coming down.
I don't believe it.
ES is just starting
yet.
to drop a little. ES is coming back. Come back to earth, please.
Well, if you take a look at the Dow's
thanks, Will Hayford. Thanks, Will Hayford. Yes, the moderator wants us. Remember, guys, you got to like. What's our likes count at? Yesterday we were over 60 at this point. We got to get there, boys. Let's see what we got. What? 34.
Much appreciated if we
yeah, we need to 34. We're half. We got to get up there.
We need to get above 40 at least. We got to get above 40. So if it would be much appreciated if you could hit that
40.
like, please,
40s.
Please.
40 is easy. We got to get up to 50.
Yeah, we've got to do 40. We're going to get to 60.
Yeah. Oh, man. Come on. Come on.
This is, I can't see any sellers really wanting to come in. It's like they've given up. I think the sellers are tired. They don't want to play ball anymore.
Yeah.
Jeez. Trap them. Trap them. Oof. This goes out to you. Hold here on this sweep. Hold the sweep. Come on, you can hold the sweep. Just let them play in the low volume and reject. Reject. This is a stop pick, and then just going to roll back. Let's fall over. You've done your move. Let's fall over. Come on. Come on. Oh, damn. There we go. Thank you, sellers, for coming back in. Thank you.
The Dow is still down, has been downtrending the entire day, and it's like still downtrending. We're making lower lows, lower highs, constantly bouncing off this like 21 period EMA on the 5 minute. So the Dow is kind of the one. I think some of the bigger names in the Dow are helping bring down the ES a little bit, while the Nasdaq has been trying to take this leg up here. And now we just saw the Nasdaq reject VWAP actually. So the Nasdaq just slightly rejected VWAP there. Maybe we continue to reject.
Come on, ES, come back down. Let's go, sellers. Down. Yep. Let's do it. See, this is where it got ugly, man. This is where I would have hated to have gotten out right here. And I just knew. Because this is a sucker's bet right here, man. They do this crap, and you're like, oh, I'll put my stop right there. And then it comes through because it knows that there's stops right here, right? And it just ripped through, picked everybody up. Thanks for playing, everyone, and we're going to go back down. And so I know everyone's like, dude, why are you moving your stop away? Daryl, what are you doing? That's not what you preach. I know that, but I'm up big, and I hate to say it, but I've seen this movie before, and I'm willing to play it. So I just do them. Yeah. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, don't do that. That's not great. That's not great. You know, risk management. Yeah. I know. But sometimes when you have conviction, I mean, to me, this is just as much conviction of it coming up here, and there's a very high probability it was going to stop, pick, and roll down. And so far it's done that. It could still come back and keep marching north, but as of now, it's done exactly what I allowed it to do, I would say. I just gave it room to do it. If it really wanted to come up, then I'd be done. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Now, can it come down? That's the question.
I should think so. I mean, we definitely got trapped buyers at the top there. But again, the sellers are just not really coming in with that much aggression. I need to see bigger numbers come in from the sell side. Oh, wow. Okay. We just had a little.
Here we go.
boom.
Look at this. See? This is good.
happening.
This is why I held. Thank you. Thank you. This is why I held.
But is that actually
Push
going to
down.
hold, or is it going to just?
I don't know. I think it's going to hold. Yeah, it's going to break. We're breaking down. Push through. Come
that was
on.
a sudden move. Those sudden
This
moves
looks news related.
This goes out to you. I don't know, Daryl.
I don't know either.
It looks like sellers are trapped now. I don't know anymore.
I know. I never know. I never really know. None of us ever really know.
Oh, okay. I just saw it's. I think it's going to go down. I just saw huge amount of buyers got absorbed.
There we go.
I think
Sing
it's
it,
going to go
Sam.
down now.
Oh yeah. Come on. We know it.
Let me mark out that
Let's
area.
Go.
If it breaks above it, then I don't know. I mean, only because there's a lot of absorption doesn't necessarily mean it will hold off these buyers, but we'll see.
No, there's some good selling strength coming in right now. I see it. It's okay. Tom, I know you asked a question. I'll get to that in a second. All right.
Ooh,
maybe this is the news. Microsoft forecasts show data center crunch persists into 2026. So I know they're having a hard time finding space for the data centers, building these data centers. There's just so much demand for data centers, right? With everything, all the cloud computing, crypto mining, all the stuff that's heavily reliant on this stuff.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. A very interesting one.
There we go. Tom, I feel in the ES, the VWAP becomes less relevant as the day goes on. I would agree with that. It's only I mean, it's so close with point of control early on because the volume, it's going by volume. And so as the profile's developing, as trades are occurring early on in the session, the VWAP is, it tends to move a lot. But once you have a lot of volume, it's like anything else. It takes a lot of volume on either side to get that thing to start moving. So it's, it's kind of, it is what it is. After maybe the first 2 hours, it's going to be very hard to move around. But if you find a way to trade above or below it, that's fine. I wouldn't expect VWAP to move though necessarily. Point of control will move more than VWAP because VWAP is based on the entire volume. Well, I shouldn't say that. You can anchor VWAP to anything. You can anchor it to a bar, a candle, an hourly candle, a 30-minute candle, a 4-hour candle. You can do whatever you want to do. You have multiple VWAPs on the session. I look at it from the start of the open till the close. So I don't really trade with it. I just use it as sometimes something to bounce off of early on. But you're saying, would you say that based on my experience that the afternoon session runs a little bit of a reversal from whatever the morning brought? Yeah, but I wouldn't say afternoon. I would say once the early morning, an hour and a half or so is in, if it's trending, unless it's a pure trend day, up and to the right, down and to the left. Up and to the right, down to the right. Either way, unless it's trending, you're going to get rotations, and you'll get at some point where it comes down as far as it wants or goes up as far as it wants, and then it's going to take a breather, kind of fall back into the range, whether you want to call that a reversal or not, because it may not just do an opposite reversal and stay that way. It may chop around or rotate around a bit. But yeah, I don't know. There's quite a bit of reversals though. Yeah. There's way more days in the ES that I call what I call a mean reverting day or a rotational day, where it will rotate within a range versus a trend day. A trend day happens like maybe like a real proper trend day, maybe 3 days, 3 trading days a month, maybe. You know, it doesn't happen very often. So
no, you're right.
I don't know if you guys, I mean, I think it's pretty low, right? It's not much more than that.
Yeah. It's not that common.
Or does it typically? Right. Oh, come on. Come on, roll over.
I don't know. These buyers are relentless today.
Yeah, buyers are in. The buyers are in. They're in like Flynn. All right, I'm going to be out. I'm going to get out of this. And boy, I filled up that area, though. A lot of point of control shifting.
Yeah, we're just plowing right back into that previous consolidation range on the ES here. I mean, the Nasdaq already did it essentially. I believe it's already happened. It happened long before the ES did, but yeah. Now Nasdaq's testing close to the top of its previous consolidation range from between 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
I mean, I guess point of control could come up. Oh, you're rolling over? Oh, you suckers. You little sucker. You little sucker. Oh, man.
Let's see what Yeah, James talking about crude oil. Crude, yeah, definitely had a nice down leg. We literally, yeah, great setup actually on crude by the time 11 a.m. rolled around. Well, really like 11, close to actually the end of our futures session is when there was a great short opportunity for crude oil. Settled or consolidated right below yesterday's value area low, 62.37. Consolidated right below that, man. What a great short. Good to be in short on that one for sure. Similar to like what we saw in the ES, honestly. Just the ES, it happened sooner in the morning. It happened closer to like between 10 and 10:30 a.m. Crude just did it between 10:30 and 11:30 a.m. essentially Eastern. So awesome short setup there. Unfortunately, wasn't paying attention.
Damn.
We're at point of control right now for the day.
In the Nasdaq, obviously.
On the Nasdaq, yeah. And
yeah, back to point of control. Is that point of control of today as well, Sam? Or like, because I see it's point of control of yesterday was actually right where we are now. So
let me have a look. Point of control yesterday was a bit lower down on the Nasdaq, according to this, was at 25,200 roughly. Point of control today is at 25,263. So interesting stuff, to say the least.
All right, so I've switched to the long side. I think point of control is going to shift up here in the ES back up to kind of where it was around the 77 or 78, where VWAP currently is We could still end up trading and staying around here, but I think we're done with the bottom. What I was thinking is not occurring, so I'm done with
Yeah. I don't
it. It
blame
looked good
you.
for
I
a
don't
while,
blame
but
you. I
it didn't
think
play out. It didn't play out. Yeah, it didn't play out.
I agree. I think that's
Sucks.
played.
Pissed me off though. Yep.
Let's draw volume.
Yeah. See, Sam, like I have on the NQ. Well, this is a thing. So my daily distributions.
Take care, Tom. Have a good night.
Are just take care, Tom.
Have a good one,
Thanks
Tom.
for coming in. My daily distributions are only set from 9:30 to 4:15, so 9:30 p.m. to 4:15. Are yours set for the whole overnight by chance?
Yeah,
like the
like all of
entire
it.
day.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's
Yeah.
it, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's a good distinction.
Mine are too,
for sure. My point of control for Nasdaq. My point of control for Nasdaq for yesterday's regular trading hour session is exactly where we are right now, which is why I was so far off. I was 60 points off from yours, is because it's only the regular trading hour session. Yours is the entire thing.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Okay, let me clarify that with Project X, my point of control goes to the opening of the entire session, which starts in Asia and carries through till the end here. But on my other stuff, I just do RTH. No, I just do RTH open, and I do 9:30 for you Eastern until 5 o'clock. I don't stop at 4:15. I go all the way to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Good stuff.
Come on now. Come on now. Bottom of the hour. Let's do something here.
Yeah. Can we rotate? Rotate up to NQ, rotate up to maybe 25, 326. What's another 60 points, huh? What's another 60 points to the upside?
What's another 60 points among friends, among traders?
Yeah.
I got good news. I got good news, boys. Robert Mashiro went to the bank and got approved for a personal loan. He said he's going to buy each of us 3 direct accounts. And very, very nice of you, Robert.
Thank you.
You're such a gentleman. Such a gentleman. He says he got
I will
approved for a
send you my
personal loan from his
PayPal.
bank. He says, let's go. He goes, let's go 500 accounts. Just kidding. I went for enough to consolidate his high interest credit cards, which is a smart move. That's actually a smart move to use that kind of loan for that is a smart move. But it's funny. He's like, 500 accounts. I know it's tempting. Man. I hear you. It's tempting. Hi,
I'm starting to
Sam,
see
trader here. In my part-time, I buy personal loans and to fund to give direct accounts to poor people. Would you like one? Reach out to me.
I'm starting to see something interesting happen on the NQ, on the footprint. We've had a lot of buyers come in, but they've completely slowed down. They're not able to really push it up much. I think if sellers come in now, we could push down. We could actually push down quite hard.
Don't tell me this,
Yeah.
Sam. I don't like this.
We did have a
I don't like this.
did have a headline from Trump saying we're stepping up pressure for the Ukraine deal.
Yeah.
And then talking about building icebreaker ships with Finland.
Icebreakers. Yeah. Yeah. Finland has the best icebreakers in the world. When I was there, we saw them in the summer. It's crazy. And you can't if you can't break the ice in the winter, you can't get around there. It's crazy. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's some kind of thing maybe where if they don't break up that part of the Baltic for like St. Petersburg and other that's like St. Petersburg's like the without Crimea, that's the only other port that Russia's got that's in decently warm water. So maybe they're going to try to use that as a, some sort of negotiation tactic with Putin. I have no idea.
No, St. Petersburg is super warm. St. Petersburg, Florida. Great port, actually.
Yes, exactly. St. Pete, Tampa, St. Pete. Exactly, man. Very, very warm. A lot of manatees, too.
Super warm.
Yeah.
Tons.
Oh, yeah.
Stingrays, manatees.
Mm-hmm. Known for it.
Stingrays, yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen, I mean, not to get off topic, have you ever seen a manta ray before?
I want to go night snorkeling with them off the big island of Hawaii. We were thinking of booking a trip like a year ago. They'll take you off at night where all the like photoplankton is kind of like phosphor, like it kind of glows in the dark or whatever. And these manta rays, they'll school up and it's almost like whales with plankton, right? They'll kind of wrap them around and then they'll just feed on them. And you can go out, but you got to go out far. It's like probably a good mile off of shore, so you won't see them close to shore. You got to go where it's deep. And then, they'll take you out there, like you snorkel and you can watch them and stuff. I haven't, but I've never.
Yeah.
I was in Tahiti where there was freaking regular stingrays, dude. I'm talking a regular freaking stingray that was probably 5 foot in diameter. Oy. 5 foot, 6 foot diameter. Yeah. They weren't manta rays; they're just regular stingrays, and they're like they wrap on your body like a blanket. I'm like, what the hell? Get off! This is crazy, awesome. Dude. They're huge. So awesome. They look like boulders in the water. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Are there manta rays down there in the Gulf? That part is there quite often? A bunch of you see a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about seeing them often, but
that's why they call them the devil rays, right? They call them the rays because of that area. They named the rays that after the manta rays. So.
Yeah. I've seen them jumping out of the water and stuff. I've seen them on the East Coast as well, actually. I've seen one jump out of the water and on the East Coast. But I've been snorkeling and like back where my parents live, there's a lot of snorkel spots. I've had manatees just swim right by me, scare the crap out of me. Thought
they
it was
do
a
scare you
for a second.
They like this big.
Yeah, I was like, oh my, and I realized it was a manatee. I'm like, oh, that's so awesome.
They're huge. Yeah. They're very curious, I hear. They're just like come up to humans like, hey, you're not supposed to touch them or anything. I know they're totally endangered, but
yeah, you don't. Yeah. Yep.
Why can I kill them or?
I think the human oils on our skin, it does something with like the slime. There's a lot of like marine animals, like coral, like when you go snorkeling, like you're not supposed to really touch coral with your hand or even like fins because it'll stop the growth of them, right? And I think there's something with maybe they just don't want you to touch them at all, like just don't mess with them. I don't know.
Yeah, I was always
they're very docile and they don't.
I was just under the assumption that they just didn't want you to interfere with them, just generally speaking. So
probably
I think.
Probably.
I think it's like if you interfere, then all of a sudden they'll feel like more comfortable, and then then they'll want to seek out humans
and chopped up.
Yeah. Right. So.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Production. I'm out of my short, by the way. I'm not in two directions.
Right. This is a kind of larger node I see on your volume profile for the day, so that makes sense that we're consolidating here.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can.
Yeah.
Rotate.
This one right here.
Yeah.
I'd like to get up. God, dude, it's gonna be another freaking 3-letter trade. I think.
M-O-C. It's in the trade.
It's in the game. It's in the trade.
You do that very well. Like, you could have actually been a voiceover artist.
No. It's in the game. 350. No, we called it the Gulf of 350. We called it the 350 Algo Gulf. He did change it. I mean, Google changed it. It's on. If you look on Google Earth, it's changed. Some apps have it
No
changed.
way,
Some
really?
apps don't. Oh yeah,
That's funny.
Google totally changed it with them. They were trying to like tell it like, why you got to side with Trump? Why can't you whatever. Yeah, let me go.
It could be named 350 Algo for all I care. I agree. Like I don't care. It's a Gulf. Who cares?
It's a Gulf. It says Gulf of America right now. I'm looking at it. Boom.
That's funny.
Oh, hey, there's Tony. I see Tony waving from Puerto Rico. Hey, Tony, how you doing over there? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, I have an aunt that lives in Tampa, Paul. She's been there for decades now. Yeah, she's an attorney. She went to school in Temple. Actually, she went to Philly she went to Temple for law school, and then I don't know how she ended up in Tampa. Probably because she didn't like the East Coast. I mean, she was born in Los Angeles, so she went back east, I guess, for school. I mean, I don't know. I was a little kid. I don't really know her story, but I just know that she's been in Tampa for like 30 years or at least or something, like a long time, maybe more.
Yeah, Tampa's like a relatively comfortable place. A lot of, I mean, great weather, of course. I mean, it gets hot for sure, but
it gets warm.
There's just so many people have moved to Tampa in the last like decade. Tampa is swarming with. It is so packed over there. So packed.
I feel like the west coast of Florida, the Gulf side, has gotten so popular now. Like it used to be kind of, I don't know. I mean, it was like kind of like not great. Like you didn't like, oh, I live in Tampa or St. Pete. Like, oh, but now it's like, and I don't know if there's a lot of celebrities there. There's a lot of everything there. There's a lot of money. I mean, it's totally different. Like it's a total different. It's just blown up.
Definitely. It definitely has. Man.
All right, let's go long. Let's go long.
Gold's on the up. Open up.
Get up on this.
Ooh, baby.
Get up on this. Get up on this. Is she fit? Oh, no, dude. What are you talking about?
Come on, man.
What the hell?
Come
on. I can't even answer it.
Dude.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
She's like 75, dude. I don't know.
There we go. ES is going up.
Yeah.
Come on.
ES is going. Roll that beautiful beam footage. Let's go, baby. Boom, 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 boom. I love to see it move before the MOC. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun.
We get out right at VWAP.
Okay.
Amazingly, the cumulative delta has not moved. This whole push up, right, from...
Really?
Let me have a look. No, it's still 6 point... This whole move up that we had has not affected the cumulative delta at all. It is still negative 6.9.
Yeah.
That's insane, right? So...
Yeah. The ES has, the cumulative delta has shifted upwards more, but the NQ, that's odd that that's crazy. That's crazy.
Sellers are absorbed like crazy. Every time a seller comes in, absorption. There's just no... Do you know what I mean? buyers are way more effective.
Right.
Huge divergence.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Get up on this.
I think this is around where the daily VWAP is, roughly where we are at right now. I know the continuous VWAP is right.
It's the daily. We're right on the daily. We're right on the daily VWAP in the ES.
Yeah.
Yeah, continuous is this little white line right here on
right
on my. That's right there. Yeah.
Yes, back end. We can.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's switch on over to the closing bell.
I think we're a little late, aren't we? We're a little late, but
yeah.
That's okay. Come on, push it. Push it, push it, push it. Get above VWAP here. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see where we end up. I don't know. I don't know if this is a buy the dip scenario right now. I don't know what this is. Could be. Could be. I mean, we're only 2 days removed from the all-time high, so.
Could be. I'm not sure if VWAP, we're going to be able to break through VWAP. Not sure on the ES. We did on the Nasdaq at least, I see, with that, which is good. But so we might.
I think we will. I think we can. I think we can. Oh, come on.
Need to see the Dow get a little bit stronger here. Need to see the Dow do something.
All right, Spad. What time's the algo? What time 350? What time's the algo at 350? What time it at? What time's it at? What time is the algo?
Terrible.
What time is the algo? Get above VWAP. Let's go. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. I got 83. We can go higher than that. I got it at 86 in my cash, which is midpoint. 80. Let's go 85. Staying alive.
I am actually long the Dow with you here. See what the next 5 minutes brings us. I'm long the Dow.
All right.
Yeah,
dragged him out of his cave. He's going to join me.
Yep.
When you come out of the cave, you got a chance of getting eaten. So I don't know, man. You got to watch out for T-Rex. You got to watch out for pterodactyls picking us up. You got to watch out. Don't get stepped on by a brontosaurus or brachiosaurus or something. Just got to watch it. Just got to be careful.
Oh, man.
It's nice
gotta
to
be
hide in
careful.
the cave.
Nice and warm.
You also don't eat. Yeah, but you don't eat. You got to get out. You got to eat what you kill. So with trading, you got to eat what you kill as well. We got to make a trade.
Absolutely true. Absolutely.
Come on.
This goes out to you. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum.
I don't know why I thought like the way you said this goes out to you. It sounded like you were gonna say like, "Hey, what's up? Hello." What you call it? Yeah, what's that guy? Fetty Wap or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
This goes
come
out
on.
to you, and you. Dun, 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 dun. Uh-huh.
All right. Well. If we're not going to move here, I'm just likely just going to get out of this trade.
You rain on the top was short like leprechauns. Tell them.
Yeah.
Don Dada. Jesus, get off the notorious. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun.
What's the next line?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Get off the.
You know the next line.
I can't remember the next word.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something before squeeze a bust.
Here we go.
There we go. Kick in the door, waving the 4-4. All I heard is, Papa, don't hit me no more. Okay. I'm adding the cash. Dude, it can, I mean, how far are we from 68? Oh, we're a little ways away. I don't think it's going to rip that hard. But I say that. There's days when I say I don't think it's going to move much, and it'll do like a nice 10-point, little rip. So,
I mean, you're protected. You got your stop now, right? Up above.
Yeah.
So
I'm protected here. Cash account, I got to get protected. I'll get there.
How are you gonna do it?
How are you gonna do it?
We got
Kick in the door within the 4-4. Oh, you're gonna
2
do
minutes,
it.
30 seconds.
2 minutes. Let's go. See the profile as we go up. Well, it looks good. Hi, I'm Shay. I'm from New Rochelle, and I want to know why you're so mad. Yeah, man. I'm so mad. You know why I'm mad? All these rappers, man.
I do not know that. What is
ridiculous.
That? What is that?
Oh, it's
what
part of that
from?
song. It's part of that part of that Biggie song. Yeah, they do like this little stand up. Be like, I'm Trevin Jones, and I've been conversing with a mad rapper, and quite frankly, he's very mad. Yeah, we're going to try to find out why. We'll take some questions at this point from our studio audience. Yes, ma'am. Please stand and state your name and where you're from. Yeah. My name's Shay. I'm from New Rochelle. And I just don't understand why you so
How
mad.
do you know
what
this?
you so mad about?
I'm
reading the lyrics right now. I'm reading the
entire thing.
No, I do. Okay. I do know this part. I do, but I'm reading the lyrics.
Right. Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh man. Yeah. You'd be like, how do you know? I would be asking the same question. Like, what the hell?
Like, this guy is just a Biggie, like massive Biggie fan. My goodness.
Slim Shady, better. Slim Shady, mate. You think
There's your
Slim Shady's
MOC.
better? Slim Shady's good. Yeah. MOCKEY, MOCOC. Dun, dun, dun. That was the MOC. Didn't do nothing.
3.2 billion to the upside in the S&P.
Ooh, tell you.
2 billion to the
Talk
upside
to
in
daddy.
Nasdaq.
Talk to daddy. I told you they're coming back in, buying the dip. Oh, yeah. What? See? Yeah, that's huge, dude.
Say what?
That's huge. Wow,
nothing's
3.2 bill.
happening.
That is $2 billion on the
I didn't expect
Nasdaq
that.
and the Mag 7 1.1. Oh, I told you the days I don't expect it. Cha-ching.
Damn.
Let's go.
I mean, it's not moving.
What is going
the
on?
S&P's doing nothing.
It will. It will move. It will move. It will move. This goes
That
out
is
to
insanity.
you to move.
Absolute insanity.
And move. And move and move and move. All right, point of control shifted up. Good deal. Oh, come on. No pullback. Just go up.
That
I have some
that is
gangster tunes.
insane, man.
Bump, 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 bump. Tell 'em. There we go. Break free, my friends. Fly. Go up and fly like doves. I'll release you to the sky. Just go. Just leave.
Fly.
Come on. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let your spirit carry me. You guys don't know who that. Paul knows who that is.
Paul knows all this stuff. I don't know how, but he just knows it.
I grew up with parents
Very
that
clued
just
up.
had on the radio all the time.
Yep. Fly.
All I think about is
keeps on
Space Jam when I
slipping.
hear that. That's all
Oh, I
think
know.
about.
It's a whoa, 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 whoa. Dun, 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 dun. I met you at somebody's island. Dun, 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 dun. It's good stuff, man. It's so good.
Steve Miller Band is Joker.
Steve Miller
I
Band
mean,
is
good
great.
old-
Oh yeah, Joker.
good old joke.
Abracadabra, all kinds of stuff.
Oh
man.
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's and then but that's not my favorite. I mean, Abracadabra because they just played the hell out of it on the radio back in the day.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's good.
I forget what. It's good. It's good. I like oh god, I forget. I have to look it up. I had it on a cassette. I don't think I had it on CD. So it's old.
Shoot.
Steve Miller Band.
Shoot.
I know, dude. I know. I definitely had it on cassette. I know that. Oh yeah, Jet Airliner. That's great. Take the money and run.
Oh yeah, that
freaking
fantastic.
Dude, those are good, man. Those are great.
So good.
Let's see what else.
Big old jet airliner.
Big old jet airliner. Keep on rocking me, baby. Keep on a rocking. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Swing Town's good.
Man, I'm getting beat up. This desk is just beating. I hit my funny bone. My shoulders trapped. My knees bashed in. This is just dangerous, man. I need insurance just to work here.
Come on,
Super
bounce
dangerous.
off of there. 1254. Get up. Get up, dude. Oh my God. Come on.
It's trying.
I added to my cash. I got seven lots on in my cash account. Let's go.
Sheesh.
Damn, Daryl. Damn, Daryl.
Daryl.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Damn, Daryl.
Let's do it.
Is that it? Only 7. I thought
Yeah, I'm not
more
doing
than
that. At this time, I'm not doing more.
Rook,
I did well today without
Rookie
having to put
numbers,
on more
Daryl.
than 5. I only had 5 on most of the day, but I
Rookie
just added a
numbers.
couple more.
Absolute
Come
rookie
on.
numbers. I'm not impressed.
All right, I'm out of my.
If
I'm
you're trying,
out
if
of
you're
that
trying to
one.
impress me,
I'm still alive in the other one. I'm not trying to impress you. You're the ones putting on full port, dude. Oh, 15.
I'm not impressed, Daryl.
You put
Doesn't
on
impress me.
15 and move 1 point.
That's what you need, right? What is that? It's like $300? Yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
That's all I need.
Sam's like, I got to get there. 10, 12. Let's go 15.
Full port short.
Full port short. I cannot. You cannot say that without me.
See, a
thinking
real
about
man, Daryl.
Michael Scott. Michael Scott, dude.
A real man
Parkour.
with full port short
no.
right now. That's what a
I'm
real
not
man
short
is.
nothing. I'm not short nothing.
You want
Tiger.
to prove your masculinity. If you want to prove your masculinity, Daryl, prove that you're a real man.
I don't need to prove
and
jack.
impress the viewers.
I don't need to
impress
prove jack.
everyone.
I don't need to prove jack
You would
to anybody.
full port short right
No.
this second.
No.
You would click that button.
When you get to my age, you don't need to
full
prove.
short.
You don't need to prove. You don't need to prove Diddy to Diddley. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. They don't like it too freaking bad, man. Utter confidence.
Just saying, Daryl.
Like,
just saying. I
I hear
expected
you.
more
I
from
hear
you.
you.
I
I
thought
hear you.
you were a real man.
Oh,
okay. You don't also succumb to peer pressure. It doesn't bother you. It don't bother you. Like an iron. I got like an iron.
Look, it's
wall.
actually dropping. You should have 4 points short, Daryl. What did I say?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I got out in the money on my cash. So
I tried
good.
to
We're not
tell
done
you,
yet,
Daryl.
though. We're not
Tried
done
to
yet.
tell you.
We're not done yet. We're not done
Still,
yet. We're going to the
You
upside.
could have full port short
We're
and
not
be
done
up
yet.
a decent amount right now.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
I tried to give you it.
We are not.
Tried to give you
Oh,
it.
We're not done.
Easy money.
Uh-huh.
That's the market punishing you for not being a man.
Mhm.
Oh, jeez, Louise, man.
Yeah.
Look at you should have full ported short, Daryl. Look at this. This is the best move I've ever seen.
Just wait. Just wait.
When the market
Just
oracle
wait.
says
Don't
it,
be-
you should have done
Extremely
it.
exaggerative. Best movie you've ever seen. It's like 10 points.
That was
Don't
the
move, don't
greatest
fret,
move
don't
I have
fret.
ever seen.
No.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh,
All right, let's go. Lock in.
Got a minute and 30 until we are
Yeah.
closed on the cash session. Just want to preemptively, I just want to thank everybody
we're gonna
for
be off too.
joining the
We're gonna be off
stream
the air.
today. And
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just want to thank everybody for joining the stream, the likes, the subscribes, the chatting. We do appreciate it, and it's always fun to trade with everybody here. So appreciate it very much. Join us again
Absolutely.
tomorrow. Make sure we'll be here. Pre-market buzz starts at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so make sure to catch out myself and James prepping the charts for tomorrow's regular trading hours. So let's see if Daryl wants to jump into any last 30-second trade here.
I'm in.
Of
I'm in
course
long.
he did.
No, I was in long like a minute ago. I'm in long. Look. Look at this,
that-
dude.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this. Oh, yeah.
Should have full port short.
Wowee.
No. Just relax.
All right, guys.
I gotta flatten out.
Daryl, Paul. I'll catch
Oh
you
yeah,
guys
get
tomorrow.
up
Have a
there.
good one.
Come on, look at
Chris,
this.
we'll see you very soon.
Yep. Yeah. We'll see everybody soon.
Take care,
Thanks.
everyone.
Daryl's going to end it off with a little green
Close
MOC trade.
And
So
send it off in
Take
profit.
care,
Look at
everybody.
this. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Look at that.
oh,
bad
is it going to
boy.
hit the?
Yeah, I will.
Is
It might hit TP.
Don't
we
don't
just
ever,
wait a couple
don't
of
ever
seconds.
don't ever diss me. Don't ever diss me again, Sam. Come back tomorrow like a real
Come
man.
on. What are you on about, Daryl?
All
I'm
right.
female.
I'm flattening.
Sorry, you thought I was male?
I'm flattening. I flattened.
Why?
I'm done.
All right. We'll call it there. Thanks, everybody.
That was fun.
See you
That
guys
was
Never
tomorrow.
assume my gender.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.